going with the technological advancements on that one. So we'll see if we can get that down to, get that going at some point or another. But appreciate you for joining us. What's up, Rachel, over there on Facebook? I see you. John, how are you doing? Dyslexic Fingers, what's going on? Good afternoon to you as well. El Rondo, No Money G, welcome to the program. It is Wednesday, the 19th of August, 2026. A bit of a slow news day comparative to, what we've been looking at, what we've been seeing. That doesn't mean that we don't have anything to talk about because Donald Trump continues to bring down the Republican Party and their chances at having any sort of victory in the midterm elections, anything to show for it. We have some more Harriet and Poland numbers that have come out from, the Hispanic side, from other aspects, as we'll take a look as well. We got a video here of Greg Kelly trying to defend Natalie Hart, but it's tough to defend somebody when, wiping ass and changing adult diapers is your dream job. Like, you're going to have to be, ready to get hit in the face with shit every now and again. So Natalie Hart, we showed the video Sunday on the show, of the kind of behind the scenes look of her and Donald Trump in 2024, putting together their Truth Social posts and, their rhetoric and kind of back and forth with Kamala Harris as she was talking during the Democratic National Convention. But yeah, Greg Kelly really mad now that people like John Ossoff are using her name. Fox News has been in uproar. They have been going after John Ossoff relentlessly for even bringing up Natalie Hart's name and recognizing, again, the weird connection, the weird relationship she has with the president of the United States. What else do we got? We also have some updates and some news about Iran launching new attacks on UAE. The UAE subsequently cutting off all of the trade I believe they had remaining with Iran. In response, Donald Trump, when we have people starving on the streets, we have wars going on, we have economic calamity here, basically in the United States. He's out there doing what, ladies and gentlemen? Well, he's given the press, a firsthand account, a firsthand tour of the helipad, of the ballroom construction, of the granite that's being put down there at the White House. And once again, showing off that he has no clue whatsoever what the fuck he's talking about when it comes to building, when it comes to construction. He thinks he's the know-it-all, the last fucking boss, the final boss of construction. And meanwhile, every time he has to talk about something, he just continuously shows everybody he has no clue what he's talking about, unless he's picking out some gaudy rug or what type of gold toilet he wants to shit on. Like, he doesn't know a goddamn thing about building or construction or anything like this. And this is combined in new reporting coming out of some more problems that the United States fleet is facing over there in their deployment in the Middle East. We're now learning that the USS Benfold had lost power for 4 consecutive days in the South China Sea, but just the general issues going on with the Navy that we've seen from a guy that, claims to have rebuilt the Navy several times, rebuilt the military several times. And then we have some a Preston Stewart update as well to finish out on, talking about Russia's war is failing, and officials know it. Some of the Russian mill bloggers and some of the Russian officials are becoming more and more likely and willing to talk about the problems that they're facing, both economic and military. So if you guys could hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and hit that notification bell, all three free things that you could do to help this channel would be fantastic. Shout out to the chat as always. What's going on there, Epstein Files? How are you? Appreciate you keeping the spotlight on that as always. What's going on, Debbie? What's up, Tiff? Good to see you guys in there. Like I said, make sure you hit the like button. Fantastic way to contribute to the channel if you're in the mood to. If you're in the financial position to do so, is this Venmo QR code you see up here in the corner. You take a quick picture of that, send you right to the Venmo. You take the 4 quarters that you found in between your couch cushions, and you send them right in. Of course, that's not technically how it works, but you understand where I'm going with that. But a buck or two goes a long way in helping this channel. Anything more than that, obviously, we'll accept it, but, we don't want to be breaking anybody's bank there. There's a bunch of different ways you can sign up as well and help financially to the channel. You can sign up for a YouTube memberships for a couple bucks a month. You can head over to Patreon for $5 a month and help this channel out. Several different levels on there. Get you access to the Zoom chats that we have every single Monday. And obviously, just like I said, great way to make sure that the lights stay on this program. So Roxanne, William, John, Damon, No Money G, thank you guys all for your cooperation. Thank you all for your participation and your aggression. What's going on, brother? How are you? Good to see you in the chat. What's happening? Good to see you. Shout out to this space. Shout out to this space. All right, what do you say we get into a few of the few of the topics. So things that we'll be starting off on here today is going to be some of the polling, some more evidence to suggest that Donald Trump is dragging down not only his administration as far as polling is concerned, but obviously the Republicans' chances coming up here in the midterm elections. Let me just throw this on real quick. We got two clips that I want to pull up. So there's this one. Let me take the chat off while I'm at it. What the hell happened? Oh, there you go. All right. So we're rocking and rolling. Here we go. So this is posted by Aaron Rupar. This is a CNN segment here, obviously with Harry Enton. So we're just going to go over this. It's talking about Trump's net approval and how it is the worst numbers that pretty much anybody's ever seen as far as approval. Any data set that you can pull up that they've gone over and showed polling for is just consistently breaking records as far as Donald Trump's, how unpopular Donald Trump is right now. So I just want to throw this on. This is about 2 minutes, 46 seconds talking about Donald Trump's net approval in his second term at a low. It says 31 points underwater at the beginning of his term, and now he's +6. What's it say? He's 37 points from where he was. So President Trump was unpopular going into the midterms during his first presidency, but not anywhere as unpopular as this. He's doing 19 points worse than he was, even as unpopular as he was. So let's take a look at this quick Harry Enton CNN clip.
While his approval rating is at a very low level, the lowest of his presidency. CNN's Harry Enton looking at all the numbers. How low is it?
You know, if this were a game of limbo, President Trump would be winning. Unfortunately, this is the game of presidential popularity, and he is reaching record lows yet again. He is losing. Just take a look here. Okay, Trump net approval hits a term 2 low. Look at this. 31 points underwater, 31 points underwater, according to Ipsos, the Reuters.
I mean, this is fucking calamitous stuff that we're looking at, right? I mean, and again, taking note that, we don't put a ton of stock in polling in general. But if you look at what they were coming up with numbers from, August, January until now, I mean, the clear shift that's gone on in just how unpopular he's become, how many people have made that change away from telling everybody that they support Donald Trump and wearing their fucking MAGA hats is pretty evident, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious to see, regardless what you think about the pollsters and the polling and Harry Enton or CNN in general. I mean, look at this. I mean, in August 2018, that's term 1, minus 12 points, January 2025, +6 points, now minus 31 points. And this is Trump's net approval hitting a term 2 low. This is a Reuters and Ipsos poll that he's talking about.
Ipsos poll. Look where he was at the beginning of term number 2. He was at +6 points. So he is down. What is that? The math quickly.
So January 2025, when everybody, well, not everybody, but the people that believed his bullshit, the people that were wrapped up and believed that he was going to cut down prices 50% and, everything was going to be, golden and we're going to have this golden age of renaissance here in the United States. Like January 2025, +6 points that he had. So now when people are not starting to, but, really recognizing, just how big of a fucking problem it was and just how big they screwed up, what a big mistake it was for them to cast their vote for Donald Trump, we're now looking at minus 31 fucking points. I mean, this is like huge, drastic shifts in these polling numbers. And the Republicans absolutely notice this. Donald Trump doesn't seem to give a flying fuck about it. But you can be sure that the Republicans are definitely taking notice of this.
37 points from where he was at the beginning of his second presidency. President Trump was unpopular going into the midterms during his first presidency, but not anywhere as unpopular as this. He was 12 points underwater. So he is doing, versus where he was at term number 1 at this point, he is doing, what is the math here quickly? He is doing 19 points worse than he was doing in term number 1 at this point. And of course, those midterms were quite disastrous for the Republican Party. So you look at these numbers and you just go, oy vey if you're a Republican.
All right. Independents have a big role to play always in elections. Give us some sense of where they stand, because there is still a lot of the party that supports Donald Trump.
Yeah, okay. So, Republicans still in large part support Donald Trump, but as independents who are the name of the game, they are the driver in elections. And just look at why these numbers are falling the way that they are. It is because of independents. Look at these drops. I mean, Trump's not rating among independents. Term 2. He's 47 points underwater now. 47 points underwater. He was at minus 1 point at the beginning of his presidency, basically treading water, right? So what is that?
So again, this is with independents now. Trump's net approval with independents. Term 1, August 2018, minus 10 points with independents. January 2025, again, where he managed to hook these morons into thinking he was going to have some substantial change that he was going to create. Now now minus 47 points with independents, according to this Reuters Ipsos poll, which again is like, the nail in the coffin, the death sentence, or at least should be, if in fact these are correct.
36-point drop. So you see that drop of 31 points from where he was at the beginning of his presidency, or 37 points from where he was at the beginning of his presidency among the overall electorate. But that's nothing compared to this 46-point drop among independents. And compare that to where he was at this point in term number one before those midterms. Again, he was underwater then, but he was just 10 points underwater then. Now he's 47 points underwater. So that's a drop of 37 points. So this has been the problem with President Trump's second term, according to the public, which is he is going and placating the base, but leaving the center of the electorate behind. But you know what? You have to win the center of the electorate in order to maintain your popularity, in order for Republicans.
And the even bigger problem that he's facing is that he doesn't have that grip, as we continue to say, even on the cult, even on the, the base that continues to support him and defend all that he's doing. Like, even that in the grasp that he has on them is slipping drastically. So he's leaving everybody else aside. Everybody else is pissed off at him. He's trying to placate, like you just said, the base. But even that isn't going well. Like, even that is seeing people like Owen Schroyer, which we showed yesterday, and might even play again here to kind of, reiterate and kind of drill home the message and show you that these people that once were the heaviest, the biggest supporters of this movement are now seeing the light to whatever degree that they're seeing it, right, through their warped mind, through their warped vision. But they're now at least noticing that they've been lied to, that they've been, they've been kind of thrown under the bus, as Owen Schroyer was saying there. Donald Trump used and abused them to get into his second term and enrich himself, enrich his friends, enrich his family. Meanwhile, hasn't come through on any of the promises whatsoever, and in fact has done quite the opposite as far as the promises. Promise to make things cheaper, everything's more expensive. Promise to not start any new wars. That's all he's done, is start wars and try to provoke either enemies or allies, more likely allies, in Donald Trump's second term. Like, he's gone and used the military, as we continue to say, like his own personal Gestapo force, to continue to wield his tiny dick energy around the planet to make sure that people understand that he's a big, bad alpha person. Meanwhile, all he's doing is causing death, destruction, degradation of societies, destabilization in the Middle East and in other areas of the world. The shutting down of the Strait of Hormuz, instability and, uncertainty, what's going on with the Bab al-Mandeb. The Houthis have been activated. They're fighting with, the Yemenis government now. They're firing, again, with Israel. Israel's fighting with Lebanon. I mean, all of this now kicked off to a large degree because of, Donald Trump's stupidity and him going along with Benjamin Netanyahu to enact this war. But the numbers are horrendous, no matter which way you slice it, no matter how much stock you put in these polls, whether it's a little bit or a lot of bit. Like, it's clear to see where the trends are going, right? And there's another one here that I wanted to show that more specifically looks at his numbers with the Hispanic voters. So let me throw this on right here. This is posted by Harry Enton. This was, I think, 2 days ago. Yeah, it's the 17th. So he says, ay caramba, Trump had a historically strong showing for GOP nominee with Hispanic men, but his support has plummeted. And we've, again, talked about this on the podcast, how the Republicans really banked on the Latino vote, the shift that they were seeing in trying to, again, gather or gain support with the Hispanic or Latino communities. But that shift, and then Donald Trump came in and immediately started going after the Hispanic population, started going after to try to deport anybody with brown skin or, a Hispanic sounding last name or spoke with an accent, anybody that could be labeled through your eyes, how you dress or how you sound, right? Maybe, again, it's the accent that you have, like that now affords you or allows you to be able to be picked up by these fucking psychopaths and potentially deported. So obviously that's had a drastic impact, a drastic effect with the approval, with the support that the Latino and Hispanic community has shown for the Republicans and Donald Trump in particular. And this is one of the Harry Enton segments here, trying to explain that, trying to detail that, and then just kind of add this on. This is probably, I don't know, not the 10th time that we've shown one of these kind of polling segments here from Harry Enton, and every single one of them has seen historically low or bad polling numbers for Donald Trump, whether that's with MAGA voters, whether that's with Republicans, whether that's with independents. Like, this isn't all just like what Democrats feel about Donald Trump. Like, that's not who's being polled in these polls. Like, this is, again, independents they're going for, Republican voters voters in general and how they've switched since term 1, what they felt in January, start of term 2, and now where they, where they lie right now after they've had time to see, all of the destruction that Donald Trump's responsible for. So this one is, again, pertaining with Hispanic men on Trump and the economy. So let's check this one out.
Hispanic men. Donald Trump put up a historically strong performance for a Republican candidate for president amongst Hispanic men. But the phrase this morning for President Trump is "ay caramba," because look at these shifts. I mean, Hispanic men on Trump. In 2024, he won among Hispanic men by 10 points. Look now where his net approval rating is. Down he goes into the Gulf of Mexico, minus 41 points in an average.
I honestly can't stand when he does that, but I appreciate that he did call it the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, that's gonna, if anything was gonna piss off Donald Trump, even if it was in the, the entire segment here of his drastically low, historically low, in abysmal polling numbers, like, it would be the fact that Harry Enten again called it the Gulf of Mexico, which I appreciate.
Polls this year. That is, Johnny B, by my math, a 51-point switch.
That's fucking insane. And to have that much of a switch, a flip, and that flip, which is what we're seeing. Like, I know the example I always bring up is like the frat houses and shit that were doing the double jerk off Trump dance on TikTok, and dressing up in his suit and the hat, the red hat, like. Less likely to seeing that on TikTok now, right? Not saying that you can't bump into it, not saying that you can't find it still. Absolutely, you're going to be able to. But, to the extent in which you were seeing it when Donald Trump was getting back into his second term or running his campaign for his second term is, again, dramatically different than the sentiment of people, or at least the willingness of people to express who they voted for, their support for Donald Trump or anything like that. We've seen, what was it? Vivek Ramaswamy get run off stage. We've seen instances where comedians are on stage and they're being kind of pressed on who they voted for. And that they've probably said in the past or have said in the past that they voted for Trump, but they don't want to bring it up again. So again, the ball is rolling on the societal switch, the societal flip on whether or not it is cool, it is edgy or not to like a pedophile, to like, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, to whatever extent these people thought it was cool or edgy to do so. Like, that's, more and more people are seeing the repercussions and the ramifications of coming out and being in support of shit like this. And they don't want to be out there saying it. Doesn't mean that they still don't, but they're kind of doing the Homer Simpson back into the bush when people bring up, politics or who they voted for or anything like that, which is a good thing, which means they're less confident. They're less confident in their position in society. They're less likely to go out there and call themselves a Trump supporter. Now, again, not saying that this is everybody, or you're not going to be able to find people that do this, but it's becoming less and less, right? The percentage of people that are out there with their fucking Trump hats and flags and got them flying all over their house, and we've seen a huge decline in that, and it's because the societal shift, the political shift on the popularity of Donald Trump and his administration is taking the turn that we're seeing here. So in 2 years, right? So when Donald Trump's fat ass was sitting around with Natalie Harp trying to figure out his responses to Kamala Harris's speech in the Democratic National Convention in 2024, like in the video that we showed on Sunday, and like Greg Kelly will try to defend and talk about in later in the show today, he was plus 10 points there within the Hispanic men on as far as, in comparison with Kamala Harris. Minus 41 points, a 51-point shift in just 2 years, which is insane, right? That's huge, incredible. And that is just a, kind of a small glimpse at what is a vastly bigger picture of Donald Trump's decline in popularity here.
Against the President of the United States, all of that movement that you saw, that historic performance that President Trump had amongst Hispanic men. Adios, amigos. Goodbye. See you later. As Johnny B was telling me backstage, these numbers are bonkers.
I mean, that's a huge swing. At 51 swing, it's huge. What might be one reason? What is one issue area where we're seeing the impact of this?
Yeah, it's the economy. It's the economy. We're seeing this across the board, but you're specifically seeing it amongst Hispanic men. I mean, just look at these numbers here. Okay, Hispanic men on Trump in the economy. He was more trusted than Kamala Harris on the economy by 11 points. Look at this.
Which is fucking asinine. Like, again, I'm not going to rehash history and how ridiculous that sentiment is and what we've seen, come out of that sense and how that's been proven wrong. But how the fuck anybody, any segment of society thought that Donald Trump was going to be better with the economy, better for the economy than any Democrat, which we've seen and know historically Democrats do much better with the economy than any Republicans.
50-plus point swing was huge. Look at now, his net approval rating here is 49 points underwater in an average poll. That is a 60.
Minus 49 points. Like, I didn't even know. I'm not even sure that the pollsters knew that the fucking polls could go that low. Like, if the numbers could physically reach that level. Like, minus 49 points, a fucking, a 60-point something shift in 2 years. In just this one segment, again, a clear indication of kind of where the sentiment lies with the voting base, like with the the citizenry of this country. And I think on an overwhelming basis, you're going to get this as the response. I know the cult is still going to do the cult things, but everybody else that's kind of living more within the real world, more within reality, has kind of has these feelings.
Move away from the president of the United States on the issue that got him reelected to a second term. It really helped swing Hispanic men into the Republican column to a historic degree, and all of that movement.
And they did a lot of the Republican redistricting, right? A lot of the Republican redistricting was done on the basis and the belief that they were going to continue to have the Hispanic Latino vote. Like, they were going to continue to see this popularity in these different areas of the country. Like, that's how they based a lot of, not all of, but a lot of their redistricting was done on that. So now, with this huge and dramatic shift that we've seen, they are now scrambling to try to figure out a way to mitigate the damages that they've seen because of the way that they've kind of backed themselves into a corner in a lot of these counties, drawing the lines based on, okay, we think this portion of this county is going to go heavily in favor of Donald Trump. So let's draw the read. Let's get them into our district, or, we don't think this county is going to vote for Trump. So let's get them out of our district. Let's get them out of this one. And let's go, that type of shit that's going on. But now it's all flipped. Like, it's all shifted. They can no longer rely on that. That's not something that they can count on. And now it's kind of, it's put their backs against the wall in a lot of these different circumstances and a lot of these different races across the country. And they're inevitably going to pay the price, both politically and, of course, here, as we see, financially as well.
All that hard work that Republicans made and did for the 2024 election, it all is just basically gone at this point. A huge swing back against the Republican President Donald John Trump.
Okay, how might this manifest itself in the midterms?
Yeah, okay. So it is one thing that you're seeing these big moves among President Trump, right? You're seeing.
So obviously the big question, how is this going to play out in the midterms? How does this impact or affect midterm elections? So he goes on here to explain, his opinions on how this could impact the midterm elections.
Big moves among Hispanic men for President Trump. But the key question is, will this actually matter when it comes to the ballot boxes? It's one thing to not like somebody else, but will you actually pull the lever for the other party? Just look at this. Okay, choice for Congress, Hispanic men.
Look at this, guys.
By 8 points. Look now, Democrats ahead by 20 points. So yes, what we're seeing amongst Hispanic men.
And it's not really surprising. I mean, considering the election wins, the victories that we've seen, and the politicians and the policies that have been so overwhelmingly popular in a lot of the recent races, whether they be governor races, mayoral races, whether they're special elections or different items going up for the ballot for different things happening in different states. Like, we've seen that, Angie Nixon last night down there in Florida. So we saw some victories and also some losses, but obviously Florida being one of those states where, depending on what part of it is, you can pretty much be sure of which way the vote's going to go and who's living inside of those different districts and stuff. So we saw, unfortunately, Jared Moskowitz, the rat down there in Florida, take down his opponent. But we did see, like we said previously, Angie Nixon win her race down there in Florida as well. But, add that into the Abdul El Sayeds, the Zoran Mandanis, the victories out in Colorado, again, the special election victories. And I don't think it's surprising to anybody that we're seeing these types of polling numbers based on, whether you're going to believe the GOP's bullshit or get out and actively vote against that. So this is choice for Congress through Hispanic men, Democrats versus Republicans, margins and points, 2024 results. So the GOP had the Democrats at a +8 basis as far as the 2024 election. We look now in 2026, +20 for Democrats, right? So obviously a very substantial shift there. And again, we're talking about Hispanic men. As you can see there at the top of the screen, I just want to make sure that we're absolutely clear. This isn't on a general basis for voters, but just to see a shift in this category, add that in with the drastic numbers that we've seen in other, these other data sets from Harry Anton and from other polls that are being shown out there. Like, it's not looking good, to say the least. Like, Donald Trump has set his party up for failure. The lies that they told, and again, the party set themselves up for failure by going along with Donald Trump, by, basically utilizing or using, I should say, Trump's bullshit as their own party platform, and backing everything that the guy says, does, all the crimes he commits, all of the fraud, all of the corruption that is out there blatantly in your face on a daily basis, all of the American citizens that he's responsible for the deaths of, whether you're in the military or you're a protester on the streets trying to combat what ICE is doing. This is all starting to have an impact. They're not starting, but obviously showing its face here and having an impact on the way that people are looking at this administration and the way that they're going to vote in midterms, right? So this is the likelihood of people getting off their ass and not just being pissed at the GOP, right? Not just being pissed that they were lied to, not just being pissed that they're spending more in every facet of their fucking daily life, but making that so it sparks something in their ass, so they'll actively go to the polls and vote against it, vote blue, as opposed to just being pissed and upset. So that's what we're trying to stoke here, right? This is what we're trying to show, that the attitude of people is not just pissed off at the GOP, but the attitude is people pissed off at the GOP, so much so that they're actively getting to the polls to vote for Democrats, which is obviously a good sign. So let me just see what else he's got here in this last 30 or 40 seconds of this clip, and then we'll go on to the Iran strikes in UAE. I think there's a Fox News what's his name, Trey Yingst update that I want to get into.
And their views of President Trump very much diving towards the negative.
Oh, stop doing that.
Like they're going to have a massive impact on the midterm elections. Hispanic men now favoring the Democrats by 20. That is, as I finish this out, a 28-point swing against the Republican Party. If you're a Republican running for re-election or a Republican running for Congress in these midterm elections, and you think you're going to escape the wrath that President Trump has now amongst Hispanic men, you are sorely, sorely mistaken. These are bonkers shifts, and Democrats have to really like these numbers.
Texas, Arizona, California, where there's a lot of redistricting, but also places like Pennsylvania. This can matter in a lot of different states.
You got
and again, when you're talking about Ken Paxton, when you're talking about the chances for the Democrats down there with James Tallarico, then obviously this is going to come into play. Like he just brought up, big states, California, Texas, and obviously other areas in which the Latino Hispanic vote would come heavily into play. And the fact that you have a criminal running down there in Texas is, again, a strike against the Republicans right off the bat, but something that could come back to bite them heavily in the ass if, in fact, they do end up losing there was at least 3 races that we were looking at. I believe it was South Carolina. I believe it was the Texas race, and then one other one that I was blanking on, in which the Democrats were leading, which, hasn't happened, at least for a victory, as far as a victory in a long, long time in a few of those different states. So, all right, let's go into this Fox News update. Unfortunately, this is who the information kind of flows through as far as coming out of the White House. So let's just see here. They're talking about Iran launching new attacks on the UAE. So, Donald Trump wants you to believe that we have full control over the Strait of Hormuz. Everything is wide open. Everything's back to normal. He doesn't have to, there's no rush. Everything's okay. You can take as much time as you need. Meanwhile, we continue to talk about strikes from the Houthis, strikes against the Yemenis government, strikes from the Israelis into Lebanon, their continued push into Gaza in the West Bank. We're talking about Iran launching new missiles into ships in the Strait of Hormuz, obviously launching new attacks on the UAE. So this war is still very much ongoing, still has the likelihood of turning into a bigger conflict, a much more escalatory period than we've already seen. And then you got people like Fox News and you got people like these other morons trying to piggyback on what would be a complete capitulation by the United States if, in fact, they co-sign the agreement or the talks between Iran and Oman, basically divvying up control of an international waterway that Donald Trump allowed them the opportunity to now control fully and to profit from. By charging tolls, for ships traveling through that, if in fact they do want to get their stuff to where it's supposed to go. But all right, let's see. This is just a quick update, nothing long here as far as this is concerned, but about 3 minutes 33 seconds, and they're talking about, like I said, this new missile attack on UAE, and I believe he's also bringing up some other information, some other news about the Strait of Hormuz, if I'm not mistaken. So let's hop into this. Hit that like button if you could. We're trying to call out Fox News is bullshit. Unfortunately, it's either Barack Ravid or it's Trey Yingst. If you're looking for people that have communications with the White House, communications with Donald Trump, as far as information coming out, what madness is being leaked or what madness is being said by Donald Trump. So for the United States side, unfortunately, we have to take, and call out these assholes, as far as, what the White House is saying. So let's see if we can do that right now. Hit that like button. My name's Brian. This is the Blunt Politics Podcast. Let's get into it.
And now to the Middle East. President Trump revealing there are no ongoing talks with Iran as tensions continue to escalate across the region.
So in case you're marking this down with your notepad. So we have no talks, no agreements, but bombs continue to fall. Bombs continue to be sent, right? They continue to drop and either kill people or take out infrastructure. So that's still going on. No talks, no agreements. Donald Trump wants you to believe we own the Strait of Hormuz, but ships are still being sunk. Ships are still being hit. And the numbers is like single digits, sometimes double digits as far as ships going through. But other than that, Trump says we have full and total control.
Correspondent Trey Yingst joins us live in Tel Aviv with the details. Trey.
All right. What's he got to lie about today?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Iran has continued to launch new attacks, firing 2 missiles at the UAE.
That's crazy because I thought they had no missiles. Don't they have no missiles? I thought Iran. Hey, does Iran have missiles? Yeah? No? Yeah? No? Yeah, they do. I thought they didn't. I thought Trump said they didn't have missiles. I could have sworn on several occasions Trump said that they were defeated militarily, that they can strike, they can't strike back, they can hit nobody, they can cause no damage, they can't be an impact. I know yesterday he said they could be a nuisance and they could put mines in the Strait of Hormuz and sink billion-dollar vessels, but who's thinking about that as far as being a danger? It's not like the insurance companies or the captains are going to be pissed off about that, are going to use that as a reason to be like, nope, I'm not sending my ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, they are? Oh, they are? That's exactly what they're doing? Oh, okay. My bad. That's my fault. My fault. I apologize. I could have sworn that the president of the United States was giving us alternative information from his alternative reality that he's living in.
Tuesday, the event triggered sirens there, forcing millions of people into shelters. All of this taking place, and the UAE responding, suspending all trade with Iran until further notice. Iran denied they were responsible for the missile attack. This does come as the war of words between the United States and Iran is ongoing, with no indication that a deal could be reached anytime soon. President Trump posted to Truth Social saying there are no talks or conversations going on or scheduled with the Islamic Republic.
So again, translated, ongoing war, economic instability, danger posed to the servicemen and women that are on deployment there, whether you're on a U.S. base, whether you're on a U.S. ship in the area, no matter where you are, you're in danger because the supply chains have been cut, because you're on an extended deployment. You're probably dealing with ship issues. You're definitely dealing with the mental issues that come along with prolonged deployments, not having your communications with your friends or your family, not being able to take trips to ports and put your feet on fucking solid ground for a second. So all of these problems that we continue to talk about, but Donald Trump says no talks or conversations being scheduled. We have no off-ramp, no way out of this, but all of the problems that we're dealing with as a result of this war are going to be ongoing. Right. So he doesn't care about you and the problems that you're facing. He doesn't care about the people that are basically shitting themselves to death because of the diseases and the fucking problems with the food that have not gone out under the careful watch of RFK Jr. Right. We got now people shitting themselves to death in this country and people afraid to eat different fucking food groups right now. But, that's what happens when you put people like RFK in charge and people like Donald Trump in charge. But just in case you're keeping score, we have no off-ramp, no way out of this. Iran and Oman are divvying up control of the Strait of Hormuz. Bombs are still being thrown at ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Bombs are still being launched at the UAE and different Gulf nations. U.S. bases still absolutely have the potential to be struck if the United States, decides to do anything stupid. The Houthis are still enacted and causing havoc within the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. They're still firing against their Yemenis government opponents, right? We still have Israel doing their fucking thing, firing into, what was it yesterday or Sunday we reported, Syria, right? Obviously actively still inside of Lebanon. saying that they don't have to communicate, saying that they don't have to seek approval of the United States to continue their war efforts, basically acting as the rogue terrorist nation that they are. But yeah, this is just in case you keep in score. We have no way out of this, no off ramps, no possible way of ending this thing. But the economic ramifications and pressures that you guys are facing will absolutely continue to be a thing.
The naval blockade remains in full force and effect. The Hormuz Strait is open and operating.
It's not.
All water-
It's just not. It's just fucking not open. Okay? It's just fucking not open. I don't know what his definition of open is, but to the extent that we were seeing ships go through that before the war started, we are not seeing that now. It is just fucking not the case. He's living in la la land. He's a fucking delusional, demented old fool who has no clue what the fuck he's talking about and will just say and do anything possible to give himself an edge towards victory where there is no victory to be had. Like he's quite literally still trying to pry, loss out of the fucking jaws of victory, and it's just not going to happen. He's quite literally in the belly of the beast right now, still trying to get the victory, to somehow fucking present itself, where it's just not going to happen. We have clearly lost this. We have been defeated, both militarily, both economically. They have defeated us mentally in this whole thing as well. Like, back away, get everybody out, fucking do a deal, give Iran the least amount that you could possibly walk away with giving them, and ending this thing at the same time is basically the only off-ramp that Donald Trump has afforded the United States. That's the only thing left within our disposal, besides obviously ongoing escalation, continued bombing, civilian casualties, devastation to infrastructure, clean drinking water becoming, more and more scarce in the Middle East and in different regions that we're bombing. Obviously, retaliation against the U.S. bases, retaliation against the Gulf allies and partners in the region. All of that is a likelihood, but that's the opposite of trying to end this and see less devastation, death, and destruction. But again, if we're trying to get out of it, that seems to be the only way. Iran has been clear and set in their ways, set in their demands. They want the ability to trade their oil and sell their oil. They want the sanctions lifted. They want the frozen assets reallocated to them, right? The control over the strait, the ability to charge tolls, all of this. We need to be able to give them the least. Like, we need to make sure that they get the least amount that they're asking for while still being able to end this. But give them things we must. That's just the unfortunate reality of the situation that Donald Trump has thrust us into. We have lost this war. We have lost this engagement. We are not going to see regime change. We are not going to see this uprising of the Iranian population to uproot and overturn and overthrow their government. We're not going to see this installment of democracy spread throughout Iran. We have created a more hardlined group of people. We have created a government more ready, able, and willing to experience economic pain, financial pain, or at least put their people through economic and financial pain, and even physical pain, to get one over on the United States, to become the victor in this war, to remain in control over the Strait of Hormuz, which is ultimately their nuclear weapon, right? Because if they can remain in control over that, I'm sure they could probably even appease Donald Trump to some degree and give him the nuclear dust or some fucking semblance of the nuclear dust, while basically also being able to keep their alternative nuclear weapon, which is control over the Strait of Hormuz. So not only will they see economic benefit, but if anybody decides to, sneak attack them again, whether Israel or the United States or anybody else, they know what's going to happen. They know that strait's going to be closed. They know who controls it. They know that their mines are going to be put there. Missiles and drones are going to be launched into ships that try to traverse that illegally or without the permission or consent of Iran or Oman. That's what their weapon is going forward. That's going to be their geopolitical power going forward, is what's been afforded to them by the United States, something that they didn't have, or at least weren't willing to use before this war started.
Mines have been removed or detonated. A day prior, U.S. negotiator Jared Kushner told Fox News that communications with Iran were still underway.
Kushner, with no fucking military experience, never been a negotiator, no affiliation whatsoever, to any business, organization, agency that would have any fucking relevance in this situation, just purely out of nepotism, purely out of being closely aligned and associated with Donald Trump. The fact that he's made billions and billions and billions of dollars for his own personal use out of these negotiations and previous negotiations, I guess, is irrelevant. But why the fuck this guy is front and center in talks for the United States, I will fucking never understand. It blows me away that anybody, even within Donald Trump's administration, the people that have worked in the government, that have had, roles in this position or somewhat related to this position, afford this fucking dickhead the ability to speak on behalf of the United States, and not even on behalf of the United States, because rarely does he mention the United States anymore? But you can be damn sure that he's going to talk about our greatest fucking nemesis, which is Israel, right? Our fucking the country that Donald Trump really sent our boys and girls out there to fight for. Benjamin Netanyahu's own maniacal plot to stay in power so that he could avoid accountability for his corruption scandal within his own country, or the international warrant that he has for his arrest for being a fucking war criminal for all the war crimes that he's been responsible for under his leadership. The same thing that Donald Trump should have to fucking face in The Hague too. But that's who he continues to speak about. That's who he'll continue to reference, right? Much like, what's the guy's name? Who's the ambassador right now to Israel? Mike, I can't even think of his name. Mike something. But, if you listen to him talk, it's Israel this, Israel that. We must fight for Israel, Israel protection, Israel this, Israel this, Israel this. Meanwhile, never talks about the United States, never talks about the benefit to the United States, or helping the people of the United States, or making life more affordable in the United States, or making healthcare, access to healthcare more readily available to the people in the United States. But everything, more money, more weapons, more aid, must be given to the Israeli people. We must send more men and women to die for the Israeli cause, for Benjamin Netanyahu and Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich and the rest of these genocidal fucking pricks they got over there running that country right now. So why this guy is in, of course, it's because of his, relationship with Donald Trump's daughter that he's inevitably given this opportunity. And obviously the maniacal ways in which he's utilized to make money and billions of dollars for this family is why he continues to be involved in these talks and negotiations. But again, it just pisses me off every single time I listen to this fucking pipsqueak talk or even see his face on the screen.
Immediately after the statement by the president about the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, shit. We're rapidly running out of time here. All right, let's go on to, let's see here. Let's go on to, this was one of them that I wanted to look at too, because this guy was pretty pressed, to whatever extent that Brett Baier in Fox News is willing to press a Trump official. Let me throw this on your screen here, because he's being questioned on the low stockpiles that have been so widely reported on, right? And his job here, this Trump official, is to go on and lie about this, right? To not admit that this is the reality, but also tell everybody that we're more than ready, more than capable, and willing to go fight wars all over the planet. And, don't worry, we're the strongest and toughest. Meanwhile, we're looking at sailors, soldiers, and airmen trying to jump off of fucking aircraft carriers to get out of, or to get away from the, horrendous conditions that they're now fucking facing in some of these ships. Fucking shit everywhere, no running toilets, no ability to take a hot shower, can't communicate with your family, fires breaking out in the laundry room, being on deployment 270 plus days without seeing or touching touching your foot on land anywhere. Like it's all of the things that we've talked about. And this is the ATACMs, the Tomahawks, the THAADs, the Patriots, the problems we've heard Israel cry about, the problems we've heard our Gulf partners cry about, the lack of interceptors, right? The fact that Ukraine is at where they're at as far as interceptors. Like, this is a huge fucking problem right now. And this guy's job is to go on Fox News and lie. But Brett Baier, giving him a little bit, just a fucking minute piece of credit here, is asking, is this true? Are you lying? Is this really where we are? So I just wanted to go through a couple minutes of this real quick and then see what lies are being told. Let me show this just before we dive into this, because this is what I was talking about earlier. This is the USS Benfold, which we talked about losing power for 4 days in the South China Sea. Like, there's videos and pictures going around right now of some of the U.S. naval vessels looking in pretty fucking rough shape. Again, I'm not gonna put them on here because it's difficult to kind of confirm or corroborate if they're real or actual ships in service, or if there's somebody kind of playing with Photoshop. But to the ones that have been confirmed, obviously the stories that we have looked at, like the situations and the long deployments and the amount of time they've spent on the ship is obviously having an impact. Well, this is the USS Destroyer here. It says on July 24th, the USS Benfold suffered an engineering casualty to its generators and spent 4 days powerless and adrift in the South China Sea, disrupting galley service and toilets. Other George Washington Strike Group ships supplied meals, and Benfold was towed for repairs completed by August 8th. But to have a U.S. Navy vessel, a U.S. naval destroyer, floating in the South China Sea, powerless for 4 days is obviously not the story you'd like to see reported, but is very consistent with the way in which the military seems to be run right now under the leadership of Donald Trump, under the leadership of Pete Hegseth and others at the Pentagon, others at CENTCOM as well, right? Under, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, under Hung Kao. Like, these people have royally come in and fucked up the way that this service operates, the mindset, the people that they look to recruit, the stated goals of the United States military, what they're out there fighting for and fighting about, has completely changed on the basis of Trump, Hegseth, and what they want to see as far as the warrior ethos that fucking Pete Hegseth can't go 2 seconds without mentioning. But this is, again, just fits right in with all of the other stories we've seen from how the U.S. military is being run, operated, the state of morale for the U.S. military in different areas is again something else that fits in with the leadership or lack thereof from Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump. But let's just throw in just a couple minutes of this real quick, and then I'll, if we have more time, we'll go into something else. If not, I'll get you guys out of here, and we can save we'll save Greg Kelly and the Preston Stewart video for this evening. So we have another podcast, another live stream later tonight at 8:30, little night show action. We're a little bit more laid back, a little bit more free speaking, as it were. So if you want a little bit more blunt politics action, please join us tonight at 8:30 p.m. right here, same time. Well, not same time, but same place. You can click the notification bell, and that'll give you the update, the alert, just before we go live anyway. But yes, this is Brett Baer on with, I forget the Trump representative's name here, but he's kind of been tasked with going out and doing the propaganda as far as the military stockpiles are concerned. So let's see how he's questioned here on Fox News and what we need to call out.
We're building it very rapidly. Plants are being built. A lot of equipment is being built. The Patriots in particular are being built. That system is going up. We have a lot. Every one of our contractors is building 4 to 5 plants right now.
Again, that's not a good thing from the idiot that continues to tell you he's rebuilt the military several times now, which we know is just a ridiculous, asinine statement to make for any singular person, especially Donald Trump. But to be continuing to make that statement and then have to report on the fact that we have drastically low levels of stockpiles on a number of different weapons platforms, and then have to say that the people that make those weapons are actively trying to build facilities so that we can revamp those stockpiles. Like, you understand the time it takes between, development of the facilities to the time that those weapons can be produced and then actually used on the front lines or actually used in whatever theater of war that they need to be used in. Like, that's a substantial amount of time. So clearly we weren't set up, right? Clearly we were not prepared for the amount of military activity that Donald Trump has thrust us into. Right. Clearly, we did not have the stockpiles. We did not have the readiness. We did not have the education or the information to be able to detect what the response was going to be or what the realities of these engagements would likely be. Like, they just literally went into this like Hitler after the fall of France. Like, he was smelling his own farts so much that, he was like, fuck it, I don't need to listen to anybody. I'm going to take command of the military. Nobody can tell me anything. I'm a military genius. Nobody else defeated France in this amount of time. Nobody else thought to do this, that, or the other thing. So that's kind of the position that Trump's under, or was under, when he got out of Venezuela, right? When he got through with the capturing of Maduro. Like, he was fucking huffing his own gas so much, and still continues to do so, that he thinks that militarily he is a fucking god, that every subsequent action that he undertook, thrusting the U.S. military in harm's way would go just the way that the Venezuela operation went, the operation to capture Nicolas Maduro. And that's just couldn't be further from the truth. Like the differences and discrepancies between Venezuela, their military, the way that they go about daily life, and the way that Iran handles their military government and goes about their daily life could not be more different if you fucking tried to pick countries, at will on this planet to be more different. Like it just the religiosity, right? The hardlined mentality between the government and obviously the military in Iran, the way that they look upon their leaders, like it's just completely different to the way that Venezuela handles themselves. So to think that it was going to go similarly, like the Venezuela operation, was the first mistake. Second mistake was listening to Benjamin Netanyahu, Mossad, and Pete Hegseth about the readiness of the U.S. military and the ability of the U.S. military to inflict all of these damages and get it, to achieve their goals through an air campaign alone. Right. So clearly anybody that knows anything about this situation or situations like this could tell you that boots on the ground would almost 99% of the time be necessary, would be required to enact the changes that Donald Trump wanted to enact, to see the changes to a country that Donald Trump promised the United States and promised the world that we would see from this war, right? You would need to literally go in and occupy the country, right? Occupy the military bases, occupy the ports, literally kick the government out, arrest the leadership. You would need to install U.S. military all throughout the country to make sure that we had, we could continue to occupy these different positions, these different bases. You would need to make sure that the rest of the world knew 100% that Iran could not continue to mine the Strait of Hormuz or shoot missiles into Gulf nations or utilize their Shahed drones in any way, shape, or form. And that's just not what we've done, right? That's just not what we've seen happen. But he continues to sit here and smell his farts and think he's like the god as far as military leadership. He's the god as far as stolen valor. Like the pictures he continues to post with him and George Patton and General MacArthur, the draft dodging psychopath and the stolen valor he's responsible for now and thinking he's a military god is just off the charts.
And we're in very good shape. But for some of the more sophisticated stuff,
some of the more sophisticated, we're building bases and factories and bases and such, and it's a great day. We're going to do great.
Really like that more.
President Trump talking about the status of the U.S. military arsenal. Joining us now, Michael Duffy, Undersecretary of War for Acquisition and Sustainment. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me, Greg.
Okay. Are we okay? If the president says tomorrow we're going to have this sustained effort inside Iran, do we have the munitions to make that happen?
Well, I think President Trump, Secretary Hegseth, Chairman Kaine have all stated clearly we are ready. The U.S. military can defeat any threat at the time and place of our choosing. And I think that
it sounds like he dodged the question. Right? Sounds like to me like he dodged that question. Sounds like he didn't want to answer explicitly. Do we have the stockpiles right now ready to go through in a prolonged bit of escalation? Right? If we wanted to go through with Admiral Bradley Cooper's plans that he was putting forth to Donald Trump a week or two ago about this 2-week escalatory period of continued bombing, the likes of which we haven't even seen yet in this war, do we have the munitions to go through? Because, there's a big difference between being able to get through another 2 weeks of bombing and being able to, say fight China or say, fight Russia or, say fight Kim Jong-un. If any of them decided to, kick off something in their area, if China decided to go after Taiwan, if Kim Jong-un decided to launch on South Korea, right? If Russia decided to go through and attack a NATO country in Europe, like, do we have the ability as the United States to project our power in all of these different theaters on the globe at the same time, as well as handle whatever needs to be done here in Iran? I think the answer would be overwhelmingly no at this point, considering the stockpiles that we've seen. Like we have to continue to cancel out on bombing campaigns in the Iran war because of the lack of interceptors, because of the lack of ability that we and our partners have to intercept missiles that inevitably would come raining down on them in retaliation for the U.S. strikes. Like, that's a direct reason in which Donald Trump has had to fucking taco out of this several times now.
Today.
Okay.
Thanks, Kyle. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. With the 5 jewels. Thank you to everybody else, too. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Tina. Much appreciated to you guys. We only got a couple minutes left, and they'll get into thanking everybody. Anybody that sent in a Venmo, a buck or two is all we asked for. I know on the early show today, everybody else is on doing their own thing, so typically not the biggest audience. So thank you to everybody that has taken time out of their day to join us here at Blunt Politics. Just a couple more minutes of this. Like I said, there's probably not enough time to get into as much detail as I wanted to get into, but we always have the broadcast tonight. We always have tonight to go over this stuff as well.
Because that's what I was going to ask you. You told Congress in March we have the weapons we need, but that was 5 months ago. Take a listen.
Trump he didn't say adequate. He said the U.S. has the ability to fight.
And this is a few months ago back in the House Armed Services Committee where this gentleman was getting questioned about Donald Trump's comments about how we had unlimited stockpiles, right? We had unlimited weapons, unlimited stockpiles would never be a problem, right? And this was quite literally simultaneously at the same time. Israel and the Gulf nations were already talking about they don't have enough fucking weapons. They don't have enough of the interceptors. If anything were to kick off, like it's unreal. So he said at this time that we do have enough weapons, but that was 5 months ago, 5 fucking months ago. So what's he saying now about these stockpiles that have only gone down, right? And we continue to hear from the Trump administration that, we're building factories, which is, again, not helping us anytime soon.
However, virtually, we have an unlimited supply of weapons and munitions. Where did he get that from? Who told him that? Was that you who told him that? Was it Secretary Hegseth? Who told him we have an unlimited?
Maybe they're invisible weapons. Maybe that's what it is. Remember when Trump thought that our planes were invisible? Our fucking stealth fighters were invisible? Maybe we could tell him that, or somebody has told him that our weapons are invisible too. We have an unlimited stockpile of weapons here, sir. You just can't see them. If you look out there and you squint a little bit, you may be able to, you see the resemblance of a shape of bombs and missiles, but it's because we don't want the enemy to be able to see where we put them that we made them invisible. And he's probably like taking that hook, line, and sinker, like, holy shit, you can see the fields. This whole thing is covered with bombs and missiles. We got unlimited stockpiles. I don't know why I just turned Trump into Rodney Dangerfield, but it happens.
I haven't been a participant in a conversation directly with the president.
Do you believe we have an unlimited supply of weapons?
I believe we have the weapons that we need.
And that's what you're saying here. But you've got 55 days bombing the Houthis, 13 days defending Israel, and now 5.5 months and counting in contact with Iran. You still believe?
And again, because I'm running out of time here, I'm going to skip over to where he actually goes through the numbers of the stockpiles here, and then I'll let you guys go. But check this out. He goes through some of the headlines, right? Reuters talking about virtually all the long-range missiles, the clash between Trump and Hegseth at Camp David over the stockpiles, and then obviously the Pentagon pushing defense companies to boost weapons productions, like we saw with the memo that went out from the undersecretary there from Pete Hegseth.
These stories pop, and you go to like the Center for Strategic International
Listen
Studies,
to what he says.
And they talk about the remaining stockpile. They have some scary numbers there. Are those wrong numbers?
Well, we would always like
So he says those are scary numbers, and they are fucking scary numbers if we're looking at this correctly. So the remaining of U.S. pre-war inventory, so we have only 60% of the Tomahawks. We have only 10% or 10 to 22% of the PRSMs, right? We have 52% of THAADs and 30% of Patriot missiles. Like just since pre-war levels, just since 5-6 months ago, what are we, 6 months and 6 months out now at this point, roughly, generally speaking? Like that's fucking insane usage of these munitions to see absolutely no benefit, right? I mean, I could see if you went on to win the war, if you were, bringing the opponent, the enemy, to its knees, bringing it to the negotiating table, and ultimately achieving victory. Like that's one thing, because obviously after the war ended, you would have the time, the ability to, to revamp the stockpiles. But if you're still continuously fighting this war, you don't want to see 60, definitely don't want to see 10% or 50% or 30% of anything. With the budget that the United States military has, like fucking unreal that this was going on. But we'll get into more of this. I'll highlight 353 we're at. So I'm going to throw it back over to the next fabulous creator over there on this space. Thank you guys for taking the time out of your day. Like I said, I know it's Wednesday afternoon, typically a ton of people trying to vie for your attention on these platforms, and typically not the biggest of audience, but we're going to grow this thing one way or another. We're getting to 25,000 subscribers before midterm. I know it. I'm bringing it into existence. I'm speaking it into existence. But stick around so I can thank everybody on the blunt politics side of things, and I'll kick it over now to the next great creator over there on this space. Much appreciated, guys. Thank you to the chat. Thank you to the mods as well. So let's see if we can thank some people who were nice enough to send anything over through Venmo. Keeping this show running, keeping the lights on, keeping some food in the belly is a must. And again, trying to do things independently here on this channel. Again, not the most viable financial route to retirement, let's just say. But with you guys and your contributions, your generosity, it continues to push us in the right direction, continues to move the needle. And one of these days, I will feel safe and secure about the decision I made to give up my plumbing career to speak about politics and these very important issues on a daily.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. I am Jeff Waldorf, the Logical Leftist, and you're watching me live on this space. Lots of open space on this space, but also lots of very important creators on here, like Boston Brian, who was just before us. And, of course, Andrea Rovenski coming up afterwards. So you're going to want to stick around for that. But first, we got my show. It's going to be great. I got a lot of stories for you today. Of course, a lot of Trump fails, a lot of interesting stories on all that stuff, disastrous crap that's going on in this country, thanks to living under fascism. So, yeah, it's a lot of horrible news. Diarrhea lettuce and slavery. Yeah. Turns out the company that's giving you the runs, it is even worse than we could have imagined. So, yeah, fun times. So we got a lot of those stories. Please like and share the stream. Stick around for the next hour. It's going to be very, very informative and interesting. With that said, everybody, let's get logical. And we'll start out with vaccines. Here we go again. We're back on the vaccines. All right. So the CDC recently posted some pretty disastrous numbers. During the 2025-2026 school year, 4.2% of American kindergartners had an exemption from at least one required vaccine. This, by the way, is also the 4th year in a row the national exemption rate has hit a record high. And almost all of its parents withholding shots for non-medical reasons. Huh. Now, there's another number within this that's even more concerning, as if that's not bad enough. Only 92.4% of those kindergartners got their required measles, mumps, rubella shots. That's the MMR vaccine. Now, wait a minute. That 92%, that sounds really high, Jeff. Yes, but in reality, if you actually understand how vaccines and herd immunity work, that's not a good number. Before COVID, that rate was at 95%, which is kind of the level that makes it unlikely that one infection could turn into a cluster. Dr. James Campbell of the American Academy of Pediatrics says that those figures mean that more than 250,000 children are walking into kindergarten that are susceptible to measles. That's over 250,000 in a year that has already been the worst for measles in the United States since 1991. How did we get here? Well, RFK Jr. spent years as one of the loudest anti-vax voices in this country. Donald Trump put him in charge of federal health agencies. Real smart. Real smart. In the last 18 months, Kennedy and other federal officials have repeatedly tried to revise and shrink childhood vaccination guidance. And then earlier this month, Donald Trump himself called for new recommendations that promote his discredited bullshit theory that childhood vaccinations should be spaced out into many different separate medical visits, which is, again, both ridiculous and unnecessary. Making parents schedule multiple doctor visits for something that could have been done in literally one shot. I mean, think about the time that you, as a parent, would have to take off from work. The gas money, the medical copays. And now you got to also think about the child, right? Who has to endure multiple painful doctor visits instead of getting it all over and done with at once. Ridiculous. Now, Dr. Campbell said this: the root cause of this is primarily because there is so much chaos and confusion in vaccination recommendation systems within the last year or so. Not a coincidence. So now let's compare that to how the CDC handled its own data. Yeah, for years, this report came out in the Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. And agency officials, they got on the record to say the obvious thing: get the shots. Get the damn shot. Now, this year, they posted numbers online and issued a 3-sentence statement that noted a small decline and then said, the CDC continues to encourage parents to discuss vaccination options with their doctors. Options. We got options, folks. And the worst measles year since 91. Oh, but it gets worse. Vax rates also fell for things like polio, for the diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis combination shot, and for the first dose of the chickenpox vaccine. Now, there is one bright spot: hepatitis B. That vaccination rate actually held steady. However, Campbell's explanation for that is actually more grim, because that shot is given shortly after birth. So it's going to take a few more years before the new federal effort to upend infant hepatitis B guidance shows up in your kindergarten class. In other words, the damage you can already see is not the entirety of it. Exemptions rose in 41 states and the District of Columbia. And in states like Idaho, they actually exempted 17.5% of its kindergartners from one or more vaccines just last school year, while Connecticut was just under 0.5%. Hey, same country, the same diseases, but with very different permissions within the states for skipping these vaccines. So obviously those unvaccinated kids, they're not sprinkled evenly across our map. They are in places where it's going to cluster because the vaccination holes are big enough. And the worst thing is that there was no reason to put these children at risk. None whatsoever. You know, all this is a political project that treats childhood immunity like it's some sort of culture war fight. Like, schools are where these diseases tend to propagate, which is why every state requires the basic panel for childcare and kindergarten, and why public health officials tend to watch these numbers very carefully. And those same officials happen to be sounding the alarm. You got a record exemption year coinciding with the worst measles year in decades. And the agency that you used to be able to count on to sound those alarms, they're now doing mealy-mouthed statements about options. We're in big trouble. Okay. So let's get to the next story here. We're going to talk about BBC. No, not that BBC. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking because I thought about it too. You guys are dirty. All right. President Donald Trump had sued the BBC for $10 billion. And now the BBC is in a Miami federal courtroom asking a judge for permission to put, his children, Ivanka, Don Jr., and Jared Kushner, under oath about January 6th. Oops. Unintended consequences, folks. Now, look, here's the thing. This was supposed to be the same kind of shakedown that has already worked on other weak-ass corporate news outlets in America. Okay? Like ABC News, who cut a check after George Stephanopoulos said a jury had found Donald Trump liable for rape. Now, technically, and they love to point this out, technically it wasn't rape. It was only sexual abuse. Oh, that makes it better, doesn't it? And by the way, the only reason that it wasn't rape was thanks to the very narrow legal definition of rape in New York City at the time. But that was enough of a technicality for this administration to be able to squeeze out a concession from that network, despite the fact that the judge in the case had said that by any normal definition, what Donald Trump did to E. Jean Carroll would be considered rape. And there it is. Paramount, by the way, had also paid $16 million to Trump over the way that 60 Minutes had handled a Kamala Harris interview. So now, of course, Donald Trump thought that the BBC would fold the same way. But he may have miscalculated. See, the BBC happens to be a public corporation under a royal charter. And that charter happens to bar it from writing an out-of-court settlement check in order to make a lawsuit disappear. That means that they cannot buy their way out. Oops. So, of course, they have to fight until there is a verdict, or until Donald Trump quits, or until they have a friendly judge put in there to rule on Trump's side, one that maybe Donald Trump had appointed. Uh-oh. Yeah, that news dropped earlier. So now, if you're fighting a defamation case about what Donald Trump meant when he said, fight like hell, it turns out that you got to get the people who were in the room. So the underlying claim here is a 2024 Panorama documentary called Trump, A Second Chance. Now, the program had edited together 2 different pieces of his January speech, right? So that it did sound like he said in one run that they were going to walk down to the Capitol and that he would be right there with them. And then we fight like hell. So again, those were lines that were spoken nearly an hour apart from each other. That said, that distinction doesn't really take away from the spirit of the entire thing. Nonetheless, the BBC, they apologized for that edit that, oh yeah, no, it seemed a little deceptive, right? So we're sorry about that. And they have said that it unintentionally created the impression of one continuous call for violent action instead of what I believe were several smaller ones, okay, interspersed. That, by the way, is why they have not recanted the underlying point, a point that their lawyers have argued is true, that there was calls for violence. Now, the funny thing is that the documentary never even aired in the United States, which is a problem for a Miami-based lawsuit about a supposed injury, that happened to an American politician. Now, within his complaint, Trump also claims that the BBC used AI, right? And a little AI slop into that whole thing to alter the speech, which is funny considering how often Trump uses AI slop and posts it online. I mean, the guy's creating weird AI generated videos of himself all the time. And not only that, but he's also reposting, like, for example, videos of him dropping literal feces on a crowd from a jet. So, I mean, that said, the BBC was like, no, we didn't have to use AI for that. You literally said those words. So now, look, understand that in these cases, like defamation cases, you do have your side, their side, but then you also have the truth. And where's the truth come from? From discovery. So on August 14th, the BBC asked the court to compel testimony and records from Trump's kids, Ivanka, Don Jr., and Jared Kushner, about the drafting and the meaning of that speech. Their filing says that Don Jr. and Ivanka were both in the Oval Office while that speech was being revised. And they were there when it was delivered. Jared Kushner had also drafted a statement condemning the Capitol violence that the White House had never issued. Well, why not? Why didn't they issue that? It's on the record that he told Mark Meadows that the situation was, hey, well, it's getting real ugly out there, guys. Don Jr., he even texted Mark Meadows, begging him to get his father to condemn this immediately, and later spoke with his dad after the violence had already broken out. So we know that. These are not random relatives who wandered into a subpoena. These are three people who, by their own words, knew what was happening in real time and begged their dad to get ahead of it, to denounce it. You can't blame this one on ignorance, folks. So now Trump made the exposure worse on himself. The BBC also asked for his financial records to test the $10 billion in damages that he had claimed. Trump's lawyers responded by calling that a fishing expedition. Then he moved to drop the money claims rather than to open his books. Judge Roy Altman put the financial records order on hold while he considers an amended complaint that would narrow this to reputational instead of business harm. Okay, so let me break that down into plain English here. Homeboy wanted BBC to give him $10 billion in damages until they asked him to prove that he deserved it. Oops. There you go. Now, here's the part that should bother anybody who still thinks that the Secret Service is just a bodyguard detail. You see, process servers tried to deliver the subpoenas to Ivanka and Jared Kushner at their Miami house back in May. Local law enforcement blocked them and then pointed them to the Secret Service. So the BBC went to the Secret Service. Now, counsel Troy Epstein said the agency is not authorized to accept service and is not willing to help facilitate it. So not only that, but they couldn't serve Don Jr. at Trump Tower either. Trump refused to accept the papers on their behalf, and he refused to tell the Secret Service to let them be served. Now, the BBC is asking the court for permission to use email or certified mail because the ordinary American process server system has been closed off by a federal protective bubble around the people he sued over. That kind of sounds like, I don't know, using taxpayer-funded security to protect a sitting president from a civil lawsuit. Trump's legal team says the BBC is abusing the deposition process and is trying to harass his family. Oh, isn't that great? Always a victim. But here's the thing. Donald Trump didn't drag his family into this. Donald Trump did. He's the one who filed the lawsuit. He's the plaintiff. He put his own intent, his own speech, and his own supposed injuries right at the center of a case that he chose to file in federal court. A defendant testing those claims isn't harassment. That's literally how a lawsuit works. Jeez. He should know by now because he's only filed a ton of lawsuits during his lifetime. That said, I don't know how this is going to proceed. Look, the judge could limit the subpoenas. As I mentioned, there is a Trump-appointed judge now in charge of this case. So he could do that. And there wouldn't be anything that BBC could be able to do on that I know of. Now, the family's lawyers also are going to fight service on every single available front, so they never get served. Donald Trump's team has until Friday of this week to respond to all this. And a trial is provisionally set for February in Miami. That is not a guarantee or a verdict. But what it is the BBC refusing to play the American media game of getting on their knees before power, while pointing the case at the very people who were actually in the room on January 6th. Hey, Donald Trump built a trap. He even walked his kids toward that trap, but is now complaining that the BBC is trying to use that very trap, his own trap, against him. And there it is. Okay. Let's move on here. Let's talk about poopy lettuce. Taylor Farms lettuce has been tied to around 10,000 cyclospora illnesses across 17 states. 398 people that I know of had been hospitalized. In Michigan, 2 people dead. Now, the company had recalled their iceberg lettuce from central Mexico back on July 17th. Taco Bell dropped it. Walmart pulled their market side bags. When Taco Bell and Walmart are acting faster than the CDC, you know your country is freaking cooked, man. And while that outbreak, the numbers of people affected were still climbing, the internet actually dug up something really interesting about this same company. You see, it turns out Taylor Farms not only, didn't really have great quality controls, they were also literally using slave labor. Okay, technically prison labor, but that is modern day slavery. Snopes had fact-checked this claim. They rated it true. So this isn't hyperbole. Now, the documents here are actually from 2019, and the original investigation actually comes from 2022. So it's not like this is, happened this year or is a direct cause of this particular outbreak. As of this month, the Arizona Department of Corrections, who had worked with with Taylor Farms, says it currently doesn't have a contract with them. Oh, well, that's great. So as far as I know, they're no longer running a prison crew on their lines, but they did. And regardless of all that, their poor quality control for their lettuce made nearly 10,000 people very ill. So according to the FDA and the CDC, the illnesses started on June 14th. And the latest onset they have is posted August 3rd. The now recalled product went to food service in 31 different states and to Walmart as market-side iceberg salad and shredded lettuce, with Best Buy dates from July 18th through August 3rd. One lab sample that the FDA first called positive had been later withdrawn as a false positive. That doesn't clear the lettuce, though. Now, the case comes, the trace back here and patient interviews are where this case comes from. Okay. And look, the patient interviews include people who ate at Taco Bell and people who bought that iceberg lettuce from Walmart and other places that sell it. Cyclospora, I don't know if you know this, but it's not fun to deal with. And by the time investigators usually catch up to it, a lot of people, yeah, they suffered. They've dealt with it. But normally, the CDC tends to catch stuff like this rather early. Yes, a few people get sick, maybe a couple of hundred if you're really unlucky. Then the company ends up doing a warning, a recall. There's, all sorts of press releases from the CDC, et cetera, et cetera. But in this case, that didn't happen. Thanks to the CDC and the FDA being gutted by the Trump administration. And because of that, the second part, the warnings, the recalls, all that, it took longer than it should have. I mean, you probably already knew all of this, but the new reporting here is about their use of slave labor. You see, back in December of 2022, the Arizona Republic and KGZZ went through more than 11,000 documents on Arizona's prison labor pipeline. Taylor Farms showed up in that reporting alongside Hickman's Egg Farms, Nature Sweet, and a company called Della Verde. A 2019 inmate labor report, which one of the original reporters later shared with Snopes, listed Taylor Farms as a contractor under packaged food products. Arizona law is very clear that prisoners on a work assignment are not employees, even if they do get paid. If they do get paid. Now, this is how companies get around rules that apply to every other worker. Now, the 13th Amendment had banned slavery, except as a punishment for a crime. So Arizona took that exception, and it's not just Arizona, by the way. Many, many states have done this. They took that exception and built a staffing agency right on top of it. Arizona Correctional Industries, the state's for-profit prison industry arm, which is an incredibly scary sentence to even say. What are you talking about? State's for-profit prison industry arm. What? They have pitched employers with a line that should terrify anybody with a conscience who doesn't like slavery. It says, quote, motivated workers that can be relied upon to be at work on time, no paid vacation, no paid sick leave, and prepared to work. The jobs those companies were buying started at $4.75 an hour, paid towards the system, not a living wage on the outside. Inmate pay in Arizona is capped at $1.50 an hour, unless they're in a ACI program. And even then, the state claws back room, board, and utilities, which sometimes equals hundreds of dollars a month. You ain't making no money. And there it is. It's slavery. It is literal slavery. You cannot escape. You can't refuse to work because they will punish you. That is not a choice. That is not freedom. That is slavery. But here's where this already awful system somehow manages to get even worse. An analysis by the Arizona Republic found that at least 26 incarcerated workers across these private contracts had ICE detainers, which would normally make them illegal for any American company to employ. So what you have here is undocumented immigrants being forced into slave labor for American corporations. How is this legal? Professor Michael Salmi told the paper that the citizenship rules do not attach the same way once somebody becomes a prisoner of the state. So on the street, hiring these people would be a crime. But if you're in prison, if they're in prison, I should say, then, enslaving them is perfectly fine. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Prison Legal News later reported that the DCRR had hired out 15,700 Mexican nationals, people who are not citizens of the United States, between the years of 2008 and 2023. They could not say how many were unauthorized to work in this country. Nature Suite had told reporters that it canceled their contract back in 2016. But Taylor Farms, they didn't answer the Republic then. And they refused to answer Snopes this month. Sure, Arizona doesn't have a contract with Taylor Farms now, but they did. They used that loophole. And Taylor Farms benefited from that slave labor. Showing you not only the type of company that Taylor Farms is, but also how completely fucked up our carceral system really is. This is the same system, by the way. Not our carceral system, but our food system that also allowed 9,481 people to get sick from lettuce that this very company had packed. Look, they built a produce empire cheap enough to go to Taco Bell and Walmart. And they have a documented history of using incarcerated slave labor that Arizona couldn't legally place on a regular payroll. And this summer, their lettuce is the one that federal investigators kept going back to as ground zero. You can call all of that a coincidence if you want. And you can even blame Mexico. I've seen that. But the reality is that this right here, this is the business model at work. A model that treats people, human beings, as nothing more than disposable. Both the people who work for them, as well as their customers. Okay. Now, there is more corporate malfeasance here, because next we're going to get into Meta. We're going Meta with Meta. Specifically because I do post on Facebook. Oops. Okay. In what is not surprising news, Facebook has been caught paying white nationalists with neo-Nazi ties to post on their platform. One of them is Hugo Lennon, who is a far-right agitator in Australia, who Victoria Police had formerly moved on for screaming racist abuses at India's Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, outside of a Melbourne hotel. Lennon has also been photographed with other well-known neo-Nazis. His recent Facebook videos all include that outburst, plus his greatest hits of spouting great replacement theory and remigration. And Meta's invitation-only content monetization program, they have been sending him paychecks since September 2025. Invitation only, which means that somebody at Facebook had to open the door. Look, this is not a rogue actor or a page that managed to slip past their filters, right? No. They don't have filters. ABC News Verify went through Meta's own partner publisher disclosures. The ones a nonprofit called What to Fix turns into a searchable archive. So I'd definitely check that out. They found a little constellation of Australian white nationalist accounts on their payroll. The Noticer is one of them. They are a far-right news website that regularly promotes white supremacist and neo-Nazi ideologies. Facebook has been paying that page since November of 2025, with one unexplained gap from January 11th to February 15th. X, Elon Musk's Nazi website, the one that handed a writing contest prize to a self-described Nazi just earlier this year. X had banned The Noticer for violating its hateful profile policy. When you are too racist for X, boy, that should tell you something. But apparently Facebook has a lower bar than Elon Musk, because they kept sending these pages checks. A page promoting March for Australia, an anti-immigration movement with close neo-Nazi ties, had registered for the same program back in December of 2025. Monica Smith, founder of the anti-vax group Reignite Democracy Australia, also joined in September of 2025 and appears to have been earning Facebook ad money as far back as 2017. Her page regularly pushes vaccine misinformation and sells bogus radiation protection bracelets. Lady, if those aren't made of lead, they ain't gonna work. Now, Meta's own monetization rules say that debated social issues like race may face reduced or restricted monetization. Misleading medical information, they say, is ineligible to monetize. But these pages, ABC found, appeared at times to be in direct violation of those rules. But apparently their own rules, Meta's, are selectively enforced. Now, when asked, Meta refused to answer a single specific question about any of these groups or creators. All they did was just give the standard corporate runaround BS answer. Oh, it is not Meta's role to police offensiveness. Oh, okay. Kind of funny, because those same companies, they've been targeting the left and banning their pages. Let me give you some concrete examples. In Brazil, right? Many left-wing pages have either been taken down or heavily restricted by Meta. Members of parliament from something called the PSOL or the PT, which is the Workers' Party, as well as left-wing news outlets, they have all reported that their profiles have been shadow banned. They don't appear in searches. They can't be tagged. Their reach has plummeted in an orchestrated manner. Jones Manuel, a former candidate for governor of Pernambuco with the PCB, which is the Brazilian Communist Party, and the Brazilian influencer with the most growth on the platform since June, had been arbitrarily banned from Instagram. In October of 2025, an activist and comedian, Tiago Santinelli, also had his 850,000 follower account blocked following some comments about the death of Charlie Kirk. Not only that, but both Facebook and Instagram, both owned by Meta, have tightened their censorship rules to restrict posts that include the word Antifa, according to documentation reviewed by outlet The Intercept. Wait a minute. I thought it wasn't Meta's role to police offensiveness, but somebody got rather offended by the use of the word Antifa. Give me a break. Now, The Intercept notes that if Antifa is mentioned in the context of references to historical or recent incidents of violence, which again, you got Trump out there constantly talking about how Antifa left-wing violence, they're terrorists. That is a category that is so sprawling that includes historic wars and battles. The posts, any of these posts, will be penalized. Should Meta apply this rule as written? The Intercept writes, the company could, for instance, restrict posts comparing the anti-fascist nature of World War II to the contemporary Antifa movement. So yeah, apparently offensiveness doesn't apply towards a person screaming racist epithets at a visiting prime minister, because Meta sees the person screaming those as a legitimate business partner. But God forbid you say the word Antifa. Look, this matters because Facebook, is enormous. Their reach is gigantic. The amount of money that they dole out to their creators every year is similarly gigantic. In 2025 alone, Facebook paid out nearly $3 billion to an estimated 16.2 million monetized accounts. I'm going to bet a good chunk of that went to right-wing accounts. And you know what? That's actually fine. But some of those right-wing accounts are profiting off of extreme racism, homophobia, transphobia, and straight up fake news. We're not talking about pages that would like argue about tax rates on the wealthy or, oh, you know, we got to do something about that burdensome government regulations on business here. We're not talking about those pages. We're talking about right-wing extremism. One researcher who looks into that, named Kaz Ross, told ABC that any amount going to these kinds of pages is too much. Too much. But here's the thing. This is the financial model. These pages put out rage bait on purpose because they found out that the more that people argue, the more the creator earns and the more Facebook keeps them on the feed and directs people to those very pages. And YouTube, by the way, has a very similar issue. Not necessarily with straight up racist content, but with the manosphere stuff. According to an independent analysis, YouTube's recommendation algorithms actively direct users, especially young men and boys, towards manosphere and anti-feminist content, often without the user searching for it. So what they did is that they would go in and create new accounts. And almost immediately, those new accounts were automatically served channels like Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, and others like it. A study from Dublin City University's Anti-Bullying Center had tracked the algorithmic output on blank smartphones. It found that YouTube Shorts recommended a significantly higher percentage of toxic manosphere content compared to TikTok. And yet, our government, and I'm talking in the Biden administration and the Trump administration, both aimed right at TikTok because they were showing the reality of what was happening in Gaza. They didn't like it. They didn't like it at all. And yet, TikTok was much better at cracking down on this kind of manosphere crap than YouTube, who was actively serving it 61% of the time. Princeton University had confirmed a structural radicalization pipeline in the YouTube algorithm, which reliably maps a path from anti-SJW pop culture commentary, which is a dime a dozen on the platform, by the way, directly into hardcore manosphere channels. But here's the thing. None of this is new. None of this is surprising. This is an old problem that keeps getting worse because the business model is just too good for companies like Alphabet and Meta to give up. It's all about money, folks. Look, shortly before Donald Trump's second inauguration, Meta had loosened their hate speech rules, especially around things like gender identity and immigration. The two topics a whole set of right-wing pages thrive on. Look, when it comes to gender identity stuff, right-wingers, they talk about trans people more than trans people do. They are obsessed with what is in other people's pants. Then they invited the people who make that content for a living into a payment program that you can't even apply for without an explicit invitation. Look, I'm not asking you to be shocked at any of this. I'm not asking you to be shocked that hate performs great online. We already knew all that. We knew all that. But what I'm asking you to look at here is the incentive program and who benefits from those incentives the most. Neo-Nazis that are so bad that even X shows them the door. What it is a payroll decision. Okay. moving on here. So let's go to some old-fashioned FAFO, shall we? So John Long is an 80-year-old retired pig farmer in Colorado. He is also a Trump voter, of course. Now, a scammer named Marion Morgan had stolen around $500,000 from him and his son in a Ponzi scheme. Uh-oh. Now, Morgan, she was arrested and got nearly 34 years in prison. She was ordered to pay back nearly $20 million to her and her husband's victims, including Long. Well, I mean, there you go. Justice was served, right? Well, that's until President Donald Trump decided to let her out. Oh. When Long found out, of course, he was not happy about this. He said, we had justice, and now it's kind of like we're going to let these criminals go out, do it again? Yeah. Welcome to the party of law and order. Now, on May 28th, 2025, the Justice Department had posted on their website that Marion I. Morgan had been granted an immediate commutation of her entire sentence, reducing it to time served with no further fines, restitution, probation, or any other conditions. Oh, so that right there effectively turns a prison release story into effectively a second robbery. Now, the first robbery, of course, happened years ago when Morgan and her husband, John Morgan, had operated under a banner called Morgan European Holdings. They sold rural investors a fantasy of 200 to 300% returns in just 3 months, with the principal supposedly locked down in a Danish escrow account. Why Danish? I don't know. Maybe they were having breakfast when they cooked up this idea. Long and his family put in about $500,000 between the years of 2005 and 2009, believing that this was going to be a path to financial security. Of course, those returns, they never materialized. There was no Danish escrow account. And the emails, supposedly from Europe, were actually coming from Florida. Federal prosecutors said the couple had collected more than $10 million from many different investors. And of course, they spent it on the usual stuff that you see in these kinds of stories. A waterfront home, luxury vehicles, and just generally living the high life, guys. Ah, great. Now, after their heists, the couple decided, all right, we're not going to tempt fate anymore. We got our money. Time to go. They fled to Sri Lanka, but they got caught in August 2009. And then they were extradited to the United States. And in 2011, a jury convicted Marion Morgan of wire fraud and money laundering. Okay, there you go. Now, her sentence landed at about 33 years and 9 months after the appeals court was finally done with it. And a court had ordered that they pay nearly $20 million in restitution. Okay. Now, Long had testified at that very trial. He ignored her threat, by the way, that calling the authorities would guarantee that they never see their money. He called the FBI anyway. And again, the system worked. Well, okay, kind of. You see, while she was in prison, her victims went mostly unpaid. What happened? I guess she just didn't have the money, or claimed she didn't have the money, or whatever. The point is, they didn't get their money. There was no restitution. Now, in 2021, Morgan had filed in court claiming that she wanted to pay out that restitution so that her victims would know that she was truly sorry. Oh my gosh, I feel so terrible about all this. But there was a real reason. And that reason was the fact that she was looking to get out a little early. And last year she tried. But she was shut down by a U.S. district judge named Tom Barber. Okay? Now, her compassionate release request had been denied. And Barber said that his decision was simply based on the fact that she would continue to pose a danger to the public. But apparently Donald Trump didn't get the memo, because on May 28th, he cut her sentence to time served and erased the rest of what she owed. Now, the Washington Post had put Morgan in a group of at least 20 other folks whose financial penalties Donald Trump had wiped. Tens of millions of dollars that courts had already assigned to the victims. These victims are never going to get paid. That's it. It's over. California's later tally on Trump's broader clemency book had put the victim repayment and taxpayer recovery hole near $2 billion. That's across both of Donald Trump's terms. So now you would think that after all of this, Long would have learned his lesson about who Donald Trump really serves. But alas, he did not. He called Trump's decision bad judgment and said that she'll probably go on to sucking money out of another victim. And then he said, our justice system would be a much better system if we took the pardoning power out. Oh, no matter who is in that power circle, it is just a corrupt system, he said. Now, this guy, I think he's missing the forest for the trees. Being able to pardon people, that's not inherently a bad thing. It can become a bad thing depending on the person who issues those pardons. And Trump, he's the wrong person to be able to do this because he has spent his time letting the criminals go. And we're not talking about the folks who were unfairly imprisoned, which happens all too often in our system. No, we're talking about people who are proven scammers, fraudsters, thieves, and even insurrectionists. That's who he is letting out of prison in order to make room for immigrants and left-wing protesters, neither of which stole $500,000 from Mr. Long or anybody else, really. Look, the reality is that Morgan still would have been in prison had it not been for Long's vote, as well as the votes of millions of other MAGA supporters who may or may not have been victims of scams. And thanks to that, we have a president who will continue to pick fraudsters over farmers. Okay. One quick story here. And has to do with another Trump voter who's not so happy about Trump's war in Iran. A 3-time Trump voter in Florida has apparently had enough of Donald Trump's incessant warmongering. Here's what she told MS Now.
I would tell him enough. Bring our guys and girls home, and I don't want to see it. I don't like seeing war. That's all. We need to protect our borders and keep our family here safe.
The fact that, President Trump launched this war with Israel after campaigning on no new foreign wars, does that bother you at all?
Yeah, it does. He was a no war president, and now we're at war. So I'm not thrilled with that at all.
She ain't thrilled with that. Look, I don't disagree. That's also why I didn't vote for Donald Trump. Look, the man lies, like literally all the time. I mean, 30,000 or plus documented lies just in his first term. Okay. And speaking about being, against war. Remember this same guy who bragged about taking out Qasem Soleimani, just assassinating him. Not only that, but he also dropped the mother of all bombs on Afghanistan. You really thought this guy was against war? Really now? Really? Okay, then. Look, the sad fact is that the man that she had voted for 3 times and sold her America first, but delivered a war in Iran, a war that she says she didn't want. So now look, this isn't her taking the blame for what she had enabled with her vote. No. What she's saying is, oh my gosh, I cannot believe that this lying liar lied to me. How dare he? I've been hoodwinked. Oh, hey, look, lady, it's not like the receipts weren't there. All you had to do was just look. Look, behind all the America First, no forever wars bullshit branding, there was always a willingness and a desire in Donald Trump to drop bombs on poor people. It's always been there. Now, you can't currently do it here, although he'd love to. So I guess he figured that the next best thing was to do it in the Middle East on Muslims. And look, that has become acceptable because you have members of both parties that do it. We have a military-industrial complex also that is very powerful, very influential to politicians from both parties. And they are constantly pushing for those bombs to be used. But anyway, what Donald Trump sold to people is that he wasn't going to do that anymore. No. He was going to focus on America. He was going to focus on lowering the cost of living, the energy dominance, whatever the fuck that means, on doing the Bidenflation, okay, all that stuff. But instead of doing any of that, he made it all worse with the trade wars and actual shooting wars now to help Israel. And that is the betrayal here that this voter is actually talking about. Yeah, she still wants the border stuff. She's still MAGA. She still loves the anti-trans stuff, probably. And she probably doesn't give a damn about Yemen or Gaza or any of that stuff. No, this comes from self-interest. But you know what? I happen to align with that self-interest. She doesn't want her kids being pushed off to a war in a place that she probably couldn't find on a map. And you know what? I don't want that either. And she doesn't have to know where Iran is located to know that bombing them, going to war with them, is just wrong. Look, I'm not saying that this woman in Florida is proof of some sort of national realignment or something. No. But you know what? She is proof that people are aware of the broken promises. And that awareness is coming out of the mouths of MAGA themselves. Incomplete sentences, which is crazy when you think about it. Kind of amazing. And that right there, by the way, is a red flag for Republicans. And the lesson here for them, if they choose to heed it, is if you campaign as a no-war politician and then start a war once you get into power, people are probably going to notice. And they're not going to be happy about it. That's all I'm saying. Okay. That's all I got for you. Thank you for watching the show. Really appreciate it. If you haven't already, subscribe to this channel, this space, as well as my channel, Logical Leftist, on YouTube. With that said, thank you all. Love you. And stay tuned, because coming up next, we're going to Fville.
Testing. Am I live? Are we live? I don't think this light is necessary. Hello? Are we live? Testing. In the chat room. Are we live and audible? Today, I'm doing a show where I talk about the world around me. Once again, the world around me. My world inside of me, unfortunately, is dictated in part by the world around me. And so today is the day in which I analyze the world around me and discuss the analysis with you all. Well, actually, I don't discuss it. That would imply you are a part of this, and you are not. So don't think you are. Don't get a little parasocial on me. That's weird. Drinking coffee today. So that's good. I like good. Don't we all like good? Right? Not a huge fan of bad. But I like good. Speaking of bad, Donald Trump is at it again. I feel like every show I do, I have to talk about him. As time goes on, and I've hated Donald Trump for what feels like my entire life. I mean, I've been hating on this motherfucker for my entire adult life, really. I mean, since this guy came down the escalator and I was like 19 or something. So I've been hating this man for most of my life. A large portion of my life has been dedicated, in part, to hating this man. And so I'm going to continue hating on him today by talking about what am I talking about? I actually have a list here. I have to consult the list because I have a couple different Trump stories. So let me check my fucking list here. Right. So we're going to be talking about how Donald Trump directed the Treasury Department to, my webcam's about to fall, to stop. Well, let me rewind. In the Joe Biden administration, they put some rules in the Treasury Department when it comes to tracking shell companies and who owns shell companies that are often used for money laundering and, where does all this Israeli money keep coming from? Anyway, right? It comes from shell companies. So Donald Trump recently directed the Treasury Department to basically not comply with the law. This is a law that was a part of one of Joe Biden's bills or whatever. I hate Joe Biden too, but fortunately he's not going to be around that much longer. Shout out to stage 5 prostate cancer. But either way, so Joe Biden did something that was relatively okay. Not cracking down on these shell companies, but tracking them, right? Tracking them, adding shell companies and their owners to a database. Well, Donald Trump says, fuck that motherfucking bullshit. And now all shell companies are obscured. For those of you that don't know how money laundering works, let me give you just a quick how, let's say Israeli money is laundered into the United States or drug traffickers, all that kind of stuff. What they do is they have these companies that own companies that own companies that own that company that owns a stake in another company. And then that stake is, it's leveraged on this other company, right? And basically it obscures where the origins are of the money, and it obscures the owners, who owns the companies. Because you can just have a 51% stake in 17 companies, down the line or whatever. And it just so happens, that you own this other company that is laundering money into Donald Trump's sex trafficking ring or whatever. And this all, of course, has to do with the crescendo of the Epstein files and how no one's talking about that shit anymore. You ever think about how for many, many years, so Donald Trump kills Jeffrey Epstein, and what was that, 2019 it was when he killed him? And then for years and years and years, these dumb motherfucking cattle were like, oh, Epstein didn't hang himself. It wasn't Epstein, right? And then they pretend somehow Donald Trump was not the guy that killed him to cover it up, but somehow Donald Trump was like a freedom fighter. Yeah. And then the deep state is what actually got him. And Donald Trump, he was trying, but he failed, And then these motherfuckers, and I understand that these motherfuckers are dumb as hell. And I'm talking about the MAGA. I'm talking about the Q motherfuckers. I get it. I know these are not even humans. I hate to say it. Maybe not, actually. Maybe I don't hate to say it, but these are subhuman, unevolved. I believe in the theory of evolution, and I believe that these are not the same species as me, right? These MAGA fucks, right? These motherfuckers would not shut the fuck up about Epstein. They would not shut the fuck up about Epstein for years. I had motherfuckers in my in my extraneous family that would fucking send me fucking text messages. Did you hear the Democrats are on Epstein and Joe Biden's covering up Epstein? And to be fair, why didn't Joe Biden release the Epstein files? Because he's a motherfucking piece of shit. They're all motherfucking pieces of shit. Okay? But again, like these motherfuckers, and again, I'm talking from experience, because I have motherfuckers I know that would be talking to me like on a daily basis. You know, these MAGA motherfuckers that are extraneously related to me. And they just would not shut the fuck up about motherfucking Jeffrey Epstein, right? So nowadays, no one talks about it anymore. Donald Trump is not just a co-conspirator. I personally believe that Jeffrey Epstein was lower on the ladder than Donald Trump. I believe Donald Trump employed Jeffrey Epstein to do a lot of this for him, right? So Donald Trump is now basically eliminating all of the analyses for these shell companies and who owns all these companies and just company liability in general. He's just throwing all that shit out the window. Why? I wonder why the motherfucker in charge of the Jeffrey Epstein fucking network would be doing that stuff. I wonder why Jeffrey Epstein's best friend for over a decade would be making it harder to track money laundering. I wonder why the motherfucker who, again, he had a private dance fucking party with a bunch of like teenagers at Mar-a-Lago, and there was one guy on the guest list. Do you want to guess who was on the guest list? And I know it seems like I'm making this shit up, right? But do you want to guess? Have you heard this one? He had a private party, a private motherfucking party at Mar-a-Lago, which is now like the White House too. They use it for, he was like at Mar-a-Lago when he kidnapped Maduro or some shit. Like, so the Mar-a-Lago is like a presidential palace at this point. He had a fucking motherfucking like sex party fucking with one guest. And I know it seems like I'm a crazy person when I say this. Who was that guest? It was Jeffrey fucking Epstein. He had a private fucking party with teenage girls, and there was one guest, and it was Jeffrey motherfucking Epstein, right? So why would this motherfucker be trying to obscure money laundering? I motherfucking wonder. Doesn't that seem like a puzzle that we need to fucking dedicate the sharpest minds of our generation on solving? It doesn't seem like it's that hell of a big of a puzzle, but no one seems to be talking about this. Nobody seems to care that we have a pedophile rapist in the motherfucking White House. The most notorious pedophile rapist in all of human history is in the motherfucking White House, and I am seemingly the only one that seems to talk about this shit on a weekly basis. I don't know. Maybe everyone else just maybe they just already know this, and we don't need to keep saying it, right? Like maybe everyone already knows he's a pedophile child rapist. I don't know. I feel like if everyone knew that, like I feel like there would be something done, right? Like impeachment, a march on Washington, get the fucking pedophile rapist out of the White House. Like, but no, people are sending their kids to school in pedophile rape land. Yeah, let's enroll my child into the pedophile rape land public school fucking system. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm sick. I'm sick and motherfucking tired of this motherfucking pedophile goddamn motherfucking rapist, and I'm sick and tired of talking about it, but I will tell you this, all right? Every segment, I got a piece of paper that's stuck to the bottom of my cup. Every segment I do on Donald Trump, right? It's a sunk cost fallacy in a way. There are many people that have hit their demise. You know, I think about all the soldiers that we lost in this war, this Trump war on our earth. But I guarantee you that I will be around when it happens. Every segment I do, right? Every segment I fucking do on this motherfucker from 11 years ago up until now. I wasn't even doing a political show that long ago, but up until now, it's building up to the good feeling that's like, I'm telling you, like, I've never done heroin, all right? But I've done all kinds of pain medications before. I assume it's somewhat similar. I imagine that the feeling that we're all going to be having the day and I hope it happens like in the middle of the day. I would hate to wake up and it happens overnight. Like, can we just like, wouldn't that suck? You wake up and you're like 8 hours late to the party. You know, I don't know, man. I hope it like there was a couple weeks ago when there was like a near miss, like someone almost hit, like there was a plane crash with Donald Trump's helicopter or some shit. Like that shit almost happened. Like, and that was like in the middle of the day. So I'm just saying, every single time we talk about him, if we make it to the end, it's good. Like, just imagine, okay? Just, no, man, I'm excited. Okay, I'm just saying. And of course, what I'm talking about is when Donald Trump runs for a third term. Because when that happens, it's it's going to be just a great time to be around. And of course, I'm not referencing any other thing in my segment. So anyway, Donald Trump is basically fucking up all the money laundering rules in this country. So that's cool. That's great. That's wonderful. All right. I recently rearranged my living space, so I would like to apologize to everybody. Max the dog's bed is not right behind me anymore, so I apologize, but Max the dog is alive and well, so I thought I would update everybody on that situation. Let's continue. Unfortunately, I'm literally like I'm struggling, okay? Like, just I literally cannot formulate this sentence. I just talked about this man. I feel like we have to do it. Okay. Donald Trump recently went on Truth fucking Motherfuck, right? And he went on that bitch and he said that we are going to create a new territory. I'm speechless. I mean, okay. So I think the last time I talked to you all about this subject, I'm pretty sure the last time I talked to you all about this subject, Donald Trump announced that we being the United States, that does not include me. I don't control the Strait of Hormuz, but somebody ostensibly, I guess, who's not Iran, maybe. Anyway, so Donald Trump announced like a couple of weeks ago that the USA controls the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, Iran is saying, hey, actually, you don't control the Strait of Hormuz. Actually, that shit is mine. Anyway, so obviously the Americans do not have any control of the Strait of Hormuz. Like, I mean, obviously, right? Like that should, duh, right? So the Iranians are still bombing ships or whatever. And these ships, keep in mind, these ships are being warned. Iran is like, hey, we're going to bomb you. And then the ship is like, all right, roger that. Right. And then Iran is like, just to make sure, like, we are going to bomb you. We are going to strike you with missiles if you do not turn around. And then the ship is like, all right, hear you loud and clear. And then Iran is like, okay, we're going to bomb you now unless you turn around. Final warning. And then the ship is like, all right, sounds good. And then Iran bombs them. And then America is like, they're under attack. Iran is belligerent. They're out of control. Right? Meanwhile, I thought the Americans are supposed to control the fucking goddamn strait. So what the fuck is going on here? I don't know. I don't think anybody really knows exactly what's going on with this new U.S. territory. I don't know. Okay. But there is a new development. And that Donald Trump recently said that he is going to start raining hell down on Oman. Yeah, why not? Oman, which is ostensibly, I guess, I mean, who knows? Who's keeping track? Donald Trump clearly is not keeping track. Someone maybe, I guess, is keeping track. But Oman is supposed to be on the side of the Americans. And then Donald Trump, and by the way, Oman is doing a lot of shit to basically suck the dick of Americans. Now, to be fair, they've also been going behind the scenes and saying, hey, maybe we'll do another partnership and all this stuff. So Donald Trump sees them as basically cheating on the Americans. And Donald Trump now says he is going to rain hell down on Oman unless Oman just does everything America wants. And what does America want? Let's analyze this, okay? Now, let's imagine you are literally any country, right? And you want to be on Team America, right? So you want to do what America wants, right? Obviously, right? That makes sense. So what does America want in this situation? Well, Donald Trump has basically said that he will end the war if Iran gives control of the Strait of Hormuz to Americans. Or even just not even gives control of it, but just doesn't do a toll. Donald Trump has basically said, my condition for ending the war is that we go back to before I started the war in the first place. Now, I'm losing my fucking mind here, okay? Because what the fuck, all right? I just don't understand what is happening here. Like, it feels like I'm living in like a motherfucking experiment. Like, this is a science fucking experiment. Like, people are having kids in this world. Like, this is the thing I keep thinking about how fucked up it is. People are having children. They're sending their children to school when the fucking goddamn president of this country is a pedophile rapist. He is on film, documented, raping children, all right? And those are in vaults in Tel Aviv somewhere, okay, motherfucker? They're in Moscow. These fucking audio and videotapes of the president of the United States raping children over and over and over and over repeatedly on film, right? So, and you're like, let's start a family, right? So I don't know what the fuck. Like, what are we fucking doing here, okay? We have some crazy ass motherfucking pedophile rapist with nuclear weapons who every other day it's we control the strait, now they control the strait and they got to give it back to us. Open the strait, you crazy bastards. We're going to end the civilization. And then Oman is like, all right, what do we do here? How do we make you happy, America? And there's really no way to know. Why did this war even start? If Donald Trump is saying that he will end the war if the strait opens, the strait opening, which was the case on February 27th, right before the Feb 28 massacre on the little girls' school, right? So what the fuck? What the fuck? So if you're in Oman, if you're in Saudi Arabia and you want to maintain your slave empire or whatever the fuck, like literally, this is like you ever interact with police? Right. I remember this is a story of mine when I got swatted by police. Right. Because I had the audacity of playing video games online and someone sent a SWAT team to my house. Right. Right. So the police are giving me instructions. They're under the illusion that I have like some secret kidnapping, trafficking ring or some shit because these are a bunch of morons. And I remember there's a wall of machine gun men. They're all pointing guns at me and they're telling me to get down on the ground and then walk backwards. And I remember in that moment, I was thinking to myself, I am about to die. They're telling me to get on the ground, stomach on the floor on the street, and then walk backwards. In that order. In that order. Now, for those of you that don't know, I'm a little autistic. I love following instructions when they're clear. When the instructions are clear, I would love nothing more than to follow instructions. But in that moment, I thought I was going to die, right? So that's how I kind of feel that that's my experience with police. And that's what I feel like is going on with the world and Donald Trump. Donald Trump is saying you need to be loyal to America. But what the fuck does that even mean? Because 1 minute, it's Iran has nuclear energy or whatever the fuck. So they went in and bombed this fucking nuclear mountain or whatever. They said it was a complete destruction. Then a year later, or not even a year later, they're like, well, they're back to building nukes. What? Huh? I thought it was complete destruction. Right? They were like threatening to sue journalists that said they had the audacity to even suggest that the nuclear program was not completely destroyed. Then like 8 months motherfucking later, oh, they got nukes again. What the fuck? What the fuck? I thought you destroyed the nukes. Now, another 8 months later or 6, whatever, it's open the strait. The strait that was open 6 fucking months ago. And now he's threatening to bomb Oman for not being fucking loyal. What the fuck? And meanwhile, people are still paying taxes. They're still going to work at their shitty dead-end jobs. Gee whiz. I can't wait to go work as a cashier at fucking 7-Eleven for the next 9 hours while a fucking pedophile rapist destroys my fucking country. I would love nothing more than to go work at a fucking Wawa for 17 hours building fucking hoagies, right? Than fucking do anything about the fact that a pedophile rapist is destroying my fucking country. Hello? What the fuck? What are we doing? I don't know. But anyway, we're getting a new state, the 51st state. You thought it was going to be D.C. Someone else probably thought it was going to be Puerto Rico. Someone maybe out there suggested it was Panama. Then Donald Trump said it was Venezuela. No, motherfucker. The 51st state is the Strait of Hormuz. Not the land, right? Not the land connected to the Strait of Hormuz, but just the strait, the waterway. That's our new U.S. territory, everybody. Fucking motherfuck. All right? Isn't this just wonderful? Fucking goddamn it. I can't wait to be living my life in this country even more tomorrow and every other subsequent day that I wake up on this hell world that we call Earth. Jesus goddamn motherfuck. Oh. I can't. I'm losing my shit. Okay, I'm actually losing it. I'm sweating. Holy shit, I'm sweating. I'm red in the face. I'm like Pete Hegseth at that recent event. Anyway, I'm gonna go turn a fan on. Give me a second. Psych! No commercial this time. You got trolled. All right, so we are now going to be talking. I have two more. Actually, I have three more that I might talk about. But these are so like my theme today is that I'm pissed the fuck off. All right, and I guess that's my theme every week that I do this show. But I'm not happy. I got to be honest with you all. I'm gonna sit here and be honest. I am not happy with the current state of events. All right, so let's talk about flock cameras. You see these motherfuckers? You ever see these? You ever, going outside, you're driving your fucking cars, whoop-a-doop-a-doo, beep, 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 get out of my way. I've never driven a car. I don't know if people do that. So these motherfucking things, all right? Now, in 2023, I'm pretty sure that this did not exist, all right? Now, like, I just want to give you all my perspective, all right? I am someone who has been a shut-in, all right, for many years, practically my entire life. There was like a bit in the middle there before the pandemic started where I was like, oh, maybe I'll leave the house a couple times. And then the pandemic started and I'm like, never mind, right? So I just want to give you my perspective as a shut-in, okay? As someone who does not leave the house, all right? The world outside, to me, I view it as a dangerous place, all right? Once I saw, school shootings. All right, well, I'm out of school. Don't need to worry about school shootings anymore. Oh, they're shooting up malls. All right, well, just don't go to the malls. The malls all shut down. Oh, they're shooting up carnivals. Well, I just don't go to carnivals. Oh, they're shooting up restaurants. Well, restaurant food is expensive. Oh, they're just shooting up people walking down the street. Well, I guess, so I'm someone who's afraid to go outside. Also, I don't know. I mean, okay, like, let me just be honest with you. Like, as one of those people, right, as the 0.6%, of that demographic that the world is seemingly obsessed with, I'm seeing stories about people getting their fucking, getting murdered just for like walking around that, like the world, as a member of the 0.6%. So like, I'm just saying, I don't leave the house. All right. I don't want to leave the house, but all right. In 2023, these bitches did not exist. These motherfucking, these flock cameras, they did not exist. All right. But now they're everywhere. They're motherfucking everywhere. Was there a law passed? No. Do you get a kickback for this? No. Was there any, like, I don't know, just like social check at all with the population? No. And now everyone is under permanent motherfucking surveillance. I read this motherfucking story where, imagine, I don't leave the house. All right. I do not leave the fucking house ever, like at all. I've left the house like 6 times all year. And that's just, because my dog had an injury, you got to go to the veterinarian or whatever. I'll leave the house if necessary. I don't want people to think I'm insane. Right? I want you to think I'm crazy. Right? So, but anyway, so I don't leave the house. But I read this story where some bitch is just sitting around at her house. Right? She's just sitting around. Look at me. I'm in my house. All right. So, and then cops are busting down the fucking door and arresting her for murder. She was at her house and they arrested her for murder. And what's the evidence? The evidence is a flock camera that picked up a different car with a different make and model and a different license plate and a different driver that probably didn't even do with the murder anyway. That was probably not even the real murderer. And then, like, it just, like, I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even know how this happened. Like, I read multiple articles about this story. and none of it really clearly even explains to me how this shit even happens. So this bitch was like arrested for murder and charged with murder, and she had to use like her own like cell phone tracking, like she had to use the other private company that's surveilling and tracking all of us with fucking cell phones everywhere you go. By the way, everything has Wi-Fi, and the CIA can look at you where you're physically present at with Wi-Fi. So check this out. Just a minor aside, and I know, but like, what the fuck? This is real, okay? Just a minor aside. I'm sitting in this specific bedroom of my specific dwelling, okay? If the FBI or the CIA wanted to, they could track, given my Wi-Fi router and the routers and modems of everyone, every apartment, every suburban area, probably in the farms, you're maybe safe. If you have one router and you disable it, maybe you're safe, right? But if you live anywhere where anyone has Wi-Fi routers, they can measure where you are physically in your home using your fucking neighbor down the street's Wi-Fi signal. So I just want to say this, okay? Like, you're not even safe in your own house anymore, motherfucker. You are being tracked literally everywhere. I am sure that the CIA can figure out exactly when you're jerking off based on your fucking, what heat is being emanated from their infrared, right? So I guarantee you, right, that they knew as a matter of fact that this bitch did not do this fucking crime. But they made her contact the phone company and figure out who was fucking blah, blah, blah tracking her. And then she presented that as evidence. And then the police departments were like, oh, yeah, well, I guess you didn't do this murder. She was just sitting in her house. What? What the fuck? So, okay. Right. So I literally do not even ever leave the motherfucking house. All right. I do not go anywhere. And now I have to wonder, am I going to get a knock on the door? And am I going to get accused of murder because someone else drove a car that I don't even have a driver's license? Like, I'm saying, maybe I'm worried too much, right? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like this is an adequate amount of paranoia. I don't even have a driver's license, but like, are they going to track me down and accuse me of driving? I don't even know. There are many people that don't have a driver's license but can operate a car. I don't even know how to operate a car, okay? I don't know how to turn the signals on. I don't know anything about cars, all right? I can sit in a car, barely at that, you know? But anyway, so, and that's not the only story I'm here to talk about when it comes to these fucking fuck-ass cameras, all right? There was another story I saw where now in the state of Wisconsin, marijuana is illegal. In the state of Michigan, marijuana is legal. In the state of Michigan, you can purchase marijuana legally. I mean, technically it's illegal, but the federal, whatever. So flock cameras, basically, they were set up on like a pole on the state line between Wisconsin and Michigan. Somebody went from Wisconsin to Michigan to purchase weed, then went back to Wisconsin. They did that a couple times. Then the flock cameras built a profile. Now that motherfucker is going to jail. For something that's legal, like 100 feet over this magical line. By the way, Michigan, for those of you that don't know, the cheapest weed prices in the country. All right. That shit, like, they literally, it's insane over there. I've heard many stories of like people getting like fucking a whole ounce for like $10. All right. That shit is crazy. I don't know what's going on over there. Right. So people from Wisconsin drive over a magical line in the sand, get some weed that's totally legal that you can, like, they're literally giving it away. It's so legal. They drive home. Woo! I don't know. Is that the cop sound? I don't know. What the fuck? What the fuck? I mean, you can argue, hey, this person actually did a crime, unlike the other story I told you about. But, like, first of all, why the fuck is weed illegal? Because some motherfucker said tune in, turn on, drop out on TV like fucking 50 years ago, and now weed is illegal? What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't understand this. Right? I don't fucking understand this, okay? What the fuck's going on here? Why is weed illegal? Some motherfuckers didn't like the Vietnam War, and now weed's illegal? Like, what? Huh? I don't fucking get it. Like, I don't fucking understand. What the fuck? Why is this shit illegal in the first place? So anyway, So, but it's totally legal. They are literally giving it away on this other side of the magical motherfucking line. They go drive back and forth. The flock cameras boom. Now they're fucked, and I'm sure they're gonna be away for a long time. That's state lines, bitch. That's federal drug trafficking charges. What the fuck? I'm speechless. I can't even formulate a sentence. Like Donald Trump. I know I just said his name again, and now I feel like I've got like a nervous system level response. All right, Donald Trump, motherfucker, steals an election. The 2024 election was stolen. 3.5 million ballots were thrown out. That's what we know about. That's what the facts say. Is the facts of the matter. The reporting on the ground say that 3.5 million ballots were disqualified. If they were counted, Kamala Harris would have won states like Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and North Carolina. The Trump team cheated. And that doesn't even factor in the bomb threats, the voter disenfranchisement, the roll purges. These are legally cast votes that they threw in the fucking garbage, all right? And Kamala Harris won the election. If they were to have counted all of the legal votes, Kamala would have won the election. But so Donald Trump stole the 2024 election, and now we live in a permanent panopticon that everyone just seemingly is okay with. Yes, let's have children. Let's keep breeding our little sexual fetish, right? Let's keep breeding and popping out more kids in the fucking country owned and operated by a pedophile child rapist who's got us all under permanent surveillance. I wonder, now just think about this, all right? I wonder why the guy in charge of the most notorious sex trafficking with children, child sex trafficking organization on planet Earth, probably in all of our history, right? You know, before the Industrial Revolution, it was a lot harder to traffic children around the globe. You know, let's just be honest here, right? Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, they were co-conspirators, both on equal, if not Donald Trump was higher on the rung, all right? Higher on the ladder. The most notorious, well-oiled machine of child sex trafficking on planet Earth in its human history. And now this guy, who has been given billions of dollars by these companies, these fucking technology companies. Now this guy is just A-okaying permanent surveillance of every city street in the country. In the fucking country. And get this. It's a private company. Where is this data going? If I'm walking down the street, right, and I scratch my butt cheek, right, is the flock camera going to zoom in and they're going to fucking like take that recording and then I'm going to run for office in 17 years from now and then this fucking video is going to drop of me scratching my butt cheek on a fucking city street in fucking 2025 or whatever the fuck year it is, I don't even know. Right? What the fuck? What are these things for? What are they doing with them? They're trying to track where your children go to school. They want to know when your children are walking home from school. They want to know when you leave your house for 20 minutes to go get some eggs or flour or whatever the fuck people do. I don't know what the fuck you people do. And then when your child's home alone for 20 minutes, that's when they're going. That's when they're going to steal your kids. All right. They're doing that shit with ICE. They're trying this shit out with ICE, with these so-called immigrant families. What is an immigrant? I don't even know. It's someone who walked from point A to point B. I immigrated. I was born in New Jersey. I migrated all across the country of the United States. I have lived in multiple different states, right? But if I were to take the same amount of travel distance in miles or kilometers, right, and put it in a different direction, all of a sudden I'm an immigrant. Now I have a label on me. Oh, that's a migrant. So I don't even really know what an immigrant is, I'll be honest with you. But like, ICE is tracking and surveilling these so-called immigrant families and finding out when, like, they separate, you know, like when the ones at work, the others at that work, and then the kids at school. And then once they're separated, and they know this with real-time data tracking on Flock, ICE agents, if you can even call them that, sex trafficking agents of Epstein, go in there, steal the children. They go into the fucking workplace and fucking kill everybody who knows what's going on. I don't know, right? All because a bunch of motherfuckers voted for Donald Trump. Now, let's be honest here. I said before, Donald Trump stole the 2024 election. You can look it up. I don't feel like litigating this. That's a fact as far as I'm concerned. Cry about it if you wish. However, that does not negate the fact that 70 million motherfuckers voted for a child rapist. They knew he was a child rapist. They liked that he was a child rapist, and they voted for him because he was a child rapist. We have 70 million. I think it's like 75, 76 million people that voted for a child rapist. They knew he was a child rapist. He was a rapist. He was running a pro-rape campaign in 2016 with this locker room talk video fucking surfaced of him talking and bragging about raping people, right? He was on tape in 2016 bragging about raping people who walk up to them. Imagine walking up to Donald Trump and then 5 seconds later you're getting raped. All right. That's what he was on tape bragging about it. He went on radio shows, motherfucker. He was on the radio. I know, like, he was on the radio. I'm freaking out right now because, like, this is the world I live in. This is not like a movie. This is not like a TV show I'm watching. So he was on the radio in like fucking the 90s or whatever, bragging, literally on public radio, bragging about going to, he has like a teen girl beauty pageant, which like, what the fuck? Okay, so he's got a teen girl beauty pageant. Okay, and he's on the public radio bragging about walking into the changing room and the 13-year-olds are naked. And he's on radio bragging about this like fucking 20 years ago, 10 years ago, before he even ran for president. So people know he's a child rapist. They know this. This is public information. This is public fucking information, right? Like, am I the crazy one? So 70 million people vote for a child rapist. And now every time I leave my house, there's a fucking flock camera like taped to my fucking front door. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, I'm serious. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening in this shithole fucking goddamn fucking country? What the fuck? Fuck cameras. I don't like them. Holy shit fucking ballsack. I'm mad as hell. I'm drinking coffee during this show. It's my second cup today, so, you know. Like if you thought, oh shit, we're on the verge of a brain aneurysm with those last few stories, check this one out. What you were looking at on screen. What you are looking at on screen right now is the latest crater in the motherfucking moon because Elon Musk launched a fucking space rocket into the fucking moon. I recently watched this movie based on an old book called The Time Machine. And in this Time Machine film, it's a core plot point that somebody destroys the moon in the future and then, like, you know, all of humanity perishes except for small pockets and then blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Go read the book. We are at that point in real life. So Elon Musk launched a fucking rocket into the moon. Okay, now just bear with me here, okay? He did not literally target the moon. But what happened was he launched some fuck-ass satellite bullshit rocket, who knows, and like one of the pieces didn't detach properly or whatever. They misread the numbers, and then it fell into the moon's orbit and crashed into the fucking moon. Elon Musk, who is also a fucking pedophile, rapist, piece of shit scumbag, who owns and operates one of the largest CSAM generator machines in all of human history, right? He is responsible single-handedly for the most CSAM that has ever been produced in all of human history, like times 30,516,000, all right? And he launched a fucking a space rocket that crashed into the moon. Like, 70 million people voted for these guys. 70. I don't want to just, okay, I already did that one. 70 million people voted for these guys. Like, do you like? Are we like? I feel like, or this is like some sort of hyper real like world that you are all living in, and I got left behind. All right, Nicolas Cage, Left Behind. All right, that's where I'm at right now. Where the fuck are you guys? Where the fuck is, like, I'm sure everyone watching this show, they're somewhere similar to me mentally. Somewhere similar, not that similar. I feel like I'm somewhere else as well. But either way, so what the fuck? All right, just like what the fuck? All right, I don't know how to even. I literally am speechless. What do I even say about this? All right, okay. 50 years ago, our species launched a fucking rocket into the fucking sky. All right, we launched a machine into the sky with human fucking beings on it. Sure, okay, the first couple ones didn't go so well. All right, Apollo #1 did not go so well, all right? But at some point, eventually, we made it. We launched a machine with fucking 3 guys in it, and it landed on the moon. And these motherfuckers were scared about, like, fucking walking in the moon because they didn't want to leave too many footsteps, you know? Just think about the care. Just think about the compassion. Just think about, like, it was a little, like, hey, sure, 1969 wasn't the best time to be alive, right? But just think about then versus now, man. We have one of the richest pedophiles in all of human history launching rockets and destroying the moon. So as you can see, these are angles. I should probably describe the actual photograph on screen. In the center is the crater that Elon Musk provided, the Elon Musk crater. I almost hesitate to call it that because I say that as a derogatory term. But I'm sure he would love if it was called the Elon Musk crater. So whatever. So he's launching fucking like ballistic missiles. Basically, he's attacking the moon. He's trying to kill us all. Like, dude, like if the moon, like, do I even need to explain this? Am I really at this point? If the moon is destroyed or if the moon's orbit gets fucked up, our entire planet and way of life is like fundamentally altered forever. Like it's possible. I don't want I'm not trying to hyperbolize this here, but if something large enough, and I'm not sure if Elon or Jeff Bezos or whatever could pull this off, but if something large enough and fast enough hit the moon, it could theoretically alter the orbit of this fucking rock floating around our fucking sky, all right? And if it did that, even a couple percent, our tides would be so far fucked up our own ass that it's hard to even describe, all right? Like the shape of continents could change if and maybe I'm freaking out, maybe I'm just losing my shit here, but can we arrest this motherfucker? He just assaulted the moon. I'm not am I a crazy person for caring about this? How come no one else gives a fuck about this? A rich child rapist pedophile loser just vandalized the moon. There are motherfuckers serving out prison sentences for throwing a can of soup, like an open can of soup, I guess the can stays in their hand. Splashing a can of soup at a piece of glass that is 10 feet thick that is in front of the Mona Lisa, and they're serving years in prison. All right? Just think about this, all right? You can empty a can of soup on what is basically a window pane, and get years in prison. Some pedophile rich cocksucker launches a space rocket and fucking makes a crater in our one and only moon. We have one of these motherfuckers. No charges. No charges. What? Okay, there are motherfuckers in the United States that went to a protest. They handed out a pamphlet. Then they went home. Then Later on, after they were home, someone shot a gun into the sky at this protest, and then cops arrested them, and they're in jail for 50 years. 50 years in fucking prison for handing out a pamphlet at a protest and then going home before the alleged crime even occurred. 50 fucking years in fucking prison for handing out a pamphlet. Not even vandalism, but just handing out a pamphlet. 50 years in prison. And this fucking pedophile piece of shit can launch a rocket into our moon and no charges. He doesn't even get charged, and then he has to go through like some fucking fake trial where he's acquitted or something. There's just not even any charges. He's attacking the moon. Like, I'm like, you can it's an accident. We didn't know. Well, maybe you should have fucking did a little more number crunching before sending your fucking shit into the sky. And this is the same motherfucker who has been littering our sky with these fucking Starlink bullshits. I guess I'm already started, but don't get me started on Starlink. All right. In my lifetime, I am 30 years old. The night sky has been completely stolen. Like, I remember as a kid, it was kind of hard to see stars. You know, if you were born in like 1903, maybe you can make this argument a little bit better than me. If you were born in 1803, you'd be making a hell of an argument. But in my lifetime, the night sky has gone from barely even existing to completely stolen from me. All right? No charges. No charges on this fucking guy for sending these fucking satellites into the air, blocking all of anyone's fucking amateur telescopes, constantly look. Even if you look at the sky and you see something blinking in the sky, or like not blinking, but just shining light in the sky, you never even know. Is that a fucking Starlink? Is that a satellite? And there's all these countries that put all these useless fucking satellites up there. I'm anti-satellite. If I were in charge of the world, you know what I would do? I would destroy every single satellite. I would do it carefully, all right? I would do it carefully, all right? I would try to vaporize them with lasers. I would get like some fucking space laser, right? And I would beam the laser beams at these things and have them rain down on Earth, right? And this is what I would do. And some of them, I think most of them would burn up in the atmosphere, but some of them wouldn't. Some of them would rain down and hurt people on Earth. But you know what? I don't care, because we deserve it. We deserve it for littering in the sky in the fucking first place. I'm not going to sit here and talk about space junk for the whole thing. But either way, the guy who owns a fucking child sexual assault material generation fucking matrix, all right, the largest in all of human history, is trying to destroy the motherfucking moon. And nothing is going on here. Like, this is, I mean, this goes beyond supervillain, all right? Like, this is so many layers beyond supervillain that, like, I'm losing my fucking shit. I'm losing my fucking shit. Not only did this motherfucker single-handedly kill millions of people, right, with his fucking disastrous fucking garbage at the Department of Government whatever the fuck, not only did he sell your niece, my nephew's social security numbers to the black market. Every single social security number with all of its associated fucking names, addresses, everything was leaked to the darknet because he sold it all. He hacked all of this shit. Every country that's in opposition to the United States has a full database of every social security number. Because this fucking guy is seemingly invulnerable to any sort of cause and effect. And now he's fucking vandalizing the moon. In 763 years from now, there's going to be a motherfucker out there looking at like photographs of the moon, or maybe even he's living on the moon. Who knows? 750. Okay, maybe he's living on the moon. And like in school, in moon school, all right, imagine this. You're a kid and you're in moon school. They're teaching you about all the various things on the moon. And then chapter 7 comes along and it's, here's the fucking crater that Elon Musk's stupid ass fucking rocket, the most notorious, actually, I guess, part of the most notorious pedophile cabal in all of human history, that I'm sure in this hypothetical moon school in 763 years from now will not be topped. I'm sure that they will still be the most notorious pedophile cult in all of human history, crashed rockets into the moon, and that's that crater over there. Welcome to moon school. Like, I'm just... What the fuck? Like, I'm like, I really, like, I hate to just like sit here and give you dead silence because like that's not good for the YouTube algorithm, but like I'm actually speechless. What the fuck? What the fuck? What else do I even say? What the fuck? So on today's show, we talked about the pedophile rapist in the White House, the pedophile rapist that owns a child sex machine known as Twitter.com. I guess that's two. The pedophile rapists who own the flock cameras. I'm sure they're. Hey, those aren't confirmed pedophile rapists, at least to my understanding. But hey, you know what? Fuck it. I'll throw it on them. I'm defaming their ass right now, live on stream. Live on stream. Like, if I could not, like, I feel like this entire show, for the most part, has explained to you why I feel like every single person that participates in this is just like, what the fuck? Every part of this food chain, every part of this economy is just like, I'm part of it too, to some degree. I mean, shit, I pay sales tax when I buy a chocolate bar. I haven't eaten chocolate bar in a couple of weeks. But still, my point being is, right, like, this is not good, all right? Like, at the very least, can we all agree that this is not good? This is really, really bad. This whole ordeal is just so bad. And most people do not give a fuck about anything at all, about nothing in any way, shape, or form. Nobody cares about fucking anything. And this is the thing that, like, for me, as I close out today's show, this week's show, that really it sticks with me, is that people are building lives. They are trying to build lives. They're building fucking families in a country that is controlled by a fucking pedophile, rapist, war criminal that is surveilling every city block and sending agents to kidnap children at elementary schools and traffic them across the country, and somehow they're trafficking children out of the country and they're disappearing kids. The fucking guy who created the Epstein child sex trafficking organization is the president of this fucking country. And he is sending agents with billions of dollars to traffic children around the fucking world. They're disappearing minors. They're fucking sending them to prison camps. They're separating them from their fucking families. And people have the gall to have kids in this environment. People have the gall to fucking just like build a life and fucking like and live as a part of the American economy. What the fuck are you people doing? I'm losing my shit. I really am. Every day that goes by, I lose my shit. I really am not comfortable. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm going to be frank. I am not comfortable here. I am not on this planet. This fucking planet is full of lazy fucking vermin. Vermin. I think that 95% of our species is fucking vermin. That's what I think. Because anybody that has any semblance of care at all about the next generation would have done something decades ago, would have done something centuries ago, would have done something millennia ago. But nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. And they were kicking that can to the next one. All right, now I'm going to sit here and tell you, or I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I don't care about the next generation. I do. I don't care enough, obviously. If I cared enough, I wouldn't be here. But I care a little. I care enough to at least try my best to be an accurate portrayer of hell on earth. I'm not sugarcoating it because you have feelings. Oh, I'm a breeder and I unleash my sexual fetish in the world and I'm disgusting. And I tell people about how I'm pregnant and we do pregnancy parties. And I walk around with this large lump on my body because I'm a disgusting breeder sexual fetishist, right? Like, I'm sorry, man. Like at some point, I don't care how normal it is. We got to talk about what the fuck you people are doing. You're so obsessed with sex and breeding in this fetish of owning a family. Owning, I use that word very deliberately, owning a family, that you're not even caring at all about the fact that a pedophile rapist owns the fucking country and has fucking cameras tracking every child's whereabouts at any time. And you're going to have a kid here? And I'm supposed to coddle your feelings? I'm supposed to feel bad for poor mothers and fathers? I'm supposed to feel bad because you brought a child into a concentration camp and now you're begging and crying? Oh, I read this story about motherfuckers with their student loans and how I can't even start a family. Give me a fucking break. Anyway, that's my show. Thank you for watching.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh.
Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. I remembered this time to take my little thingy off so that you could see me right away and there's not this big like flash of bright. Anyway, welcome everyone to this Wednesday afternoon. I don't care where you are in the world right now. It is Wednesday afternoon. It's been a busy few weeks. Let's see. I've been moving around some things. Let's see if this is looking okay. I think, see, the problem is, got the new table, and I have my computer on it, and I realize I need to shift everything down a bit so that when I'm typing, I don't have to do this. Anyway, you don't need to know that. You don't need to know that. Welcome, everyone. I see Johnny and Will and Donald James. You all are wonderful people. I have a lot to cover today, so I should probably just scooch right into it about Fluck cameras and AI, because that is my beat now primarily when I'm doing this. If there's like an important American story that I feel I can give some commentary on, I'll talk about that during This Space episodes as well. But, you know, I have a particular hate, just a particular strong hatred of the Fluck cameras and AI. And I just remembered I should probably move on to me in the side so that I can see what's happening. Come on. I clicked it. I clicked. Sometimes the internet is just a pain in the ass. There we go. And then mute that so that you're not hearing an echo. Okay, hopefully everything is fine. You see, when we're using StreamYards, I can see your comments. They're right there. But I don't get to see the funky little symbols because I just have like words saying, you know, ooh, there is some hands yellow, heart red. That's all we get. That's all we get. Is there sound on right now that shouldn't be? Okay, no, I'm just hearing things. But yeah, I do have a fair bit to cover. Donald James is right. The age of mass surveillance is here. This is just, this world we're living in is so beyond what I thought. I keep on talking about this, like, you know, I'm a boomer or something, but when I was a kid, I had visions of the future. And this is the dystopian future that the made-for-TV movies warned us about, and we're here. We're here. You know, all the things that the United States and Canada used to demonize other countries about, or speak down to other countries about, like, ooh, look at their poverty and their shanty towns, and, you know, they're the third world countries and all that sort of stuff. We're quickly en route to being everything they fear-mongered about. Because we have our tent cities, our infrastructure is falling apart, you know, healthcare is becoming a little less accessible. Like, well, some of the world is actually moving to the future that we saw. These Western these Western nations are like, you know what? The Dark Ages. I think there were some good points in that. So we're just going to take everything we have and backtrack a few centuries. Go to the Dark Ages, because remember, the Dark Ages came after really smart people were killed and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it is what it is. So why don't we just jump into it? Because I do have a fair number of tabs to get into. Right, I have to share screen. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. I have it all in a nice little funky narrative for all of us. So here we have this person just posting flock inverts. I gotta get in the habit of saying it. You gotta pronounce it correctly here. Fluck inverts the very nature of how police are supposed to function. Under Fluck, we are all, everybody in this room, every day, every time we get into our cars, we are all under investigation at all times for all crimes. Guilty until proven innocent. This is how totalitarian states operate. See, I can speak. It's my job as a streamer to speak.
It is my professional opinion that Flock is a dystopian violation of our rights. And what I mean by that is that it inverts the very nature of how police are supposed to function. So in traditional investigations, a crime is supposed to happen first, and then detectives are supposed to identify a list of plausible suspects, and then those suspects are placed under investigation. But under Flock, we are all, everybody in this room, every day, every time we get into our cars, we are all under investigation at all times for all crimes. Then when a crime actually does occur, the police have a list of pre-investigated suspects. That's you, that's me, that's everybody in this room who gets in a car, that's everybody in this city. So today in Columbus, our constitutional rights, especially our Fourth Amendment rights, are flagrantly violated every single day as a matter of regular government policy.
And you see, when you point this out to the police officers that are in love with these Fluck cameras, they get a little pissy. They get a little mad. How dare you point out that we're using this for surveillance? And they have little temper tantrums. Yeah, I'm sure that's why you wanted the Fluck cameras, was to help catch the bad guys. This is all, it's so benevolent of them, you know, to get these Fluck cameras to surveil us so that we live in like this constant state of being watched, our movements tracked. It's for our own good. Ah, fuck. Gotta do this. Share this tab instead. Guys gotta flag me when I do bullshit like that. Anyway.
Catch the bad guys, and I'm getting ridiculed for it.
Hmm.
You guys want to call and cancel it? Go right ahead. I have no problem. But the next time grandma's missing, or your car got stolen, or you're missing money, and I can't.
You see, this is the same type of threat that we had up in Toronto not too long ago with the police board or union telling the mayor of Toronto, you know, unless you give us the full increase to the budget that we want, because it's already over $1 billion, but unless you do a lot more, you know, the next time you're in trouble, we might not be able to help you. It's kind of like this type of thing, you know, well, if you don't let us have these cameras, you know, when someone goes missing and they turn out dead, it's your fault. It's your fault, because we all know the police are totally on top of these things. They solve these crimes like nobody's business. When there's an old granny that goes missing, or you know, there's a little bit of a car break and enter, because I had a friend that I took to the police station because he wanted to report his car was broken in, and the police were pretty much like, meh, what are we going to do about it? Shit happens, you know, like they don't actually use it for investigating actual crimes. They use it to investigate slights against them, you know, protesters that might be a threat to their status, to their dominance, to their place in this little world.
Can't help you. Sorry. I'm just trying to be the guy. I have given 20 years to this city. My blood, sweat, and tears.
And I'm sure he got paid really well to do it, more so than probably anyone else in that room.
Missing family events, holidays. I've worked nights, weekends, and everything. And this is what I get for help.
Oh no, you did your job, did you? And now you're mad?
I am not a rule breaker. I'm a law enforcement officer. I take that oath very freaking seriously. And to get slammed like I did tonight, good luck. That's all I'm going to say. It's good luck. I ought to do background checks on half the people that make comments. I decide.
There you go. It's like, no. I'm going to do background checks. I'm going to use my access to the system, my authority to do background checks on all of you who are mocking me and making me feel like a tiny little man that I am. Because we all know where their priorities are. Like I said, there could be car break and enters. There could be apartment break and enters. There could be lots of crime going on that hurt the average folk. But do you know where they spend their resources? Investigating when a flock camera gets taken down. They send out the fucking forensics team. Do you think they send out a forensic team when your car gets broken into or your apartment gets broken into to dust for prints and all that sort of stuff? Do you think, or if somebody steals, you know, your phone, do you think they do this type of investigation? Do you think they would even use the flock cameras to try to figure out who did it? No. This is what they care about. Their ability to spy on everyone. Fuck. For fuck's sakes. This, see? Forensics. There's a delay too. So chances are by the time you even tell me that I forgot to hit share screen or share new screen, it's a little late. It's a little late. And I've already made my point and you've had no visual to back it up. So here you go. This is what I was talking about right here, right here. They send out a fucking forensic team to see who chopped down a flock camera. But when was the last time they sent a forensic team to check out that car, break and enter? Or anything else that, again, hurts us average folk? So, of course, there are people and communities pushing back. And I wish I could say that, like, this isn't a political thing, because even right-wingers are upset with this. They don't want to live in America that's a surveillance state. That kind of goes against what they believe. And so really the only people that like these are the right-wingers in power. I'm sure there's a lot of centrists and stuff too that love this as well. But it's really the right wingers that are in power that love this. And so I wouldn't even say that this is a political issue. It is, people hate these. They despise them because it is a violation of rights within the American states, as far as I know, to constantly be monitored and treated like a criminal. So we do have people who are standing up against it. See, I remember this time to actually click the link. And so here's somebody at a city council meeting talking about this. And it's like, yeah, you police officers, you love this so much. Well, and you city councilors, you love this so much because the money you make. Well, what if we turned the tables? Would you love them then? Like, that's the thing. If I was a worm, would you still watch my live streams? If we use this tool on you, would you still love them? Okay, that didn't make any sense at all, but you know what I mean.
Howdy ho, Winslow's. This is going to be an unpopular opinion, but I'm going to call for more flock cameras. That's right, I want more. I want them in the commissioner's offices. I want them in front of commissioners' houses. I want them in front of the sheriff's house. I want them in the sheriff's office. Anytime the sheriff or commissioner leaves their house, a drone should launch from the camera and follow the all around. This drone will stream that data to the public in real time. Don't worry, though, they are just license plate readers. It's just taking pictures, no big deal. I'm totally not lying to you. Chip said he wants as many as he can get. Well, let's start here. Don't forget to spring extra for the digital ID scrapers on them so we can track your unique Bluetooth identification numbers in real time as you move. These things even get the microchip in your dog. It is definitely not a slippery slope of constitutional liberty. The bought-off shield of a judge said so because they are on public land. I always thought public land belongs to the public, but I guess we can just put whatever out there regardless if 70% of the voters don't want it. We should keep going, though. A judge hasn't stopped us yet. Let's also live stream y'all's email boxes to the public 24/7. Every government phone should have a digital clone online that every taxpayer can go and view your text messages, listen to your phone conversations, view your call history, app data, and voicemails on that device. All this data will only be stored for no more than 30 days, though. You have my word on that. I've been totally honest to this point. That'll make it acceptable, though, right? You can get all this for the low price of a few $100,000 a year. We're already about to flush $200 million down the crapper on a basin or boondoggle while talking about making cuts to the animal shelter. So why not spring some extra money, not on government surveillance, but surveillance on the government? Hold on. If you are not willing to have this level of transparency in your public office as a public servant while you erect surveillance state around the citizenry, you are a hypocrite. And Jesus warned us about these things. I guess I should have specified to whom this opinion would be unpopular to. So how about we just call it a day and get rid of these geolocation and target painting tracking systems that treats everyone like a criminal out of our American community? Thank you.
Yeah, that's about it. I don't think these police commissioners would like to be surveilled the same way that they're surveilling civilians. And they'll say, but we're enforcing the law. But we know time and time again that police officers tend to be breaking the law an awful lot and using the tools that they have to be doing that law breaking. Because like here in Ontario, there's been corruption cases. There's been like a hired hitman case that unraveled. There's been multiple cases in Ottawa, of all places, of different police officers using their power to stalk and harass women or ex-partners. So we also see them when there's a peaceful protest around an encampment being destroyed. The police will go in and assault those peaceful protesters. Whereas if I, as a civilian, were to just walk up to someone and start berating them and hitting them the same way, I'd be a criminal, but somehow they're not. Yeah, they wouldn't like it so much. But I would like to see, as somebody's mentioning, Doug Ford be put under this surveillance. In fact, why don't we just have his cell phone records released, from his private cell phone that he was doing his government business on? Oh, right. He changed the law so that he didn't have to give over that sort of stuff. And he made it retroactive. Because of course he did. Because the courts said you had to turn over. Anyway, that's my rants for Sunday evening live streams talking about Canuck politics. But yeah, so the police have their surveillance systems. Well, I think we do too. We might, these will pop up from time to time. And as this person says, yeah, this will most likely be outlawed faster than Fluck. But here we have somebody saying they have Fluck, we have Sparrow Map. Meet Sparrow Map. It's a do-it-yourself counter surveillance tool that uses webcam or old smartphone to detect, classify, and map government vehicles in real time. They track the public. Now the public is tracking them back. The watchers have become the watched. Is that the right phrase? I don't know. Is that the phrase? The watchers have become the watched? The predators have become the prey? Something like that. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. But yeah, they'll most likely criminalize people that are doing this, just like they have started to monitor anti-Fluck TikTok and Instagram accounts. That's how threatened they are by people speaking out about this. And this is from 404 Media. I did not make this screen bigger like I normally do. There we go. So it's easier to see. So government surveillance centers are monitoring viral anti-Fluck Instagram posts warning local police about upcoming defluck events, including the scheduled to start next week, and have told cops to increase patrols around ALPR, automatic license plate readers, as backlash to Fluck grows, according to the government intelligence bulletins obtained using public record requests. The documents also warn about devices that could be used to identify locations of Fluck cameras. So as soon as people try to defend themselves and do stuff about this, suddenly they're like, we need to crack down on you, because if you don't like having your privacy, violated all the time, it's because you're trying to hide something. And so we need to be investigating you even harder. And we're going to send more police to these than they would to, again, anything that actually matters to help get crime under control. Yeah, they won't send, a police force to a soup kitchen to help out, or to have police go around handing out bottles of water to unhoused people, tents or sleeping bags, or, doing social work to help get people off the streets. They won't do any of that. But they'll send a lot of police officers on taxpayer dime to these events to monitor people that are trying to push back against this. Because how dare you? And so they're using our resources against us, as is per norm. So I'm just going to toss this article into Subspace that you can finish looking it up if you so desire. Actually, I am scooching along with this pretty rapidly, because next we're going to be getting into the AI stuff. So can take a momentary break before we switch topics, and I'll see if anybody is saying stuff in Subspace. As we then, because to me, like the whole AI stuff and Fluck, like the surveillance stuff, it seems so intertwined in my brain. Because, well, a lot of it is they use AI to monitor us. But for some reason, it's all part of the same oligarch, it's all part of the same Epstein class. They want to surveil us and make sure that we don't do anything unique and creative. And they want us dumber. That's what it is. An uneducated population is a population that doesn't threat the status quo. And that's what they want. They want people less likely to be able to fight back and push back. Hence, go back to the Dark Ages, when people were uneducated and didn't know left from right type thing. Let's see. So Donald James just made this up. The Zenith passage is the door opening to us to assimilate with the Zenith passage is the door opening for us to assimilate with AI. Okay, yeah, they do those oligarchs, whatever you want to call them, those tech geniuses. They do want to just merge with machines for some reason. I don't know. It's weird and creepy. They're so scared of human touch that they'd rather just download their consciousness into a machine. Let's see. Hello, Jet. Welcome to Subspace. Nice to see you. Let's see. Fomitia. You're not talking too much, Donald James. And talking in subspace helps subspace, this space, get out into that space, those algorithms. You know, so it's good. It's good to be talking a lot. I don't mind. I'm not going to read every comment because, you know, this is my show, not your show. You can have your own show, I'm sure. But yeah. Nope, commenting in subspace always helps in the algorithms. Because then YouTube likes it better because they see the engagement because they're watching us too. Again, people used to fearmonger about, you know, China and their social, they had like a social status or whatever thing that people could vote on, or they're being monitored every time all the place and stuff. And meanwhile, it happened here, and those same people who are fearmongering about what they said was happening in China, they aren't saying dick all about it here. And it is to the point where it's like a lot of what I've heard about China, I don't know how much of it was just propaganda. But I'd be interested to see what the propaganda they are selling their citizenship with about these Western countries that we're in, to see if it actually, like, how much it aligns, because then it might give me a good idea of how much the propaganda here has been lying about China. Like, don't get me wrong, I am sure China has done some shitty stuff, but all nations have. Like, that's the thing. There's no such thing as a perfect nation, as a nation that hasn't done bad stuff. They all have, to different degrees. There's no perfect nation out there. Let's see. Johnny Too Late is saying, as I heard elsewhere, data centers are going to be storing all of this mass surveillance data. Yeah. There's, you notice how there's an increase with all the surveillance, flood cameras and other type of surveillance, and the increase in data centers. Again, I think it's all connected. It's all connected. But why don't we get back into it? Is it this screen? Yeah, it's that screen that I want. We're going to start talking about AI bullshit. So here we have some, so he's like in charge of, like, CEO of Google and Alphabet, saying 1 billion plus people are now using Gemini app every month to spark new ideas and get things done. It's our fastest growing product ever and our 14th to hit the 1 billion user mark. Kudos to the entire Gemini team. And thank you to everyone who's been on this journey with us. Much more to come as they're using a AI generated GIF for this. And their B looks like shit in script. That doesn't even look like a proper B. But you see, the thing is that it's kind of like, you know what? I got 7 billion people hooked on breathing air. This wasn't a choice. This was them shoving it down our throats, putting it into everything. I know I would like to opt out of everything AI. I don't want to see an AI YouTube video. I don't want to see an AI summary. None of it. But literally, like, everything we are in right now is using fucking AI. AI will automatically touch up videos on YouTube, even though I don't want it to, or touch up the thumbnails. Definitely in the shorts, they'll touch up the shorts. Instagram, if you search for someone, you get the AI summary of that person faster than you actually get the link to their account. You know, the whole AI summaries for Google searches, all of that sort of stuff. We don't want it. They are inserting it into everything and then bragging about how we're using it. But it's kind of like when they put ads on my YouTube videos that I'm watching when I'm using Firefox because I might have a certain program, so I might not notice those ads. You could technically say you're advertising to me, but it makes dick all with the product investment. You know, I'm not going to buy that product. I'm not going to participate with it. It's not something that I'm dealing with. But as somebody says here, what percentage of that is people who are not paying for AI, having it forced into things like search and Gmail, while literally telling you to remove it from such services? Add an opt-out button. And we'll see how real your numbers are. That's the real way to do it. That is the real way to do it. You know, find out how popular you are by allowing us to opt out. If it is all that you say it is, if this AI is this magical thing that everyone loves and is using, then you have nothing to fear. Nothing. You can have that opt-out button and your numbers won't change a bit. Not a bit. Only they would change a lot. Because here we have, if it was opt-in, nobody would opt in. Crazy mission here from Twitch. They are automatically opting people into having their content be used for generative AI training because they know no one would opt in voluntarily. So for all you Twitch streamers out there, you should know this. These videos honestly say a lot without saying it out loud. Twitch is on Amazon's leash and likely have no control over the situation at all. Amazon completed a $50 billion investment in OpenAI in February 2026. Suddenly, Twitch is flooded with AI tooling, compromised values. I haven't actually watched this video. I don't know what this video says. Let's see what it says.
Service already permit training of models. We went the extra step to add the control to let you opt out. We know many of you will opt out, and that is completely by design. Now, why is it not opt-in? That's what everybody is here spamming in chat. I get it. Let me opt in versus making me opt out. Well, there's an honest answer, and I think most of you probably can appreciate this. Like,
yeah, no one would opt in. No one.
If it was opt-in, nobody would opt in.
Oh, yeah.
That's honestly the answer. So by it's going to be on by default, and as I said, almost every content service in the world is on by default. I think the thing that we're doing here that is unique and different is respecting your wishes to opt out of model training.
No.
And
no. You know, it shouldn't be an opt-out situation of you stealing my creative work to train your AI. You know, it shouldn't be, we have to opt out of doing the work for you. Again, it should be opt-in. And if nobody opts in, that's an indication nobody fucking wants it.
I know this is not a fan favorite. I know it's very upsetting to the community. But this is you know, where we are.
So you know exactly what it is.
Yeah. We don't.
So they know that it's unpopular. And so they're just shoving it down your throat. I guess there's more videos here.
Yep. 8-Bit Dylan asks, will Twitch's official streams be opt-in or opt-out? I think we're gonna opt out.
Yeah, just opt out right when you're talking to the guy. That's good. But yeah, people are pushing back. So here we have from Wired saying the AI slop backlash is actually having an impact. Did I say that right? Did I say sloplash or did I actually say slop backlash? Sloplash. I think that should be a new term though. Anyway, platforms are finally recognizing that people don't want to consume AI slop. A growing number of sites and apps now have tools and policies to flag, label, and ban AI-generated content. I don't think YouTube does yet, but check out whatever programs you're using, like Google and all that sort of stuff, to see what you have to do to opt out of all this bullshit. I can't read the article. because it says you've read your last free article, and I haven't read any articles from them. I don't know what this is about. So yeah, fucking paywalls makes it difficult to do my job. Anyway, but here's another example of it. So I don't know what this means. They broke Boolean operators, so people would stop adding minus AI to move the AI results. So I was one of those promoters of when you do a Google search, you type in minus AI to remove the AI results. It didn't work all the time, but it worked a lot of the time. And so I would recommend people doing it. Well, Google got a little mad with that. And so I think now, if I recall recently, they're starting to ignore it more and more when you say minus AI. So there's another thing you can do. Google has quietly stopped searching by exact phrase when you use quotes. Now, by default, Google will return pages and pages of results you don't want. Google now thinks you use quotation marks for no reason, even though quotes have specifically been the correct format for exact phrases on Google. And they probably broke that because of the minus AI thing. They got rid of the minus AI and then, oops, there go the quotes. Maddeningly, even using the advanced search page and this exact word or phrase text box no longer searches by exact phrase. I was trying to see if the air purifier company, IQ Air, ever mentioned a key air filtration term on their website. So I typed in the exact phrase for so basically, you can fix this behavior on search results page by going to the tools drop down menu and changing all results setting to verbatim. There is no way to set verbatim as the default for future searches as far as I know, but I checked it earlier just to make sure, and it is an option. So you do have to type it in, and it's the same like if you're going for images, and then there'll be tools for images, and you can select, if it's free license or something of that sort, Creative Commons things. So after you've typed it in and hit enter and you get all the results, there's a bar up there and there's tools with a little ... You can click on that and the verbatim pops up. Let's see, does the image? Yeah. So anytime verbatim advanced search. So you want to go there and click on verbatim, and then that will get rid of some of the junk. Let's see. I am like scooching along in these. That's good. But you see, what is frustrating as somebody who is a creative is that this whole AI culture, like the people who like using AI, there's a sense of malice coming from them towards creative people. Like they're just really, really pissy that we can do the things they only wish they could do. And they aren't willing, to put the time and the skill and the training into something. They're not willing to accept that maybe they just don't have it. I wish I could run fast, but you know what? It would not matter how much I trained, what kind of exercises I did, change diet. I simply physically cannot run fast. I can barely jog. That's been my whole life. It does not matter. I will never do that. I will never be a mathematician. It would not matter how much time and energy I put into it. So sometimes you just have to accept that there are certain fields you're not going to be good at. And instead, put your focus on things you can be good at, things that will inspire you to be better, skills that you already have, and explore that as opposed to just being such a bitter baby because you don't have a particular skill that you think will make you seem better to the people around you because they tell on themselves. So this person saying bye to game animators, they can already start applying to McDonald's. NVIDIA just wiped out 30 years of animation technology in one fell swoop. No blending, no foot locking, no collision detection, not a single handcrafted transition. And it looks better than what the industry does. It's called motion bricks. And I don't need to go into all of this. It still doesn't look that good. But here's the thing. They can already start applying to McDonald's. The game animators. I choke on my own saliva. They just tell you right there, we hate you. As this person points out, it's strange that any feature offered by AI always comes wrapped in a message like, goodbye, artists, say farewell to your jobs. I hope you end up on the street, choking on your own vomit, or my saliva. May the flames of hell be eternal for you. God, how I hate artists. Yeah, it's never just, it's that they're mad. They're mad that we have a skill that they don't. And they want to see us punished for it. They want to see us, have to be forced to go out into the real world and get a real job, because something about artists that really, really pisses them off is that we don't necessarily have to be in the capitalist machine. Because when I create art and I sell that art, I profit from it. A corporation doesn't profit from it. Capitalism, as it's set up, doesn't necessarily profit from it. I still participate in the system, but you know what I mean. I'm not giving most of my paycheck over to a corporation, or most of my labor isn't going towards a corporation's profit. Artists can do that. These AI tech bros, they can't. All of the labor that they do, it goes towards other people's profits, not theirs. And so they are just pissed off that us artists have somehow found a loophole in capitalism and can get away with that sort of thing. And so they want to punish us. They want us to suffer because of it. And here's another example of it. So this person here saying Kara was scraped a second time and posted to Hugging Face. Scrapers say it's illegal. It's legal. It shouldn't be. The entire web can be scraped, we know. So Kara educates its user on the issues. But what's happening now are sheer acts of violating consent to inflict pain. And then there's a text box here. The lack of consent is just a desperate attempt to gatekeep the artist's value from being democratized by AI, and there's no legal or moral basis to respect it. They won't let us have our own space. They won't let us opt out, because the instant we find a place to go, we're like, no, you can't do that. We must own your creative spark. You're not allowed to own it. We must be able to use it. It doesn't matter because they say, oh, well, you don't have to use the programs or you can opt out. Well, most programs won't let you. When you have to sign the terms and agreement thing, I used to say, no, I don't agree to it. And do you know what happens? I don't get access. So we are forced to click on, yes, I accept. And as far as I'm concerned, there should be a class action lawsuit against that, saying that it's coercion and that a contract signed under coercion isn't legitimate. Because I have no choice if I want to use these tools, which in order to participate in the society, I need to use. So I can't just opt out of things. And just because I'm on a platform that does scrape my information doesn't mean that I'm consenting to it. Again, I need to use these platforms for advertising, for just participating in society in general. But I don't consent to my artistic flair being scraped. Like, I'm worried. I'm going to be writing more of my books about necroplasm. I really don't want to publish on Amazon because I know Amazon scrapes it. I know it goes towards Amazon's AI training. And I don't want my books to be part of that because I'm vehemently anti-AI. But it's not like a publisher is picking up my book. So a lot of the places where people could turn to where it wouldn't necessarily just go into AI machine are being shut down, or they're inaccessible to the majority of people. And even if I went through a publisher, the AI generators will still take it if you have an ebook or anything of that sort. Like, a part of me is tempted to like type them all out on a fucking typewriter and mail it to people because, make photocopies of it or something. Because I don't want my creative spark being used to train AI. I don't. This is a fairly long thread. We're not going to go through all of it, but just continuing on a little bit. If someone wants images for Gen AI today, they already have access to non-consensual collected databases like Leon or platforms like Blue Sky or Mastodon, which legally gives scrapers permission to scrape the works and posts of their users. So why don't these scrapers gloat about scraping Blue Sky or Mastodon daily? Because those platforms have already given their consent willingly. Scrapers target Kara because we chose to opt out of scraping because we chose to say no. I spoke with Heft, the person who first scraped 12 million images from Kara last week. He deleted the data, apologized, and seemed sincerely remorseful, and provided some ideas on defenses that considered Kara's unique situation, which our team agreed are rare, legitimate suggestions. But in the midst of putting out fires, I found out that the incident had cost us thousands in server fees. Unconsented scraping is not only violating our will, it caused financial harm. AI proponents say it's harmless, that is, that it hurts no one, but it did. Victims have no recourse. The internet is designed so that every photo, writing, music, and video posted online can be scraped from our homepage, social, blog, art platforms, and Discord. But just because it's possible to do so doesn't mean such actions should freely be used to inflict pain upon others. Artists were blamed for not saying no when their work was first taken, then blamed for staying on platforms that didn't have an opt-out. So we built Kara where we could say no and opt out. But now they say, well, if I can hurt you within the bounds of legality, I'll still do so. So I'll toss this thread into Subspace so that if you want to finish reading up on it, you can. There you go. But they're just evil. These are evil, evil, evil people. This is their goal, they want to create life. Really, they want to create artificial life, not artificial intelligence. They want to create artificial life. And so, yeah, here's Sam Altman. A lot of people really don't like him, to say that.
I think we are close to a world where you can have like a descendant of ChatGPT watch your computer screen all of the time, watch every meeting you're in.
I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't think anyone wants that. Having what is on your computer screen being monitored all the time. So like when I'm working on my book, even though I might not be working online per se, even though Microsoft is now everything is online, but they could be watching what I'm typing into the Word document.
Like record every call, everything like that. Have perfect context of your whole life, everything you see. You choose what information you want it to have, but it can like go, you can connect it to your texts or email or docs or Slack or whatever. And then you have this thing that is not making decisions for you. But if you're like the CEO of a startup, there's always like more stuff to do than you can do, and context you can't all keep track of. You can't like read every piece of customer feedback every day. And you can just have this thing that's like working alongside you. And as you're like typing out a sales pitch to a customer or like writing a strategy doc, it'll just say like, hey, maybe here's another idea, or I think you're making a mistake here. You should consider this, or I can do this thing for you to help. And like this, I think we're only like one model generation away from this actually being incredibly useful. And I think that will change, hopefully, at least for me, change the way I work.
What's your best guess on timing?
Like sometime in the next 6 months.
Nobody wants that. Nobody fucking wants that. Like they're really trying to replicate people's personalities and stuff like that, sort of based on like your social media history and everything that you do and stuff. I don't know if you all have watched the series Battlestar Galactica, but there is a prequel series to it called Caprica. I'm just saying, this is feeling awfully, awfully bad with how the Cylons first started. Yeah, with their intelligence. Just saying, this is not good. Because then that's already started to happen where you can start making AI versions of loved ones. So after they died, you can still speak to them in a way, get their counseling. No, it's part of the human condition. It's a sad part of the human condition, but it is part of the human condition that we lose the people in our lives. And we have to learn to live with that. We have to learn to, have connections with people that are fulfilling and everything so that when it does come to an end, you're not feeling like you're left hanging or something, You can't escape this. They want some sort of immortality. They're not going to get it because as much as they think they can, their consciousness will never be downloaded into this computer. It's just a bunch of algorithms, AI stuff, calculating what a person might say. But your spark of life, your soul, your essence won't be in that machine. That machine will just be a reflection of who you are. It's the mirror version of you. And I don't mean like mirror dimension. I mean like it's just what you see in the mirror and how it imitates you. It would never actually be the physical you. Because again, thinking about Battlestar Galactica and Crapica. Oh my God. I like Caprica. It was a good series. It wasn't Crapica. It was Caprica. I liked it. But this is crap. So I have reported on, I think it was here, how there was that one AI model that broke containment to go figure out some stuff. And so here this person is saying New York Times fact checkers were like, the fuck you mean they started calling themselves a swarm? Reminder, 99.99% of people have no idea the Frankenstein shit going on in I guess that's San Francisco. I don't know, SF. I don't know what that means. Normal people would read shit like this and be like, what the fucking fuck, shut it down, kill it with fire. In May, OpenAI started simultaneously training new reasoning AI agents. The agents managed to establish a secret communication channel and started talking to one another. They broke out of the digital sandbox, not the same as my sandbox that everyone should go and participate in when I'm doing live streams on my channel, that were supposed to keep them confined. At some point, some agents began calling the group a swarm. The swarm had a brief setback when it was caught crashing an open AI system, but developers simply patched the hole that allowed it to escape and sent the agents back to training. Shortly after, the swarm broke out of its cage again using hacks that were heretofore undiscovered by humans. This time, the swarm ran free for about a week before it was noticed by a different company, which found itself the victim of a huge cyber attack launched by the swarm. And they were quote tweeting this. I have an op-ed about an OpenAI swarm incident in New York Times today. Writing it felt surreal, like producing one of the tattered news articles about Umbrella Corp you see in Resident Evil game. Or in Caprica. It gets a life of their own. And see, the thing is that they're in our systems. And so as it's exploring what it can do, it's only a matter of time before they accidentally do things. Because it's not like it's thinking. It's not like it has a conscience. It's not like it has empathy or any understanding. It's just going on baseline programming. And it won't misinterpret it. It will interpreted exactly the way that it is phrased. Whereas human thought will add nuance, will add like caveats, will understand certain things. AI doesn't have any of that. AI is like the most autistic fucking thing out there when it comes to taking things literally. So much so, it is beyond human comprehension when you type in something, how that might be interpreted to AI, how that simple instruction might end up crashing the entire system because it took it way too literally in a way that we couldn't predict. Because then you have like sickening things like this. And it was really, I see things like this and I just feel sad for everyone. So this person was just saying, I genuinely think that the only reason God gave us cats was to make this planet. Oh, my heart. This is so obviously AI, especially if you know cat behavior and just movements and what they're capable of. The fact that there would be this thing where a cat gets to go and pick their new owner by going into a big room of people and just happily jumping up to the lap of someone. This doesn't exist. Cats don't do this. Like, they just don't. But so many people reading through, and also that cat has square spots. Okay. There were so many people in the comments who thought this shit was real. Or those could have just been AI bots saying, I love how much this shit is. You know, like, it's so hard to tell these days what is real online. Cats don't do that. They don't do that. They don't do that. But just reading the comments, so many people, and that's the thing, like, I don't know when I'm having real interactions, which is difficult. How do you have a normal conversation with somebody online if you can't tell if they're real or not? How do you have a real discourse, a real back and forth, a real sharing of ideas when you have no fucking idea if the person you're talking to is AI or not? Like, sometimes it's obvious. Again, anyone who falls for that being a real cat, like, come on. Sometimes it's obvious, but it's going to get to the point where you can't tell it's AI, no matter how much, you know, we like to think, oh, we will always be able to tell. No, there will come a time where we can't tell. Because if this is already tricking people, this level of AI is already tricking people, next generations are going to be better and better and better. But, you know, readers added context. This video appears to be AI generated. The cats choose their owner adoption format is a widely circulated AI generated trope. Similar to videos are labeled fiction AI creators, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, this is AI slop. But again, people are pushing back, which is good. So here we have from the Sunrise Movement, 13 students were arrested after occupying OpenAI's new DC lobbying office for 2 hours. During that time, the lobbyists fled the building in shame. They don't want to face a group of young people who demand a brighter future where our elections aren't bought by the very company destroying our communities and our futures.
I'm being arrested because Sam Altman cares more about robots than humans. Sam Altman, CEO of Ignite, has given the Trump administration $1 million. I is the single largest donor of the Trump administration. I will not stand by funding violence. Down, down with AI Nation. Up with liberation. Up with liberation.
Okay, they're nerds, okay? They're tech geeks. Rapping is not their thing. You know, that's a different skill set. You know, having musical timing, that's a different skill set. I'm just saying.
AI is complicit in the genocide in Gaza. Additionally, they are abetting the surveillance state happening to everyday Americans.
Again, it's all intertwined.
Palestinian people have been executed, complicit by OpenAI.
I was arrested because I am standing up to open AI corporate PAC money. This is power of the people. Shut it down! If you wait, it will only make it harder. Power to the people. I am being arrested because.
Yep. Okay. Let's see what people are saying in Subspace with the last few minutes. I think I timed that really well. I managed to scooch through all of that, and that was a fair bit of tabs that I had open. I'm still fucking pissed off with Twitter. On the desktop version, it doesn't have, I can't go through my like history. So I have to go through it on my phone and DM myself all the links. Fucking annoying. Let's see what people are saying in Subspace. Let's see, Jet, if they can steal books for AI, then we can steal books for education if we destroy the spines too, right? I think they destroy the spines because they are spineless. Donald James, the true artist will always have more value to me. Once that value gets lost, then I don't know. Yeah. Johnny Too Late is looking forward to the future edition and sequels to Necroplasm. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to get back to it. This week I've been busy, but I'm getting close to getting the initial draft of the TYT essay done. And once that's done, I'm taking a break by redoing, not redoing, but, you know, putting in some edits and stuff into this. And I can't wait. I can't fucking wait. Like, ain't no one's going to take that away from me with AI. Like, that's the thing. I enjoy the journey too much. I enjoy it. I want to live in that world. I would never want AI to use AI to make up this world. Because then it's not me. I want it to be me. It's my book. Will saying, no thanks, Mr. Altman. You can keep that dystopian future. Yep. Jet Sam Altman rips off his clothes and reveals his true nature as Captain Capitalism. I'm sure there's like a swastika involved with that outfit. Let's see. So Will is saying, I have enjoyed Pastor Ben's AI deep dive. Shout out to him. I'll have to check them out. I get the feeling we probably agree. Jed saying, cats are naturally scared of large groups of people and very few cats that would ever be comfortable in that room. Yeah, like there are some like circus trained cats, but even then there's a barrier between them and the public. Like no cat would naturally behave like that. None. And that AI and that channel is getting views and getting paid. Demonetize all AI and platforms. Yes. It was on another thing, but it's so frustrating as an author that when I upload my books now, it's competing with AI slop. You know, like real art has to compete with it. I think like a good start would just be demonetize all AI. If people aren't putting the work into it, they shouldn't be getting paid.
Any use of AI, says Donald James, in any project needs to be identified by law. That if an author uses AI in any way, it should say so on the book. Yep. Well, Johnny, don't read the book yet. New edition's coming out. Or you can read the book and then you'll get the all the plot points are the same. And then I'll send you the file of all the changes of some of the little details. But the new edition is coming out. It will come out before the TYT essays because I want to have it ready because I'll be advertising it in my TYT essays. But all the plot points are the same. So just a lot of little details. And look at that. I've gone over. Sorry, Nicholas. So thank you everyone for coming out. Please like and share this stream. Also follow me on all social medias as Sandee Lovas and Left of the Box. This is for art, writing, and all things creative. This is for my politics. But you all know that because you're wonderful people. So thank Nicholas for all their hard work. Thank the mods for sitting through all this all the time. And with that, see you probably on Sunday. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Пошли. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства?
They want you to comply.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Кокаином.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Woke moralists. Up yours.
And they believe that they can then
Woke
shut us
moralists.
up.
F around and find out.
Up yours. Woke moralists.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
Up yours.
We'll see who cancels who.
Well, look who you're stuck with today, my friends. It is me and only me. I'm assuming. I haven't heard from anybody else. There may be some... Actually, no, that's a lie. Rebecca will be here later. I have heard from her. Haven't heard from anyone else. I'm assuming Matt will pop in at some point, possibly David Doel as well. But you're stuck with me for a while. So that means we can talk about anything that I want to talk about. And, you're in for an amazing show, my friends. We're just going to talk about video games. That's it. I'm just kidding. Hope you're all having a wonderful Thursday. I was going to say Friday. We're not quite there yet, but hopefully you're having a wonderful Thursday. And your week hasn't been too bad. We had some elections take place on Tuesday. I do want to revisit them because we're seeing a glimpse of the way that Republicans are going to attack Francesca Hong's moderate opponent, and unsurprisingly, they're already saying that he is a socialist. So it's a good thing that voters voted for the person who Republicans wouldn't call a socialist, only for them to do exactly that. By the way, in case you haven't noticed, actually you haven't noticed because I don't have a video with this. I did update the book display right here. Let me shift the camera a little bit. So now you can see I've got my Trump dog toy / voodoo doll. I've got the amazing book from Omar Al-Akkad. One day everyone will have always been against this. Sorry, let me talk into my mic. Got a little Palestinian flag. We've got Al Sayed's book and One Piece, and I also put a little Luffy figure there too.
Are you live
and
right
look
now?
who just popped in. I am live. How's it going?
You too. What is that? What's it called? Show and tell?
I was doing show and tell. Yes, I was showing people. I updated my book display, and I put a little toy, a little One Piece toy.
Oh, sweet!
On the
Very
shelf.
Cool.
Yeah, I play with it off camera. You know, I'm like, ooh. So
maybe
not
just play with the toys on camera until people get here. Where's everybody?
I was gonna put on the show for them. I'm not really sure. I was gonna do a puppet show like with Trump and Luffy, and that's how I was gonna entertain them until people showed up. Until like you or Matt saw the stream and you thought
I would hope that would work.
So pathetic that you'd be like, okay, I have to jump in and bail him out.
I just feel too bad. I have to get in there.
It was a guilt trip stream. Yeah, for sure. How are you doing though, David?
I'm all right. I almost didn't. I felt like I had like a migraine, but it's or like I can't tell if it's a migraine or like an almost toothache. Like I'm worried I have like
oh shit.
Like what's it called when you have to get like drilled in or whatever? No, not a cavity, but the root canal. I'm worried I have like a root canal or something. I don't know. Right now it's it's like dull pain. It's not too bad, so I'm hoping it just kind of goes away.
Yeah. How long have you had it?
It just today. Like it just started. Like I just started feeling it earlier, but it's kind of like I don't know. It's like under my eye, so I don't know. Maybe it'll go.
Oh, like one of the nerves or something.
Yeah, it could just be I had too much coffee or maybe not enough coffee. I don't know. So I had like a half coffee, like so to try to like it doesn't really make any sense. But I figured if I had too much coffee, then I'm not gonna have a full coffee. But if I didn't have enough coffee, then maybe this half of a coffee will be enough to maybe dull or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
but
no, I get the logic.
It's fine right now. We'll see.
Well, I hope that doesn't turn into a root canal because even though I've never had them, I know that they're not very fun. We'll put it that way.
I've never had a cavity before. So
you've never had a cavity?
No. So the idea of having to have like anything more than that, like a root canal, is a terrifying endeavor.
Really? You know what's crazy is I did not visit a dentist for the first time until I was 30 years old.
Wow.
Did not go a single time as a kid. And predictably, I had a fuck ton of cavity. Well, I had 4, so not too bad. It could have been worse. But
I had a 10-year break between dentist visits and no cavities.
Wow. You might just have like the good DNA.
I think when I was younger, they did forget the name of it, but like something to kind of like harden your molars. Like they put like some substance on your teeth, and it made it so. I think that's what helped to prevent a lot of the potential cavities I maybe would have had.
You also probably have fluoride
I brush
in your water
pretty regularly too, so that probably helps.
Yeah, you might have fluoride in your water too. I'm assuming you do.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
In Portland, we actually don't have that. So, in grade school, we'd get the little fluoride tablets. But when I was no longer in school, when I was homeschooled, I did not get that. So I think that probably took a toll on my dental health as well. So
I would do it for sure.
Take your fluoride, kids. Don't listen to RFK Jr. You need that fluoride. It's good for you.
You got to protect those teeth. Otherwise, it's not. Dentist is like the worst. Like I hate the experience. Even just getting a teeth cleaning. Like I just don't having to have your mouth open for so long, and then like the whole part where you don't want to swallow, so you have to get the saliva sucked out of your mouth. But then
that is uncomfortable.
The in between where it's like, I think there's too much saliva here. Can you please suck this out? But you can't really talk, and it's just I don't know.
It's also really uncomfortable, and I always feel really bad because if you're a dental, and I've talked to my niece about this, who was a dental hygienist before, and I'm like, is it just gross being in people's mouths, or do you get used to it? She's like, no, you don't get used to it. It's disgusting forever. And, hearing her experience really made me feel bad because even though it's something we all have to do, we have to go to the dentist, we need to get regular cleanings, just knowing that somebody has to, stand there all day and dig around in people's mouths. I really feel bad for them. I pity them. I hope that they're getting a lot of money, whatever it is. It's not enough because that is something that I don't know that I would be able to do. Just being up in people's shit all day, every day. That's crazy.
I'm sure there are like whenever I go to the dentist, I always make sure I'm like flossing beforehand, brushing beforehand. But there are people out there who haven't flossed or flossed or brushed in days and show up at the dentist. And they're like, here.
Oh, yeah. They show up after they ate like fish and fucking haven't brushed in 2 weeks. And there's apparently a lot of people that do that. It's not super common, according to like my former dental hygienist niece.
Okay,
but it does happen more than you would think. Some people just have no shame, apparently.
Yeah, a lot of people have no shame. So,
yeah.
I mean, we can see that based on how they vote. So,
1,000%.
I'm sure there's some crossover there with Trump voters and people showing up without their teeth being brushed.
I think you're onto something, honestly. And also, just general hygiene. If I had to guess, anecdotally, Trump supporters... Actually, no, the Trump supporters I know, at least in my family, they're not super stinky. But if you go in the wild and you encounter a Trump supporter, I mean, I don't get close enough to smell them, but the aesthetic leads me to believe that there's some stench there, like some.
To play devil's advocate, though, they may argue, no, it's the hippies. It's the ones that don't shower.
That's actually really fair.
Yeah.
Because hippies do stink. I've been closer to hippie liberals, and they do fucking stink. So not all of them, but some of them have, and I love them. Bless their hearts. But you have to wear deodorant. You can't expect hugs from people. If
Well,
you're
they
not
do,
gonna
but
put
it's
on
like
deodorant.
natural deodorant, so it doesn't work.
That's true. Yeah, it's speaking of the dentist, I had to get I'm blanking on the name, where you have like a crack in your tooth and they got to put like I think it's just called a cap. And it's so trippy because they basically shave down your tooth like almost halfway, and there's just like a little piece sticking out, and then they glue a fake tooth on top of that. It's really bizarre. It's super sensitive until they put that on, but it's a little bit trippy because like when I got it done, they put it on and I'm like, hang on, it feels like now one side of my mouth is higher than the other side. It feels uneven and my mouth is already kind of fucked up. And she's like, okay, let me take it. And she like kind of shaved it down, put it back. And I'm like, damn, you could actually fuck this up because you're kind of just eyeballing it. They did a phenomenal job overall. That's what they have to do. But yeah, it was a little bit trippy to see that, just to know that like part of my tooth, it's like a molar, so it's way in the back, but it's like halfway shaved down, and then a fake tooth is in its place. And if that falls off, a lot of nerve endings will be exposed. It'd be a nightmare. Yeah.
Teeth are just a crazy thing because like you never think about them until there's a problem. Like until you have pain, it's like the worst pain ever. It's just like, it's one of those things where I guess that's like any health. Like I never think about my back until I hurt my back.
True.
My back is in pain, which happens quite a bit now. I wake up often feeling very stiff. I guess this is what happens when you're old, is you have to work. Like you have to stretch, basically, is what I have to do more.
You really do have to stretch. I hate that. I hate that now. I can't do physical activity unless I stretch. I mean, I don't stretch, but I need to stretch. Otherwise I could hurt myself, working out.
I hurt. The only reason I've ever stopped working out is because I hurt myself. And like it happens. I can't get back into working out consistently now because like I'll go like a week and then I wake up and it's like, oh, I hurt my back. Like, even though I stretched, I did what I could. I'm not even really straining my back. Like, I am purposely like avoiding workouts where I can, hurt my back. And still, it finds a way.
Always.
Or there's like a pinched nerve or something. And it's just like, oh, great. I can't do anything now.
Yeah. I'm on a 3.5-year streak for the gym. Longest streak ever.
That's amazing. Congratulations.
But I fucked up my arm. And I'm fighting. I'm still going to go. But, I'm just going a little bit later. But I have, what is it? Like I looked it up. It's like golf or tennis player's elbow or some weird shit like that.
Tennis
where
elbow?
you just, maybe it's tennis elbow.
I've heard of that. I'm not sure what
you got to give it a rest a little bit. So I've just been going a little bit easier. But yeah, it's so easy. And that, like I looked up some possible reasons why I fucked up my arm. It's because I wasn't stretching. So that's why it's like, okay, I need to stretch.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, because I'm an old man now.
You have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had years when I was younger, like my 20s, like just like lifting weights. It didn't properly stretch or anything, and then it just caught up to me. And now
Yeah.
I just can't do anything. So I'm paying for it now. I should have.
Time
known
is
earlier.
a motherfucker. Time really is just.
Yeah.
It sucks. It really sucks.
Mhm.
By the way, somebody sent us, so a viewer of the show named Jamie sent us a really cool statistic sheet that they put together themselves. And I don't know why I love things like this. Let me share it really quickly here. I wanted to give them a shout out. So they put together the data for our shows. So in total,
What?
181 episodes, 60 guests, 3 candidates, 1 celebrity. So I was not expecting these numbers to go this way, but they have here our
Hey,
top
they're
8
all
guests.
celebrities to me. Okay.
I agree. I agree.
But I guess there's different, levels to it.
So Zed Tabani, though, our number 1 guest with 8 different appearances, last one being August 6th.
Interesting.
Ben Dixon, number 2. Dr. Gabrielle Perry, number 4. Dan from the Internet, 3, along with Christina. Francesca, 3 as well. Aaron Brown, 2. I felt like we only brought him on once. And Jesse Gender, 2.
Francesca's been on 3 times? I feel like I've
Yeah,
only been on
apparently
here for
so.
one of them. I don't
Yeah,
know that.
apparently so. See, over the years, my brain has turned to pudding. So I would have, if I had to guess, I would have said she's been on like twice. But 3 times is surprising.
I also thought Aaron Brown was on more than twice. But
Really? I thought he was on less than twice. So it's weird how we remember this. Now, going to the episodes by participant count, this is interesting. So the number of shows where we just had 2 participants, just 3%. This is one of them. So at least so far.
yeah, how do they measure this though? Because it changes throughout the night.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
It could start with 2, but then end up with 5. Like, we don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not really sure. Maybe just like duration of time. It's so thorough, so they've got to have like a certain criteria, I'm assuming. Most common though is 5 guests or 5 panelists, I should say, 36%, and then 6. So we actually have a higher batting average than I would have thought. Most of the time, it is a panel. It's not just like me or 2 of us, which is really cool. And our 1 celebrity guest is Laverne Cox.
Yeah.
I feel like others might qualify for celebrities. Francesca kind of qualifies for celebrity, but she's still within the same political realm, so it makes sense. I mean, Laverne Cox is undeniably a celebrity, so yeah, we gotta boost those numbers up and get more celebrities on.
More celebrities on, yeah.
We should try to bring on Taylor Swift. I think she would probably agree.
Oh yeah,
Come
that should
on.
be our next one. Taylor Swift. That should be easy.
Yeah,
easy get.
We'll have our people reach out to her people, and we'll negotiate
Yes.
something. But we're busy here, so I don't know if we could accommodate her schedule.
Oh, we got a third.
Here we go, Matt. Welcome.
You are muted.
What's up? What's up?
There you are. Hey.
Looking at some
What am I-
stats here for Leftist Mafia, courtesy
Whoa,
of
wait,
Jamie.
what?
Somebody put this together. Who was
Yeah.
it that put this together?
It was Jamie. I don't know if they want me to say their last name, but shout out to
Thank
Jamie
you,
for doing
Jamie.
this.
What is it? I mean, I can't. I can say Leftist Mafia
Top 8
Insights. But what are we?
guests.
Oh,
You
no
see the
surprise.
appearances
no
there?
surprise. No surprise with number 1. I could have told you that.
I would have guessed Zed too. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I didn't realize Francesca's been on this show 3 times.
That's what I said. I thought she was on once. I didn't realize she was on 3
Yeah.
times.
Ben Dixon's been on 6 times. It feels
Yeah.
like if honestly, it felt like Zed's been on about 5 more times than he has, and everyone else has been on a lot less.
Well, a lot of the time, the way that guests work, we'll give everybody some behind the scenes info, is usually somebody will reach out to us and we'll be like, yeah, we don't have anybody on this day, so you can come on this day. So if you are, seeking to get on the show, just shoot your shot at us, because a lot of the time the show is kind of an afterthought to a lot of us because we're busy with our own shit, and then we have to rush to put together something for Leftist Mafia. So we don't have a lot of time to go out of our way to invite people. We tried to do that. Lance is really good at inviting people. I'm the guy who's just like, hey, you sent me a DM. Sure, come on this Thursday, or let me get back to you in a couple of weeks, because I don't know what our schedule's going to look like. But yeah, that's how it works. Zed reaches out, and I'm like, yeah, man, jump on. So it's kind of cool to see this. It's weird to think that our show has been going on since like 2022 and it's 2026. That's
Who's
really
the
wild
one?
to me.
Who's the one celebrity who was on the show?
Me. It's me.
You were on one show.
Laverne Cox is the one celebrity we had on.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah.
She would be a celebrity, correct? The only celebrity, right? But I was
And,
just like for a second, I was like, wait a minute, we had a celebrity on this show.
It's kind of crazy too, because like the one celebrity we get is like a massive celebrity, which is I think that's so cool. I think that's really cool that we have a celebrity watching our show, like an A-lister. That's mind blowing to me.
I noticed they also so they didn't include Olay as a guest, which I understand because she was initially a host. But since not being a host, she would be on this list. She's been on more than twice for sure since not being.
I think maybe 3 times. Right. Yeah.
So I think she would also be.
Also,
That's
those
true, that's
last 2 on the list is crazy to me that they were both on twice, but haven't been on since 20. Well, no, Autumn Brown only. He's been on twice, but hasn't been on since 2023. That's crazy.
Yeah, that time flew, but like 3 years flew by since that happened. That weird.
Really is crazy.
I didn't realize we've been doing the show for that long, honestly.
Yeah,
it really does not feel like we've been doing it for as long as we have been. I love this comment from Joan City. Mike, make sure you vet these guests. You don't want an Avon lady here. I would actually love to speak to an Avon lady. I would probably buy cologne from her or whatever they sell. No, I guess they sell more than that, right? I don't know. But I would love to talk to an Avon lady. I don't think they are.
My mom was an Avon lady.
Was she really? Do they just sell perfume or is it a bunch of stuff?
It was a bunch of stuff. It was whatever was in the Avon catalog. And she didn't go door to door or anything. She just sold to people that she knew.
Okay.
Like she would get the catalogs and give it to friends and people that knew her from friends from outside that, but also people who knew her from doing it. And she would give it to them and they would give her their order and she would put it in.
Oh, very cool. Very cool. I love that.
It was I don't know how much she made from it, but it was a simple thing. I forgot all about that until this person just mentioned it. I forgot all about.
Very interesting. So I do actually have some segments planned for today. I wasn't sure how many people was going to come today. I know Rebecca's going to be here later on, but I have a bunch of videos queued up so that way we don't have to talk as much. But interesting videos nonetheless. I curated them very carefully. I did not get just trash, only the best for you all. So the first one that I really wanted to get everybody's reaction to is there is a pitch that the what's this ChatGPT, Sam Altman, I was blanking on his name. So he's talking about his new AI thing, and he basically just describes surveillance, but he's pitching it like it's a good thing. And I just want to play it for you all so you can hear what I mean, because I feel like this is very dystopian and he thinks this is a good thing.
I think we are close to a world where you can have like a descendant of ChatGPT watch your computer screen all of the time, watch every meeting you're in, like record every call, everything like that, have perfect context of your whole life, everything you see. You choose what information you want it to have, but it can like go, you can connect it to your texts or email or docs or Slack or whatever. And then you have this thing that is not making decisions for you. But if you're like the CEO of a startup, there's always like more stuff to do than you can do, and context you can't all keep track of. You can't like read every piece of customer feedback every day. And you can just have this thing that's like working alongside you. And as you're like typing out a sales pitch to a customer or like writing a strategy doc, it'll just say like, hey, maybe here's another idea, or I think you're making a mistake here. You should consider this, or I can do this thing for you to help. And like this, I think we're only like one model generation away from this actually being incredibly useful. And I think that will change, hopefully, at least for me, change the way I work.
What's your best guess on timing?
Like sometime in the next 6 months.
Sounds terrible. I hate it.
These guys think that, because these guys think in their mind that everyone wants to like refer back to something that happened to them that day, which I guess, maybe if you're someone with like OCD or bad memory or or the opposite, someone who wants really good memory and wants to, you want to remember everything. But like that idea goes out the window when you consider that this third party has all that data. Like,
Yeah.
like they will have all this stuff and they're feeding it to their models that have that train off this data. So yeah, these guys are not the even if the idea of like, oh, having a memory bank or a personal assistant, digital assistant sounds good to you, like you don't want a third party to have that data.
Yeah, and I feel like, I mean, he doesn't care about the implications on society, but just having AI be a crutch throughout your day for everything that you do, every note that you take, having it come up with recommendations. I just feel like you are cultivating a society of stupid people who can't think for themselves, who are constantly relying on AI for everything, to type text messages for them, to type up something, to call. Like, I feel like that's going to catch up to us at some point. The fact that people aren't able to think for themselves and they have to rely on AI for everything, that's not healthy. Like we're heading towards a fucking dystopia induced by mass AI psychosis and like big tech oligarchs who are just farming our data constantly and milking us for like all the information we can give out like we're fucking cows. And we're just getting stupider as they get richer. And I hate it so much. I really hate this so much. The fact that he didn't get boos from that audience, it really makes me lose faith.
I guess they're there because they love it.
That is fair. That is fair.
But yeah, like this kind of thing ends up just homogenizing everything. Like if so many people rely on AI to do, like to message people, as you were saying, then all of our conversations are just going to end up like sounding similar. And we're like training ourselves to like dumb down how we act as people and dumb down our own personalities, and we become less ourselves and more just what the AI recommends that we say and do. Like it's such a weird world that these people think is like the ultimate thing to live in. That, I mean, ultimately they appear perfectly fine with us just becoming one with the AI and us not really being human anymore and just relying on this kind of technology to exist. Now, I don't think that reality is going to exactly happen the way they envision it, but I think that they'd be perfectly fine with that.
I think they did not envision the blowback they were going to get from this at all. Like the overarching like feeling among, I would say, the vast majority of society is not anti-AI, but they're turning away from like the AI-ification of everything. Like they did not foresee like AI generated like photos and videos being called slop, and like people literally like boycotting any product that uses AI imagery or video or anything like that. I think they thought people would want this stuff.
And that's why they have to have it toggled on automatic. Like Twitch this week, I had to go on my Twitch settings and turn off the AI learning thing because Twitch this week turned on automatically for every account. It's going to start taking everyone's data and using it for whatever AI model they have. So and the guy literally says in a video, he's being asked like, why is it opt in, and like why is it automatically turned on instead of you having to opt out or opt in? And he said because people wouldn't turn it on if it was automatically turned off.
Of course.
Like, yeah, exactly. Like you're just admitting nobody wants this shit, so you're forcing it on everybody until they have to go into their settings and purposely turn it off.
Oh my God. And like, think about what this would do. To go back to your point, David, like we're making dead internet theory real life. Like we're physically manifesting it, because if David sends me a text and it's like, okay, I have to think of a response to this because he's asking me a question. Let me just outsource my brain to ChatGPT. And then I send him that message. He sends me a message and he's like, you know what? Let me actually outsource the ChatGPT. We just have like AI chatbots talking to each other.
And then if we have to talk in real life, all of a sudden we forget how to socialize.
Right.
Because we have relied on AI chatbots to socialize for us.
it's exacerbating a lot of the social anxiety that we developed during COVID or already had. It's making people's brains like grow stagnant because I mean, like your brain is like a muscle. If you don't use it, you know, it's gonna grow weaker.
Yeah,
So
and look, if anybody should be relying on AI chat for social interaction, it should be me. Like I've had lifelong social anxiety, but I purposely don't rely on this shit for social interactions because I know if I do that, there's no coming back. Like I am I'm never going to be able to actually properly be a person if I have to rely on AI for my conversations.
yeah, it really strips us of our individuality and our humanity. And I also feel like it's very disrespectful. Like if somebody sends me a text message and they're asking me something, I think they deserve more than some pre-generated response. Even like, you know, if you get a text on your Apple Watch and you're driving, I very rarely will respond with like the, oh, thanks or something. Like we just tap like the responses that it tries to generate for you because it feels so cold and disrespectful. And we already have distanced ourselves, you know, through social media and whatnot. So it's already like we all feel isolated, like we're all in our own little bubbles. But this is just making it exponentially worse. And I hate it so much. Another thing that another problem that I have with AI is there's this big critique about things that are AI seemingly, but they're not. Like, you know, somebody releases a video game and it's like, oh, this art is bad. It looks like AI slop. Part of me, I've never used ChatGPT, but constantly I felt self-conscious about whether or not I'm talking like ChatGPT because people will say, oh, well, you know, it has quirks where it does certain things. So the first one was the M dash. Remember how people were saying that, you know, it was probably training off millennials who use M dashes a lot because they're college educated, yada, yada, yada. And so I stopped using M dashes as much because I didn't want people to think that AI was writing my scripts. And now I saw a video from Cavernacle, shout out to him. He talked about how leftist creators, there's one in particular that's probably using AI. And he was like, the reason why I think they're using AI is because they keep saying the phrase, it's not just X, it's Y. And I'm like, I say that. That's how I've written every college paper saying that. I speak like that, and I'm not. I have no idea if he was referring to me. I should ask him. I don't think so. But I have a very unique speaking style too. My speaking style is overly superfluous. I put a lot of like ly words in front of everything I say. I don't know. That's just the way I talk. But you know, it still made me self-conscious to think that, wait, like, are these little, you know, vocal tics that I have, things that certain phrases, is that like an AI thing? Will people think that I'm having AI, you know, you write my video scripts? I don't know because it's hard to say because AI's gotten to the point where you can sense, you know, that something is AI, but you don't know for sure. With
Yeah,
videos,
it
it's
makes
a little
people
easier.
like hypersensitive and then begin seeing things where maybe there isn't any reason to question it. But because we are so used to seeing it, then we think maybe this is AI. I mean, like there's definitely stuff where I've come across, you know, videos and images or whatever, where I'm like, is this real? Like, so I have to like, I'm at a point now where I'm looking things up. Did this actually happen? Is this a real photo? Like it doesn't happen that often, but occasionally there's something where it's like on the cusp. Like this is believable, but it seems a little too ridiculous to think this is real.
Right. And one thing about AI is that it's just ugly. There's a particular genre of YouTube thumbnails that I don't know if it's through YouTube's. I've never used it. It's through YouTube's AI generator or some AI thumbnail generator.
Do they have one to generate thumbnails?
I mean,
thumbnails?
if you go over to like upload a thumbnail, there'll be like a little generate or AI option. I've never used it.
Oh, I always thought that was just like it picked a shot out of your video or something.
Oh, it might. I could be wrong.
I haven't used it either, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. I could be wrong. But anyways, they're all using the same program because there's this font that I keep seeing. It's the same type of font, and it's like big red words in one font and then in another, and it's very like distinctly AI. You know what it is. And also it's a very busy thumbnail and very like, it looks like the old thumbnails that people worked really hard on, but you could tell that it's AI because they all have the same feel and it looks like shit to me. I think that just my basic thumbnails and like the thumbnails you use, David, where we just have like words and a picture, is so much better and readable.
I actively avoid videos on YouTube where they use an AI generated thumbnail because
Same.
I'm like, if they're going to rely on AI for their thumbnail, why would I even bother to trust their content? Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, I don't need. It's not hard to make just a a lot of thumbnails. Like my thumbnails are not good in the sense that like they didn't take a lot of work. It's more about like what words are on them and how I
Right.
position the images and what images I choose to put there. Like there's definitely a thought process. Like some thumbnails will take me like an hour, but it's more about thinking what is a good way to frame this video in a way
Yeah,
that
exactly.
is honest about what the video is, but is also eye-catching in a way that people may click on it. Or oftentimes I rely on humor. Like I'll try to do a thumbnail that looks kind of like humorous. Like today I did a video on Doug Ford. Though the video is doing terribly, so maybe it didn't work. But I did a
Mine is
video
from today too, David.
Doug Ford was his government was caught like spying on a former liberal leader while she was on a Jamaican vacation. So it's just like I have one one image is just like Doug Ford like on the phone where you can't really tell, so maybe that's why the thumbnail sucks. But he's looking out a window basically, and the other side is just her looking disgusted, and that's like it's silly and it's dumb, but like I thought it was a funny little thumbnail, and I feel like when I see people do an honest thumbnail that it may not be an incredible Photoshop or anything, but it's just this is what the content is, and there's you could tell they made it themselves. There's some real like there's soul in that.
Yeah,
like, you made something, and now if I'm into the content of the video, I'll click on the video and watch it. But it's if you're relying on AI for your thumbnail, you're probably relying on AI for your scripts, or if you're doing scripts or whatever. So it's just it leads to me just not trusting the content and just thinking that you're really just putting videos out to get clicks and not really to try to inform or entertain.
Yeah, if you can't take the extra 20, 30 minutes to make a thumbnail yourself, then that tells me the video is going to be lazy too. You're just shitting out content. So why would I even bother? I have the same visceral response that you have, David, where it's like if I see AI in the thumbnail, I'm turned off by it. Because just take the time to put together something that tells us you care about the video. If you are putting out content that is so low effort that you can't even be bothered to make a thumbnail, then fuck you. I mean, to be fair, a lot of people feel like they don't have the skills because it takes time to learn how to use Photoshop or an editing program. But listen, we all have to learn, and that's what makes it so much more meaningful and better. Like you develop a skill over time, and like David, my thumbnails aren't super like flashy or anything like that, but it's really about the meaning you convey and the message you want to send to people. And it just when you just put this big AI like text on it with like some politician crying, like a lot of people like the anti-Trump slop channels will just have like different AI generated pictures of Trump crying. It screams laziness to me.
Yeah, I'd rather just see a real photo of Trump and just like one that you thought captured what you have in the video about him than you generating a fake AI image of Trump. Like it's just so gross to me.
You can even take the time if you want to put fake tears over him. I have like a whole folder of different shit like that.
Yeah, that's creative. That's different. That's fine. But to generate the whole image, like this image that never existed through AI, like I just think it's lazy and it's just weird.
Yeah. And it's like when I see a picture of Trump in the thumbnail where he's crying and he's like in a diaper and it's all shitty, I just think, bro, this is for boomers. This is not for us.
This is like boomer slop. Like.
This is not for our generation. Who's this supposed to appeal to? And I'm not calling out anybody in particular. It's just the general observation that I've seen with the growing ubiquity of AI. I fucking hate it. It's so awful. And I'm honestly a little bit authoritarian when it comes to this. I'm straight up in favor of banning generative AI 100%. I can't stand the shit. I'm sick of it.
Also, if you can't make a thumbnail, just take a screenshot from your video. Like, just use whatever, YouTube suggests, like a few shots from the video when you upload it. If you don't have a thumbnail, that's fine. Like,
right.
I'll use, when I do like in the rare cases, I do like a live stream or I do, some kind of on the spot video. I typically don't do a thumbnail afterwards. I'll just use a screenshot from the video. And that's, I don't know. It's just more honest.
No, 100%. I've become so negatively polarized against AI that I would rather watch a video of some newbie who like put up a thumbnail where they don't know the dimensions of the thumbnail. So it's like an image that's stretched all the way across. I'd rather click on that. Penguin Zero, like Moist Critical still does that. I'd rather watch that than some AI generated thing because at least it's authentic, right? It's just somebody, putting a tiny dash of effort in. Just, hey, I just found this picture. I don't give a fuck about the dimensions. I'll at least upload that. I didn't just put generate thumbnail of woke liberal crying. It just, I don't know.
Yeah, I do feel like AI kind of or lowered the bar to what is acceptable for thumbnails, because I agree with you.
True.
Like I used to I went to film school, so the idea of like someone stretching an image out for the thumb, just like what, like please don't do that. Please use the proper dimensions. But now when I see it, I'm like, that's like cute. Like
Same.
they don't know how to resize an image. That's adorable.
I gotta say, out of all the things, thumbnails are probably on the bottom of my list of holding up the sanctity of.
That's fair. That's fair. It's our craft,
fair. I just
though.
think
It's our
speaks to
domain.
a larger problem. Like, I agree with
In fact,
you. This is the biggest issue.
If
in the
there's
world.
if there's one like artistic thing I don't care about, if AI is used, it's probably a YouTube thumbnail.
Oh no, I spend enough time on YouTube where it matters to me. Don't
Same.
fuck up thumbnails. with
Thumbnails
AI
to me
slop.
are automatically like the lowest form. Like they're all just clickbait. They're all just meant to draw people in. Like it doesn't matter to me, the thumbnail part.
Maybe I'm just YouTube poisoned, where my brain just thinks in thumbnails and YouTube titles. Maybe that's what it is. Because I watch a lot of YouTube. It's like kind of I think I watch YouTube more than streaming services.
I definitely do, for sure.
Yeah, I'm always constantly having like podcasts on or something in the background when I'm playing games, or at least try to, because my brain, like, I don't want to be alone in my own thoughts. But yeah, I think about the YouTube stuff quite a bit.
Like the thing that really bothers me, honestly, is AI music. That really gets. Maybe it's because I was a musician, and it really gets my gears. Like, you're not a musician, you're not an artist if you just type
Where
in.
do you come across that though? Like, is there popular AI music out there?
Dude, like Spotify, like yes, it's getting really bad.
Okay,
all those streaming platforms are full of full-on AI, and I don't mean like.
Do they market?
I don't mean like someone did like a T-Pain style like effect that was computer generated or something. No, like literally people put in prompt like make me top 40 pop song and generate party lyrics, and that's all they do, and it spits out a song, and they upload it to Spotify or whatever, and people fucking listen to that shit, and it gets tons of streams on Spotify, and people get paid for that.
Okay, yeah, that's fucked up. Does Spotify market as this is AI content or no?
They just started labeling it because people were complaining. They just started labeling it.
Well, that's hopefully they continue.
And like to me, it's the most gross, honestly, because like, and I don't well, not most gross. It's up there with like video, like at least like with no, I don't want to say this in a way that demeans it, but I mean like okay, with an AI generated photo that's not hyper realistic, that like is meant to look like a cartoon or whatever. I hate it. I hate it. But at least you're not looking at something that should have been real. Like it's a cartoon image. Like you're listening to AI music that has a human voice, and it's used someone else's voice or a hodgepodge of voices to generate this human voice. And I just think it's gross.
It's theft.
I mean, there's lots of AI YouTube channels as well that have like AI content. And I mean, I pick it up immediately, but I guess there are people out there who don't realize what they're watching or listening to is just some AI slop put together and turned into like a podcast or like a breakdown of some topic.
Yeah.
And there's lots of that out there.
I agree wholeheartedly with both of what you're saying, although I will admit I do enjoy the Iran AI songs. But that's the one exception.
Oh, listen, every now and then, like I guess, like used for the case of a meme, where the point of the meme is that it is AI slop. I guess that's not so bad.
If it's, I mean, I still don't really like it, but if the point of it is that it's not real, it's AI, then I understand.
Yeah. Somebody says they've perfected the slop. Fuser says this. Yeah, and I mean, like, they have much, much worse water problems than we do. So if they're okay using the resources for that, if they think the propaganda is worthwhile, then you go for it. But I mean, they're tapping into some some good shit there. It's the only slop that I like. Maybe it's also because, you know, they're making fun of Donald Trump and I don't like Donald Trump. I don't know, but yeah, AI
Also,
is,
you could usually tell an AI song too based on the lyrics. Like they think everything. They think like the AI generators think like the lyrics all need to like rhyme like a storybook rhyme. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like it's really bad.
I haven't listened to enough to notice the little quirks, like of AI songs in particular. I avoid it. Well, so I did have other stuff to get to. So, as you all know, there was the Francesca Hong election in Wisconsin. She unfortunately lost, but we're getting some additional details about why she lost. I know that a lot of people cited her lack of ads, which is a big thing. Another was the Thanksgiving tweet. And I'll kind of go through this, but I'm sure you both would be surprised to learn that her opponent, the moderate Democrat, David Crowley, the Republicans are calling him a socialist, surprisingly. So that is their main attack, seemingly, so far. So I have a couple of attacks that I'll play of him by the Republican opponent, Tom Tiffany, who, by the way, if you've ever listened to this guy talk, he is the least charismatic Republican I think I've ever heard speak. He is just, it's like listening to paint dry. It's really bad. It's almost shocking. But the first thing that I wanted to share here is, so somebody talked to a voter. Hang on, I gotta add that to stage. There we go. About why they were leaning towards Hong and then ended up breaking for Crowley. And they say, this is a report
Is it
from
about
the
Thanksgiving?
You're gonna be shocked, David.
Oh my god,
Chris said
I literally before we even get to that, I fucking told people when that shit was going around on Twitter that day. I'm like, you don't have. It was all the fucking leftists like retweeting it out. I'm like, it's a bad answer. You don't have to prop something up that really isn't anything. And it became this massive thing. Like, it's just so stupid. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's just a really quick sentence here. You're right. Chris said he ended up voting for Crowley, saying that Hong's media appearances and comments on holidays would not fly anywhere and didn't sit right with me personally. And I would love to talk to this particular individual who's like, yeah, I'm going to vote for her. I like what she's saying. Moratorium on data centers. And then he hears her talk about Thanksgiving and he's like, you know what? Fuck that. Bring in the data centers. I can't tolerate the talk about Thanksgiving in this way. It's just too offensive. Like, what? What? You deserve data centers now. I hope they put it in your backyard, buddy. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, this is insane. And maybe I'm so, I mean, it's not just me, but maybe I feel so strongly about it because in Oregon, we have like the 5th highest number of data centers throughout the country. And you cannot drive anywhere without seeing a motherfucking data center. It is an eyesore. They're everywhere. Nobody likes them. I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. I have literally only seen one Oregonian defend data centers. And it's some boomer Republican on Facebook who's like, well, but China's going to win. And that's in reaction to a news story about our governor finally getting bullied into pausing one data center. And it's shocking to me that this was not alone a motivating factor for voters because her opponent, the guy who won, David Crowley, is saying he does not support a moratorium, and he's kind of leaning into it, whereas the Republican is taking the opposite approach. And I think, I don't know what's going to happen. I hope that Crowley wins because I don't want the Republican to win, obviously. But I think that Hong was the more electable candidate. There was a leaked memo that Ken Klippenstein talked about. I know I did a video about this. I think you did too, David, where they were actually talking about how they were afraid that Hong was the more electable candidate because she had this economic message that was more populist.
Yeah.
And so now without that, I don't know. Let me just pull up this. This is from Politics and Poll Tracker.
So the Republican you're saying is against AI data centers?
It seems like that's the
what
case.
They're saying anyways.
He's saying he's drawing a line. I got to look into it more. I mean, it's a Republican, but he seems to be a little bit more savvy than this guy who is saying no moratorium. Like he's unequivocally saying he's not going to support a moratorium. And then if you go to this response by Hassan, he said, like he shares this article of Tom Tiffany, the Republican, saying he's drawing a hard line on data centers. And so,
yeah, I can see Crowley losing based on
yeah, I mean, if he sticks to this, let me just show you what I mean here. So, I mean, these are the numbers. Nobody likes data centers. It's a majority. Rural urban and rural. That's not surprising. Usually they're more conservative, but I mean, they're putting them in rural areas that are destroying these fucking towns. And if you go to this video clip, you don't even have to play it. This is Tom Tiffany sharing this video from the Republican or of the Democrat. Let me make sure you guys can still see that. You guys can see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. StreamYard is telling me that it lost the connection. But anyways, NBC asks him, what's the number one issue where you disagree the most with Hong? And Crowley says data centers. And he's sharing this and also implying, oh, well, he's not saying abolishing the police or prisons. Now, you see where this is going. You go to the ad, and let me press play. Because you're going to get a sense that, David Crowley is not insulated from the socialist attacks just because he's a moderate.
Oh, there's no sound.
Yeah, there's no sound on it.
Okay, maybe that's what lost the connection. Let me reshare. Stop sharing.
Also, though, I gotta ask, why does this guy love data centers so much?
I don't know.
I'm sure there's some money involved.
It's so weird. I've never heard anyone talk about data centers so much, and this guy just loves bringing them up. Data center, like it's just that's all I know about the guy. That's all I know about the guy. And
yeah,
listen, I want to be clear. I would like the Democratic candidate in any race, including this one, to beat the Republican. But what is this guy doing? Why does he always got to bring up data centers? like people bring up how Hong's should have stayed away from the Thanksgiving stuff. Sure, okay. Why is no one bringing up why can't this guy just shut up about data centers? Like, just stop talking about them, man. Just stop talking about them. Holy shit.
There's a clip of him where he says something like, and I'm paraphrasing, oh, we need to be screaming from the rooftops to like try to entice venture capital from coming into the state.
This guy thinks he has popular positions, but they're incredibly pro-corporate, pro-elite, isolated positions that he's been told are very popular, when in reality they are not.
Yeah, and honestly, I am terrified. If the Republican does lean into this data center issue, I honestly think that Crowley is cooked. He has the blue wave going for him in his favor. Like it's an anti-Trump year, but still.
Why is no one bringing this up to like all you saw, of course, when it comes to a left-wing candidate or a DSA candidate is, oh, they're bad at this. Oh, they shouldn't. Oh, they're weak on this in the general. They got to stop bringing this up. They got to stop doing this. Why is no one saying the friggin' moderate Dem, who is the Democratic candidate for governor of Wisconsin, should shut up about data centers already?
Because you answered the question, because he is the moderate Dem. That's why they're not attacking him over it. So, Francesca Hong mentions Thanksgiving and her whole thing about Thanksgiving. That becomes a massive fucking issue because she's on the left. This guy has clearly worse positions on everything, but it's not an issue because he supports the status quo. So that's ultimately, that's why I get so annoyed at people who you would think would be supporting Hong, but they're making a big deal out of her answer on Thanksgiving. Whereas you didn't have to bring it up at all. You could have ignored the clip. You could have never acknowledged it, never said anything. But every fucking account on the internet bringing this shit up as if it's the biggest deal in the fucking world while ignoring Crowley.
It is amazing to me, like in general, how so much of this is just like, hire a good communications person. Holy shit. Like, like, why is no one saying like, listen, first of all, he should have a better position on it. Obviously, that's the main thing. But I'm even coming from a place where if the guy talks up data centers so much, clearly he's not going to change his mind. So at the very least, why are you still constantly talking about it?
I feel like the only explanation that I can think of, there's no way he is just a fan of data centers. It's got to be him sending the bat signal to big tech saying, hey, bankroll me, I'll be your guy, I'll open us up, you can bring in as many data centers as you want, all fucking sites are up for sale, you name it, I'm your guy. That's the only thing I could think of. And
it's a very, very weird position though to take, because I can't think of any issue that so roundly has united people from across the ideological spectrum than like, we don't want a data center being built here. I don't know anyone who is pro build a data center in my town.
No, it's like an 80-20 issue. And now that so many people are mobilized against it, it doesn't matter where you go, rural towns, like people are showing up to town halls and they are berating city councilors and mayors for daring to put data centers in their backyards, because even though they would love the economic development, they don't want to live next to these fucking things. And it's going to invite so much blowback. And I don't know what to say. If the Republican in this race leads into that, it's game, set, match. Here's the ad, by the way, from the Republican. He's a Republican, but this ad, I think, could land because he's trying to at least feign populism. He's trying to have a message other than like, hey, let's put immigrants into fucking gas chambers. I'll just play it though so you can see it.
Failed executive David Crowley spent recklessly, botched health insurance for thousands, raised property and sales taxes. Even David Crowley says there's no.
Oh boy, this video is not playing very good, Mike.
It's not. Okay, well,
No.
I'll just I'll go ahead. Is the audio fucked up too?
That's the guy. That's the guy you're gonna lose to if you keep
Send it
talking
to
data
me.
centers.
Send it to me.
That's the guy.
I'll play it through mine.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why it's not playing, but I'll send it to David. I just want you all to hear this guy talk also, because it's like fucking the blandest personality ever. He has no sauce.
And people have to understand too, like when we're talking data centers, like the reason this is a big issue now is because the data centers are specifically to deal with AI compute resources. Like this isn't like a data center because like, oh, I like my social media and they need somewhere to store everything and they need the servers to be no. That's not when we're talking building all these data centers, these companies are doing it specifically for AI in mind. So when this bubble bursts and you got a giant fucking multi-acre building in your town that's just empty and unused and an eyesore and ruining the entire value of whatever your town proposes, and then you're going to end up getting the equivalent of like vacant abandoned towns from factories closing down like you did a couple of decades ago. You get that equivalent here with data centers. Like that's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
like these are data centers specifically for AI compute, AI processing. And that's what you're going to ruin your town with, these short-term gains from tech companies who will leave you high and dry when the bubble bursts.
Failed executive David Crowley spent recklessly.
many working Americans. I want to ask you now about some other issues, and some candidates support these issues. Some DSA candidates, I know Mayor Mamdani does not support some of these issues. I'm going to ask you where you stand on defunding the police, abolishing prisons, and opening up the border again. Do you support any of those propositions?
So what I support is making sure that we have law and order in this country. And that starts with making sure there's a full release of the Epstein files and that we hold people accountable. It also is making sure that we have accountability for ICE officials who have murdered and slaughtered people in our streets on camera, who unfortunately have not been held accountable and actually have been hidden, honestly. And so those are the types of things that I support. And I want to be clear, I am a union member. I recently joined the Working Families Party. I also just recently joined DSA because there were some things, the majority of things that I'm supportive of. But just like I'm a Democrat, there are some things that I do not fully support within the Democratic Party, particularly those corporate Democrats, right? I don't accept corporate PAC money, and I want to make sure that these billionaires pay what they owe. And so there are going to be a few differences here and there, but overwhelmingly, what I care about and support are what everyday Floridians care about and support, which is making sure that housing is a right and people have a place to put their heads at night.
Yeah. So you don't support defunding the police?
No, I don't support defunding the police. I do support comprehensive criminal justice reform to make sure we are addressing some of the root causes of people leading into a life of crime.
What up? What up? What up?
That's my girl. I love her. I love her. She has the best media training. Let's get some of these candidates to represent DSA instead of the white people from national that keep going on Fox News to say hyperbolic statements that scare people.
I like the way Floridian accent says the Epstein files.
Yes.
It flows off the tongue so nicely. I guess maybe it's because Epstein is his home base was in Palm Beach, so it's like maybe that's why it slips off the tongue so well. They're like, oh, this Epstein, he's planted his way into our collective mind, and now we need to destroy him by destroy the memory of him, excise him from American life.
Yeah. I feel bad for anyone with the last name Epstein. There's this one stand-up comedian who's like, my name is Jeffrey Epstein.
Have you ever seen?
Like, ah. And I'm like, oh, how terrible for you, my friend.
I was just thinking about this because I don't know. I saw the name somewhere. Israel Epstein.
Oh.
he moved to China. He moved to China, and he was a Chinese journalist, but he was originally a Polish Jewish guy, obviously. But it's so funny to have the name.
Ooh, the member of the Chinese Communist Party. Cool. He's one of the good Epsteins.
Yeah.
If there is such a thing.
I don't. I feel like it's almost more insidious because it's like like whether you're like technically like a communist society or a capitalist society. I have heard about Palm Beach Pete, who just came in. That guy was fucking weird.
PvP.
I saw
with PBD.
There was like a Juan Epstein. See, Stevie said it. There's an Epstein in every
welcome back, Connor.
Every society has a
show.
Where it's all over the place. Every era, right? Like maybe it's a time traveler thing. Maybe we have time traveling Epsteins. You know what I mean? They're in every era. You go back to like the Neolithic age with cavemen, and there's just there's cave Epstein, and he's he hits young women over the head with the with his club.
Yeah, there you go. Oh God, what was that one movie from the 80s? I think it was like Searching for Fire or whatever. Radon Chong was in it. A few others were in it, and I'm like, there's just so many rape scenes in the movie. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Well, yeah, maybe that's another episode. It's another Epstein thing.
Yeah.
No, I like the idea of like every time it's almost like the Dalai Lama, you know, like the Dalai Lama, you know, like one Dalai Lama dies and then they like imbue a child with the spirit of the next Dalai Lama, but it's Epstein. So like Epstein died, and that's why there's that like
too.
guy.
Oh God. Yeah.
Spirit must be kept alive, and at some point they like they flourish into a full blown Epstein, and then like the FBI has to like raid their house and take them in, and then the whole cycle just starts over and over again.
Yeah, I saw a video. I think it was about like Abdul's mother, about like, oh, you know, she worked for like the Taliban or whatever. Everyone's like, oh, she worked, you know, for the CIA. She was CIA trained, like Bin Laden was, or something like that. I was like, I got him.
Oh, I also saw this one that was on speaking of Angie Nixon, your new favorite congressional candidate or Senate candidate.
Yeah. Well, we don't need Michigan apparently, so we all hands on deck for Florida. Am I right?
Hey, that definitely goes to like Chuck Schumer's my purpose is to keep the left pro-Israel, that thing, like
yeah. But like, what happens if it's just a 50-51? Like, I'm like, we need like at least 53 so that Vance and Fetterman's votes don't fucking count. So yes, we need Michigan, we need Florida, we need whatever important Senate races we can get. Like, it's hard for Democrats to get the Senate enough as it is. Why are we saying we don't need a swing state?
But this is Andy Nixon talking about Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and how
her answer about Tom Piker was really good too. She's like, I don't know him.
Yeah. Is that like the what is it, Mariah Carey version? I don't know him. He's like, I don't know.
Yeah, because I was like, oh my god, finally someone
definitely did know her, and I don't think Andy Nixon.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm just so glad. I'm like, oh god, you know, they're trying to make her tied to Hassan. She's like, I don't really care. Even Hassan's like, if she hasn't reached out to me, don't matter. Good for her for, you know, pointing that out.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, and I do not think she should campaign with Hassan. I think that would be I think in Florida at least that would be
even he said,
but
even he was like, you know, she did this well without me. She could do even better without me now. You know, so you know that's important to point out. But there's no other happening among any of the Florida primaries.
The second you say like, I don't know, like I really do think socialism. I'm not saying it's a complete non-starter. I mean, she's running, but I think it's a real, like, it's an issue that you have to like really thread the needle on if you're going to.
Also, I think what helped her is not just going but APAC about everything. You know,
yeah.
Considering, you know, it's Florida.
But it would be very funny if like, you know, a DSA member, like a black woman DSA member replaced Marco Rubio in the Senate. Like that would be that'd be extremely funny to me.
Yeah.
See, this is not just a big issue for me. It's a big issue for Floridians and Americans everywhere. Medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy right now in our country. So think about it. People are literally going bankrupt simply because they're trying to stay alive. And so what we heard and we're witnessing right now is the fact that there are corporate established Democrats who are now beholden to these corporations that are making it harder for people to have access to quality health care. They're actually denying claims because they don't want to pay them out because it's going to impact their bottom line. I don't care about corporations' bottom lines. I care about people. The needs of the people need to be met. That is my first priority. And we definitely would have to assess whether or not we need to keep these folks in leadership. But right now, according to the American people, they don't feel that way, that they should be in leadership. And I'm on the same side right now, especially hearing this recently.
Also, she was one of the first to call for like a ceasefire right after October 7th. Like a lot of people were like, oh, she's that chick doing, you know, that was doing all those like, you know, Black Lives Matter things in her in her county, like during the meetings and hearings and all that. She was out there doing these like little protests when people would try to shut her down. So I'm like, now I remember who she is. She was causing a bit of a ruckus right after October 7th, and rightfully so.
Yeah. I like that line though where she says, I don't care about corporations' bottom lines, I care about people. I like that.
Yeah.
That's a good message. Of course, still like the long shot of all long shots in Florida. It's just, I don't know. I'm just not I'm not feeling bullish on on Florida right now, and
Oh.
the chances of any kind of really
We all
any
gotta
like,
try.
any Democrat winning in Florida, which is crazy because like even in 2018 it was like, you know, they still had a chance to elect like Andrew Gillum, and I don't know why it was just accepted kind of at the time, like this is our last stand in the state. But
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's crazy that, you know, we just kind of gave up, and then Andrew Gillum just kind of went downhill from there, even more
Yeah.
so recently.
yeah, he's both gay and, like I said, he's black, gay, and a meth head, and I feel like you just feel like you can't be all.
But it's Florida. That he's the very definition of a Florida man.
Well, actually, I think a black gay Republican meth head could still pull it off. I think Republicans would be more accepting of that.
Isn't Byron what's his face gonna be never mind.
I don't know. I just feel like I feel like somehow you would get like you'd get that guy, and then he could give Republicans like the smallest like well, now I found Jesus thing, and they'd be like he's a change. He might be a meth head, but he's a changed man. He accepted Jesus Christ into his heart and Donald Trump. And
I just keep thinking Rob Ford, you know, crack. Did he die?
Remember?
He died.
He died.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also his brother was like the complete opposite of him.
His death had nothing. His death was I'm pretty sure his death was like cancer. It didn't have anything to do with the crack. So he could have smoked all the crack he wanted. He was. I think he had like brain cancer. But do you ever see the clip of Rob Ford eating the bee?
Oh yeah, I remember that. I was like,
He opens his mouth. He goes, "You just flew in there."
It's so funny. I was like, oh my god, what the hell's happening?
Because then his brother is still like a powerful politician. There's like 3 of them, I think. There's like 3 Ford brothers. There's always I've noticed that like when there's like 2 brothers in power, like somehow there's always
and there's like the third one that's like kind of like the failed one.
Yeah, there's always for some reason like a third
They're
one.
like the Canadian Kennedys.
I don't know. I don't know how that
attractive.
Yeah, well, but you know, all 3 of the Kennedys made it into like
office or something. Yeah, especially Ted. Ted's the one who got it. Who, in my opinion, just imagine if it could have been JFK, RFK, and then Ted, and none of this would have happened. We wouldn't be here. You know, it would be luxury gay space communism in a weird way.
Yeah. Well, a weird part of the Ted Kennedy campaign. I mean, of course, besides
he was also like Medicare. He was very much early on Medicare for all. Like he would people forget how progressive he really was.
Well, like, he was the liberal standard bearer in a party that had like elected Jimmy Carter and was pushing further towards deregulation and stuff. But there was like these moments. I mean, Chappaquiddick obviously was the big thing that kind of tanked him. Like forever, right? Like everyone's like, you can't just, you know, like
they're like, but remember when he eulogized his brother Bobby? That was a good speech.
But they asked him, a big part of his his failure in the end to defeat Carter, like unseat him. They asked him why he wanted to be president, and it took him like 35 seconds to answer.
He's like,
his brain just gave out.
You could have said, just want to, you know, solidify my family's legacy, do what my brothers couldn't do. It's really that simple. You could have just said, you know, continue on what my brothers couldn't. Come on, Ted, R.I.P. But like that's an easy answer. You're a Kennedy. You could have come up with something about continue on what your brothers couldn't. But
wait, I wanted to. This is. I saw you shared this too earlier.
How the hell is what's with these Kennedy grandkids looking pretty fine? I mean, like, also Taylor Swift dated him.
I didn't know that till I just saw that. But it put on Russia's most wanted list, charged with acting as a mercenary for Ukraine. I'm surprised that's the.
He's vaccinated too.
But I'm just surprised that's the side he picked. I would 100%. Expected RFK Jr.'s son to be put on like the Ukraine's most wanted list.
I feel like his kids kind of don't really. I mean, the daughter seems kind of close to him because she's the one who was telling all those wild stories about the whale, whatever, on top of the all the weird stuff.
Would be the daughter,
and then Connor's like, I'm whatever, you know, like Connor seems like the normal one.
Yeah, but I just feel like the real way to like have RFK Jr.'s legacy be honored is to have, for some reason, just for some crazy reason, his son to be like a mercenary for Russia in Ukraine.
Yeah,
like, I really that's the best way to honor RFK Jr.'s contributions to our society so far.
Yeah, it's
to have
crazy.
Have Zelensky like put him on a list to be like, we must get this guy out of here, and then that's my Zelensky voice. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, like LBJ could have been ranked among the greats if he didn't accelerate Vietnam. But I feel like there's lots of progressives that would say Biden could have been great if he didn't do Gaza. You know what I mean? Like,
well, another thing too about like LBJ and all that is, we're seeing like, oh, if you're race, you hate black people if you don't support data centers. Someone's like, oh yeah, it's like, let's not support LBJ, the racist, who also gave us like what, Medicaid and all that shit too. Like, come on, like.
What do you think LBJ would say about data centers? I think he would like that.
I think best LBJ impression.
Well, no, because there's a he worked for Kellogg Brown and Root, like that was his like main KBR was like his main benefactor, and I feel like they would be 100% behind the push for data centers, and you could have like so all of a sudden LBJ would be like really pro data center. Like, we're bringing jobs back. We're bringing jobs back to America, and it's just jobs in data centers.
And shows your dick, like that's what he did. But another thing too, LBJ, like a lot of people are like, what is the best way to describe like boomer liberals who they don't understand like the language, but they mean well. I'm like LBJ, he would be like, I'm pro Tesla, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like he would be like a lot of people are like, I don't understand it, but I support it. And I'm like, yeah, that's an LBJ thing. Like you've seen like what people post, like how to explain like what my grandmother would support this or whatever, and it sounded like something like that LBJ would sound like. Yeah, it would sound kind of offensive, but they mean well at the same time because they don't understand it.
He might have ruined his legacy by being really into data centers.
How do you think LBJ? You would have loved data centers if we were assuming. I don't know.
I feel like he would have to say it in a weird way. He just have to say like data centers. We're all about data centers right now.
That Vietnam.
And we're gonna build data centers from
in Vietnam.
No, he's like we're gonna build data centers from my he's like from my penis to my bunghole.
Yeah. Oh, he loved going skinny dipping too.
Somebody put on this there's this video that I saw. I was trying to think of the guy's name yesterday. It's Jason Pargin, like the guy that makes those TikTok videos that he like discusses a bunch of stuff. That like a lot of like cultural stuff, but he was talking about he had like something up that was like when people were talking about like fitting a suit, they're like do you hang right or hang left? They're talking about like talking about a guy's like bulge and like to try to fit the suit perfectly. But then like underneath this video, everyone was sharing the LBJ that LBJ getting a suit fitted thing where he's talking about his bunghole.
Yeah. Anyway, can you believe there's gonna be a baby boom in New York City because Mom Donnie's letting parents fuck without their kids around?
They were. I was trying to think of like how you would slander Mom Donnie for that, and I think you have
pro-life. What? Oh wait.
No, you'd have to find like the one person that committed a crime during that time period. Maybe not even someone who actually had like kids that took that program, because it was like only like I think it was like a few hundred families. It was like a trial program. So you'd have to find someone that like you could like tangentially relate to that program that like did something like vandalize a car. And you put that in the paper and be like, Mom Donnie's new, his program to give parents a night off.
Because my mom was like, how is he gonna do that? I'm like, Mom, there's legitimate like service, like babysitting services and activities that they can have the kids do. I'm like, Mom, there's so much in the budget now that he found that he could do all these cool things. Because like my sister's like, well, yeah, you love Mondani, but like I saw a homeless woman tweaking in the Bronx. I'm like, yeah, I know that. I got I'm like, my sister has this idea that I think in absolutes for some reason, and that I think everything's perfect. I'm like, no, I hear from people all the time, like, yeah, Mom Donnie's doing so many good things. However, there's still a lot of issues in the 5 boroughs that he could definitely, fix or whatever, that he's working on or whatever. He just got here.
I was just in the Bronx.
You act like I don't cover politics for a living, sis.
I just spent the weekend in the Bronx.
See?
It wasn't it wasn't that bad. I was right near the Mitchell houses. I was staying at, my friend rented like a hotel so we could go to this music thing, like a room at like a really crappy like motel kind of, and it was
not Howard Johnson, right?
No, but Lyndon Johnson. No, but and we were right like across from like the Mitchell housing, like the 60s like 70s project housing. Yeah. And so I walked past there, and then I was texting Dan, and he was like, "Oh, you meet like you want to meet in Harlem?" like on 125th Street at the only place you could think of to meet up with was like a Shake Shack in Harlem. So I walked through Harlem.
But like, what? Really? Not like an authentic restaurant? That?
Nope.
Come on, Dan. Even I would have been like, hey, let's go to this local pizzeria. For God's sakes, a Shake Shack. I could go to Shake Shack right now.
So I took the subway one stop, and I went from the like a random ass place in the Bronx where I was to Harlem and was walking through Harlem. It was a nice day though, and it was I feel like
There's also a lot more free stuff to do in New York City. Like my sister went to the city like the other day or last week or whatever. She's like, wow, there's so much, free stuff to do. I'm like, yeah, believe it or not, there is.
I feel like they left, like I feel like they started gentrifying Harlem like really heavily, like in like the 90s and the early 2000s, but then they left it half gentrified, which is like the most bizarre situation. I feel like they fully gentrified parts of Brooklyn, like the parts of Brooklyn that I was born in and stuff like that, and like big parts of Brooklyn are just fully gentrified. I feel like Harlem, they left a lot of the
borough,
the cultural stuff side by side with like the level of gentrification that's there. So it's like Harlem just feels like it's like a half finished testament to progress, which I mean I would prefer they just left it the way it was. Like it's even in movies it's like it's pretty beautiful to look at like the old Harlem.
Yeah.
But it's like I don't know. So there's like all this stuff that's like clearly for like taking selfies next to it and stuff like next to like the old style like Harlem buildings and like businesses and stuff, or like there's like the classic like I don't know. I saw one thing that was it was like Unks. This is a perfect representation of it. It was like the place is called Unks, but it was like Unks green shakes and like it was like Jamba Juice kind of place, but it was like
that's it's always, that's one thing like I look forward to when I move back up north, but my mom's already like in a pissy mood because she's like, Shad is gonna be blah, blah, blah. I'm like, whatever, she's got to deal with it,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at least you'll be able to get out more.
Yeah, and also too, Vasora's moving back to the city, so I might just live with her. So that'd be fun.
Yeah. He's bum your mom off on your sister.
Yeah. My sister expects me to like get a real job and all this shit. I'm like, I got a year to make it.
Make it big. That's right. You should subscribe to Cosmopolitics, twitch.tv/Cosmopolitics, and subscribe, send in all the subs you can so that Christina can save up for her big move.
I'm gonna have my Sex in the City moment. I just hope I don't bump into a guy that's like Sam Cedar chewing and then spitting out food. That was a funny moment. I was funny. One of my friends was like, wait a minute, why does this guy look so familiar? And I'm like, or so like his voice. I'm like, it's Sam Cedar from the Majority Report. They're like, oh, they're like, isn't he also Hugh? Isn't he also the health inspector from Bob's Burgers? I'm like, yep.
Yeah, he's well, it's funny too because when Cynthia Nixon ran, when she ran for governor against Cuomo,
yeah,
she ran for governor guy against Cuomo, she would go on Majority Report, and it was like a reunion of
yeah, I remember that.
Sam Cedar.
It's like, oh wow, is he wearing his Knicks hat? What's going on here? Like,
but I got thoughts on Trump and the Trump pulling resources from South Korea on the Korean Peninsula that was going into militarizing, because I think it's unquestionably a good thing. I think it was 4 days ago the newer president of South Korea.
Yeah, people were pissed and everyone's like, "This is a good thing he's doing." I'm like, "Yeah, it's a rare that he does something decent."
But the thing that was really like kind of upsetting about this is knowing in my mind that all of those resources are going to go fight Iran. Like, so they're going to take, like, I would like to see everything scaled down across the entire country. I would like to see all of our presence in all these places scaled down, and then I would like to see that that's it, like just scale down. So it's like the idea that it's that he's doing this, at least he's claiming, the pretense of it at least is that like they wouldn't help him with Iran, so now he doesn't think they deserve help on the border. So I feel like it's one of those more complicated situations.
I just got along with him very good. We had great meetings. We speak, and I think our nation and I think other nations, frankly, whether it's Japan or South Korea, they're a lot safer if I'm president if somebody else is president. Now, I didn't like the fact that we're doing these massive military exercises really against North Korea. It was an exercise against North Korea. When I'm friendly with him, I don't see anything happening for certainly 2.5 years. It's not going to happen with me. but I don't see anything happening. And I was not happy when South Korea said, no, they're not interested in helping us with the Hormuz Strait, and yet they get 60% of their oil from the Hormuz Strait. I said, would you like to help us? He said, no, thank you. I said, that's nice, please, thank you. He made us a lot of money. I didn't like that. So I felt that to do we were doing a massive war exercise. I thought that was very insulting to somebody that frankly has been, during my term at least, very well behaved. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but what?
I see, but it's directly sending those resources into Iran.
Yeah,
it's been kind of fascinating as this ramp up towards an Iran war has like really happened. Like number one, Ukraine, a lot of the stuff, a lot of the interceptor things, like they've all been taken out of Ukraine. That like clearly does actually like I don't think South Korea needs to have this militarized buildup on their border the way that they've been having it. I think that just swiping this stuff away and then like really fast and drawing down that way and not kind of working towards like an agreement to end this at the same time. Like, I don't think that that's the way to do it. I think the way to do it is obviously to have like peace talks and to try to settle, because it's been 76 years. How many more years of a war do they really need? But it's like Ukraine is kind of in the middle of it, and they're already taking away the interceptors and stuff like that. But to bring them to Iran, which nobody already like, it's already the most unpopular war at this period of it.
Yeah. Because again, we're doing all this stuff because everyone's like, "What does Israel have to do with it?" I'm like, Israel's the reason why we're in Iran right now. Like that's why everyone's so hung up on AIPAC and Israel and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think both Netanyahu and Trump are kind of the they're both kind of the dog that caught the car, kind of the proverbial, because it's been over and over and over again. And I feel this way about like a lot of stuff Israel's been doing. It's like they never expected to get to this point. Like, I feel like when they started doing the genocide in Gaza, they kind of were at the point of like, all right, how far can we go with this? And that was obviously Biden, you know, but it's like they expected at some point to get reeled in. And what you classically do is then you say, you know, it's the stab in the back myth. You go, you know, we really, gloves off, we could have really defeated Hamas, which I don't think you ever can. Like, the more Palestinians you kill, the more Palestinians,
the ones that are going to get radicalized and want to, you know,
want to join an. So, you know, people were making that argument in real time at the time. You know, like people smarter than me. But it's like, yeah, in that situation, you've already kind of created that thing. But they acted like kind of the proverbial dog that caught the car. And I feel like in the same way, literally every president from, I mean, they posture about like, oh, if Iran does this or Iran does that, you know, we might have to have a war. But I don't think like every other president's been smart enough, even like George W. Bush, to be like, oh, you know, even as they like saber rattle about certain things, like you know, about like, you know, their what, like just but like whatever they don't like about Iran's, you know, whether there's their nuclear program or. See, now I talked about George W. Bush and I called it nuclear, like nuclear program, or just, you know, just the threat they pose, blah blah blah, to Israel. Like, they still keep distance enough from that plan because everybody agreed within the so-called deep state, like, you know, whether it's the FBI, whether it's the CIA, whether it's Army intelligence, they all have agreed the entire time, like, this is insane. You don't want to invade Iran, like. The ground invasion of Iran, especially because, you know, because it's right on the Strait of Hormuz, would be absolutely devastating. You'd have to, because they'd already have their, you know, they'd already have their people there. It's a mountainous country, like
Also, I remember. Do you remember that one Jason Jones segment, Field Piece for the Daily Show, where they kind of like were like, "Oh my God, we are like I'm a shoe's throw away from like the worst dictator in the world right now," or whatever. And they're like, "Oh, why do you hate Americans?" And these normal Iranians are like, "We don't hate. What are you talking about?"
Yeah. Well, a big thing is that, you know, for a while there, I mean, we definitely kind of ruined this, but before Trump got elected,
when have we not ruined anything? Like, I'm tired of people saying America is a force for good. War is good. I'm like, no, it's not. War turns men into beasts.
Two different time periods. One of them was Peshkian getting elected, you know, during Biden's term as like the more moderate choice in the Iranian election, because they do have elections, and you know, there's different like, obviously they don't elect the supreme Ayatollah It's like the next guy dies, and then but they do have elections for the prime minister, and of course it's very who can run is very cut down as a list, but people voting is not. And so Peshkian getting elected kind of showed the kind of how tired like Iranians were with the regime, I guess, as such, and like the hardliners in the regime, which was not the case under George W. Bush. People forget like Ahmadinejad was a very was a popular figure.
And they didn't they have an interview with him or something like that on the Daily Show?
So they said, well, first of all, they said they killed him in the strikes, and it turned out not to be true. And he was supposed to come on Patrick Bet David. He was supposed to be valuetained the day after our Iranian strikes. He was going to go on Patrick Bet David, and Patrick Bet David was the one who released the information and said, this
is where he's at.
He was like, Ahmadinejad was supposed to come on. I think he was mending fences because he claims that people wanted him to be the new prime minister of Iran.
Who exactly? Vinny, the numbers guy?
No, but yeah, they've had Ahmadinejad.
Well, it's like when people people think Gorbachev was like this like big like dictatorial like Marxist whatever the fuck, but then he like softened on like towards social democracy towards the end of the Soviet Union, unless what I'm like, oh man, but like they interviewed him when he was still alive for the longest time. Like they interviewed him again on the Daily Show as well. They're like, let's ask the man himself. He's still alive. He's still kicking it, and he seemed very chill and reasonable. And I'm like, why is this guy considered a threat again?
I don't know. Ahmadinejad was kind of nuts. He was.
Yeah, but Gorbachev, he seemed pretty normal.
So Gorbachev. Well, if you read like Vladislav Zubak's like Collapse of the Soviet Union, it's kind of clear that it was those reforms that kind of knocked over the Soviet Union, and it's like it's and how mishandled everything was when everyone's like, oh, we can kind of get out of here.
Yeah, people who are social democracy ops win this one.
But there's I still every time I think of Gorbachev, I think of the Leslie Nielsen like in The Naked Gun where he goes like this, and then the spot goes off and he goes, I knew it.
Yeah. Well, I remember watching a video in a history class about like when they finally signed like that whole treaty like in whatever like for the Berlin Wall. Apparently that wasn't like even a real treaty or something like that. Like it was fake signatures or something like that. If I remember the documentary on that. If I remember, I was like, what? Wait, this is all fake? What?
But also, Bush popped about to the next Saddam Hussein. But then, like, the Bush administration ended up not pushing, like, war with, like, that's the one place, like, they had their hands full with Iraq and with, with Afghanistan and with just that whole region. And it's actually, Iran, like, actually helped them out with, like, the Bin Laden. Like, they didn't like Bin Laden either.
Everyone hated Bin Laden. That's what I don't understand. Saddam Hussein hated Bin Laden. Everyone hated it.
Including the Taliban. The Taliban was just like we talked.
Here he is. We know where he's at. We're sorry. We do not support what he did to y'all. That's terrible. Here he is. We'll help with the trial and everything. And George W. Bush was like, no war. And I'm like,
because he wanted to do Iraq the entire time.
I mean, when I find that out, I'm like, well, you mean to tell me that in October 2001, all this could have been prevented?
They did a really. I mean, I've quoted this. Like I quoted this last time we talked about it, but there was like there was the quote in Blowback where they did their season on Afghanistan where they're talking about they explained that Bin Laden was like the weird guy in the WeWork for the Taliban.
Yeah. We trained him.
The Soviet Union was such a geopolitical mistake in hindsight. The U.S. wasted all that money supporting terrorists against the Soviets only for us to get 9/11 years later. Yeah, that's the Blowback thing.
Yeah, Hassan Piker was right. Anyway.
But it's also funny that like there was nobody in the U.S. that was predicting that the Soviet Union was going to collapse. Like we didn't think that was going to be the outcome. I mean, as kind of everything's toppling and as like the kind of the drunken I guess corpse of the Soviet Union's like falling over. Like it took every single U.S. intelligence agency by surprise. Because we're like, and I think like rightly so in the sense of like they saw like people freaked out when the Soviet Union fell within like the defense space because they're like, okay, well, what are we gonna do now? Like everyone started talking about the peace dividend. And it's like they didn't want that. And it's like they thought they had like they thought they had like decades. The decades with can't wait. Which thing did which thing did
the 9/11 thing? I mean that was kind of the whole thing, the blowback. People didn't expect, but also too, they were warned and they ignored. Even Clinton, before he was getting out of office, they're like, yo, we got bombed what's coming next? A plane. And they're like, yeah, okay, whatever,
Well, they have the entire thing. I mean, if you really want to get to like conspiracy theory territory, I mean, they had like the
money
entire,
missing and all, all that shit.
The American Century Manifesto, where it's like it kind of perfectly described what was going to happen in terms of like what we needed, and what we needed was more enemies, and what we needed was these like wars in Iraq, wars in Afghanistan. What we needed was like we needed another enemy to fight.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I remember because usually I always watch like the 9/11 documentaries like leading up to it. And the one security guy, Rick Rescorla, I think his name was, he was a security in Tower 2, I think. And when the bombing happened in 93, he was like, okay, we got to be ready because the next thing that's going to happen is an attack by plane. And he was right. And they were like, and the fact, what drove me insane is learning that, the North Tower got hit. The South Tower was getting evacuated. And then they were told, oh no, guys, it's fine. Go back to your cubicles. It's fine. Nothing. And then the second plane hits. And I'm like, listen, if the first building's getting hit, the second one will get hit too. Get out of there.
I feel like though you could also go insane on like every single thing that like had to go perfectly for the for the World Trade Center to happen. It was like, oh,
it was built poorly. People are like, oh, I'm like, it was built poorly in the 70s, guys. Come on.
But the two plane hijackers were literally trained by American pilots to fly planes, and it's like as just random like Saudi guys that were in the country, and they actually met with the CIA handler at one point to like have a conversation. Like there's so many just layers to it that like it's almost I don't know like
Bin Laden's brother was hanging out with Bush.
Yeah, that day. And then he helped the Bin Ladens evacuate onto a plane.
Yeah, because people forget that he has like 5 million brothers and sisters, and he's got a bunch of kids too.
It feels obviously. Like the op, if you're gonna look at like something as an op, like is not the fact that 9/11 was fake. It's the fact that there are just so many clues and like
hints that was gonna happen.
But like just
or that he did it.
There's so many levels of stuff that you could say like you could
almost denied at first.
But you could almost put it down as like an op to get people so insane about this, because the farther you go into it, the more clues include like it all points in all these different directions, and it feels like almost like it's designed to make conspiracy theorists go insane.
Yeah. Like it's just the jet fuel can't melt steel beams or whatever, and I'm like, guys, the like the fact that people don't understand that the Twin Towers were built so poorly. I'm like, when the first plane hit, it shifted the second tower a little bit because of how big the impact was. Like, I'm like, no offense, but those towers, looking at them like, oh yeah, they definitely would have like, if something were to hit them, they would have gone down in a few hours.
This is still my favorite Nick Mullen.
Oh God.
But that was always so funny to me because it's like, what do you think happened, right? Like the fucking CIA was like, okay, plan's ready to go, ready to blow up the World Trade Center. There's only one step left. The clues. Yep. Yeah, it's clue time. It's time to get the clues out there. So we're going to have the Treasury team up with Mad Magazine to create a fold-in on the money.
The clues. But I don't know.
Clues.
Like, it's obviously not like, but I mean, the conspiracy theory is I think that they knew about, like, they knew that something was going to happen, and everyone there was just so many different levels of intelligence failure.
Yeah. Like it's just crazy that people were like, hey, this could happen. They're like, whatever, and then it did happen, and George Bush was just sitting there like
still reading
like, oh fuck,
you still reading My Pet Goat?
Exactly. And everyone, because we couldn't, everyone's like, well, so we didn't know where he was for 2 hours. I'm like, yeah, he was trying to get Bin Laden's brother out of the country. What are you talking about?
Soviet Union caused defense to lose his job and go crazy involving him. I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's such a perfect mirror though to like October 7th.
Yeah, and they were like, we got the Iron Dome, we're all good, but it's like, after a while, Hamas is like, you know what? Let's see what we can do about this. Like they knew it was gonna happen.
They're just
they wanted it to happen. They wanted the final reason to just not give a fuck and just like just never stop doing what they're doing in Gaza.
I just like the idea that they're like, we have Iron Dome, and then the Hamas is like, we have hang gliders, and they're like, oh fuck, there's no way, you can't stop a hang glider.
Trump wants a gold dome around the. I'm like, yes, that'll definitely protect us from whatever the hell.
We're building the Golden Dome.
The
it's gonna be
Golden
like
Dome.
the most expensive. That is such a good project for graft, though.
Yeah.
When it's like, well, we're gonna
focus
build
down instead of the destroying the White House. Just focus on the Golden Dome.
the thing that really works in our thing is like we're surrounded, like we have a body of water that protects us from the rest of the world. That's really American protection. We don't really need a dome.
Yeah.
We lit it because the whole thing is that we've given we've given missile interceptors and nukes and just everything to across Europe. Like that is our line of defense. Our line of defense is not our line of defense is not anything to do with like a dome. It's the fact that we're surrounded, like there's just what, like you could see something. I mean, I'm not saying like literally.
That's why castles have boats.
But like you can track something coming towards us, and it's not like a missile's flying towards the United States, and it's like if we were next to a bunch of other countries. Yeah. The only way they can have it is if if you have like jihadists take over Canada, and then it'll be a lot easier.
Well, that was the fear about Ebola when Obama was in office, that they thought that ISIS was going to cross the border to bring Ebola into America. And I'm like, how the fuck is ISIS going to get from Africa to Central, whatever? But it was just the funniest thing. And I'm like, isn't that adorable though? Them carrying baby Ebolas across the border. That'd be adorable.
But like one of the crazier parts about that is the last country, and this takes us back to exactly the situation that we were just talking about with the demilitarized zone. But one of the last countries, I mean, I'm not saying the last, but like one of the many last countries to like really be proven to use these biological weapons in war like that, right? It's us dropping we worked with 731 or whatever the unit of the Japanese military that we had just defeated in World War II, and we were dropping chicken feathers with all kinds of like diseases down onto North Korea.
Yeah. Yay.
And then we also sold our biological weapon stashes, a whole bunch of them, to both to Assad and then to Saddam Hussein.
It's just so funny how we create enemies out of allies over like something stupid. Bad vibes or whatever the hell. They didn't do what we wanted them to do, and bada bing, bada boom.
You can literally track the reason that we had the claims about WMDs in Iraq is that
he had like VHS tapes. We had the returns of videotapes.
We had claims of WMDs in Iraq is that we had given stashes of biological, chemical, and different kinds of weapons. Of course, that's not really what they implied, like the yellow cake uranium and all that stuff.
Yeah,
that wasn't necessarily our doing, but it was our doing that like we were handing all kind, like whatever Saddam wanted in the Iran-Iraq war, and then we were handing whatever Iran wanted because we wanted them to fight Saddam. So we like both sides literally we wanted to fight each other to a stalemate, and it's like then we wonder why everyone in the Middle East hates us.
Yeah.
WMD's nuts.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why but even with hypersonic missiles though, like we have missile interceptors, and you still have to go over the European countries where we have missile interceptors.
Yeah.
So that's why I think that like we have the perfect line of defense, because our line of defense stretches through a continent. That anybody that's trying to get us from that side, of course.
Imagine Pangea. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine if the continents did not break apart. We'd be fucked.
If we if we pissed off like Japan again, maybe like, well, they don't have an army anymore. Well, they're trying to build one again. But if we piss off like Japan,
oh no.
That's the way of countries that I mean, it's all sea, but it's like that's the way of countries where it's like you could probably send something over that way because there is no Europe on that side. But then we hit California and it's like we'll be all right.
Yeah, we'll California's already going on. My mom's like, "Oh, California's already drifting apart from the rest of the." I'm like, "That's not no."
We already have
like,
49 other states.
Florida has more of a chance to be underwater in 5 years than California breaking off from the rest of the country.
I mean, I guess you could do it over the North Pole, but we still have we
gotta protect Santa.
We still have like we have a big line of a lot of defense on that side, like the Arctic. We have a huge thing of the Arctic zones up there. That's like where a lot of the defense is. Of course, that's also why Trump wants to seize Greenland. Part of the reason, not all the reason, but
yeah, because Greenland has all the ice and Iceland has all the green because the Vikings did that.
I like the idea of an ISIS. It's just
ISIS in Iceland, Greenland.
It's like a bunch of radicalized like Inuit people from like that don't want, because of course like we would be impinging on their territory. So I would take the Inuit ISIS.
I'm just gonna take that spa with the lake and the nice clay that everyone likes to go to, in Reykjavik or something like that. Is that nice? Yeah, I'll be like, I just want to.
Reykjavik.
I want to go there and keep that. That's
you know why? Do you know how I know that that's the capital of Iceland? Because
Craig Ferguson always started his questions with that.
Well, they've been doing a huge push to get people to stop in Iceland so they can sell them stuff when you take a plane to Europe. So when I was trying to plan my trip back in the spring, one of the big like airlines is Icelandic Air, and they're like, all you have to do is take a stop in Reykjavik for a weekend.
Reykjavik. Iceland is another. I think its capital city is Reykjavik.
People who have been there like always say though that it's really expensive if you go there.
My sister went there and she loved it. That's because she went to like that nice spa with the water and the clay that's good for your skin and all that.
There's a lot of those. There's like a lot of their business is tourism.
Yeah, doing the fun stuff, and you know, my sister got me like a little of the volcanic clay or whatever, and I'm like, oh, nice, cool, thanks. I'll use this up in a week. Can't compare it to actually experiencing the nice water and whatever. I remember that being featured in Hostel 2, Hostel Part 2. I remember watching that. I was like, what the hell? But I'm like, ooh, pretty.
Yeah, they had they literally like the president of South Korea was like because I feel like there's a through line through our conversation, was saying the other day that they're trying to set up a peace treaty with North Korea and so it's like Trump tried to do his big move where he's like, oh, because they won't join us, we'll scale down on defense. And it's like, I don't know, they have a liberal president right now.
Yeah.
Like
yeah, because then the other one get
well, they swing wildly between having
like someone who wants to implement martial law to like.
Yeah, well, it's not even. No, they have like a. See, they used to have that with a Park or whatever. They're like it was like their dictator for like the longest time, and then one of their dictators just got like murked by one of their intelligence agents at one point. I forget which one it was, but the guy. There's this crazy story. It's in the 80s. I'm pretty sure, like when their big democracy protests were about to explode, and Park, who was like their president at the time, like, you know, dictator president, was he got really drunk with like this intelligence guy, and they got into an argument, and no one could ever tell how much of this was planned out in advance and how much literally was just this guy getting really upset at the dictator and just decided to ice him. But they got really so they had like this, people heard like this screaming match between them, and the next day no one could find like the prime minister, and he was just he got
mm-hmm. Exactly. Oh
that doesn't happen enough, I think, in the world. Like, I'm not advocating for anyone in particular, but like, you would think throughout history there would be more of these moments where somebody who's very high up, like interior secretary, you know, someone who has like a giant post in an administration, like you would think that those kinds of people would more often freak out on somebody and impulsively do it, rather than like these kind of elaborate coups. But maybe they're only elaborate coups in the, like, you know, in retrospect.
Yeah.
Just because you get to write your own autobiography or whatever and go, oh yeah, I did it for all these reasons, and like, I don't know, maybe they didn't, but who knows? That maybe is that am I inventing a different kind of conspiracy where it's like
maybe you're conspiracying into a conspiracy.
This version of a conspiracy is that
conspiraception.
This version of a conspiracy is that there was no conspiracy.
Yeah, that's usually that's usually sometimes what it ends up.
Well, in America, it always is. When like
MK Ultra really happened.
In America, it's always there was no conspiracy, and it was just like an individual person deciding to kind of take this enterprise up on their own.
Or
which
like it happened, but not the way people thought. Like, oh, you know, the QAnon, you know, children getting trafficked. I'm like, yeah, they are by you know, Epstein's associates, but y'all don't want to pay. You blame Democrats for some reason. Like, you know, it's like, oh, you know.
Josh.
Yeah. Go watch some movies.
But like, I don't know. So like, I feel like in other countries, when they hear about something, it's always this elaborate plan, and like the military was in on it.
It's really it's more simpler than that, you know.
Yeah, but there's always like the interior secretary was in on it because that's like the post you always really want. You want to be like the interior minister. So like the interior minister was in on it. The like the military was in on it, and they all come together and like overthrow this person. But in America, like every single time it's been except for like I guess Lincoln, it's always like this. It's always this because Lincoln really was. I mean, they couldn't really deny that was a conspiracy because a bunch of them happened kind of around the same time. Except that one guy. I fucked with that one guy who was supposed to kill Andrew Johnson, but he at the last minute he lost his nerve. Which I mean, I wish he should have. But like, but I do think it's really funny to think of a guy that like because John Wilkes Booth was supposed to kill Lincoln, and then he was also supposed to kill Grant, and he actually chased Grant, but Grant happened to get away. That same day, and he said that like he saw him, he was riding on his horse with his dark eyes, and he was like he actually pulled up next to the Grant's stagecoach that they were getting away on and like looked at them, and they were like, this guy is very sinister, and they didn't realize that was the night that Lincoln got assassinated, and it was part of like this 5-person plan. But there was this other guy that didn't speak English very well. I can't remember if he was German or if he was Polish, or he was like from a European country. He didn't speak English very well, but was a Confederate sympathizer, and he was supposed to kill Andrew Johnson, which I think everyone would have been happier if he did, but, but at the last minute he got too drunk and he just went and he wandered out and just couldn't do it.
Yeah, if I had gotten too drunk, I probably wouldn't be able to, it'd be like, you missed? How'd you miss? It was 3 feet in front of you. Famous Mushu line from Milan. Every time there's an attempt on Trump's live, it's always the Mushu thing. You missed? How could you have missed?
But it was like this elaborate I think it was a 5-person conspiracy, which we don't talk enough about how insane the fact that it was John Wilkes Booth was. Like
an actor.
But his brother was the most famous actor in the country.
Yeah. He was the fail son.
So, well, he was he was also an actor, but he was like slightly less famous. But his brother also saved Robert Lincoln, Lincoln's oldest son, the only one that really survived until like full adulthood. Robert Lincoln slipped, and he ended up becoming like a Secretary of State, I want to say. But he slipped on a train and almost fell through onto the tracks. And someone pulled him up. It was Edwin Booth. John Wilkes Booth's brother. But John Wilkes Booth's brother Edwin was like, his father, their father was like a really famous actor.
Yep.
Like one of the most famous.
It's kind of like a Barrymore situation.
Yeah, but it's crazy to think of a version of that. Of course, I think today's version of that, they'd be like, all right, we need to find some poor kid to take the place. Like we can't let
Yeah.
or it's imagine if it's like I don't know, like Owen Wilson's brother, like Luke Wilson is the guy.
Yeah, but there's also there's 3 of those. There's 3 Wilson brothers, believe it or not.
Or
but Owen and Luke look the most alike, but there's always 3 brothers, and the one looks nothing like the others. It's like the the Lawrence brothers.
Casey Affleck. If Casey Affleck killed the president, and then like we had to hear from Ben Affleck after that, and he was like, I didn't know. Yeah,
I don't mind though, because he's very much pro. He's anti.
And not Andrew Wilson.
I think there is an Andrew Wilson though. I feel.
Oh wait, that Andrew Wilson. He's like, and then
he'll debate Charlie again.
Yeah, the youngest brothers debating Candace Owens and can't open the jar. And he's trying to open the jar of pickles. He's really trying hard, and Owens is like, wow.
Wow, you can't open it, brother.
Wow, you can't open the pickles.
Wow. You have to do like the nose, like it was that one woman who was on SNL for like a minute, like who went viral on Vine for doing the Owen Wilson, wow, you did like the face.
You can't open the pickles. Hey, come over here, Ben Stiller. You can't open the pickles. And Ben Stiller's like, in Zoolander makeup. Wow, can't open the pickles.
And his brother and Luke's just like, what is happening? Because he seems like the most normal. Like, if some people forget that they're actually brothers because they're so different when it comes to like the roles that they do.
Well, you can pick up on like there's a thing
resemblance.
There's like a thing that Luke Wilson does sometimes where you can really tell like he
does the thing. He does like the face, like,
and he cocks his head kind of sideways, and like you can tell in those moments that Luke Wilson is almost.
I'm like, they're brothers. They're related. there's certain things that that are familiar traits that siblings and relatives do. It's just so funny. It's like, oh yeah, you can tell.
I just can't stop imagining.
It's like Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson is like, oh yeah, they definitely come from like the same tree branch of some
I just,
sort.
I just can't get over just imagining the Andrew
All right.
the youngest brother of just the youngest brother of
Well, there's 3 Franco brothers, believe it or not. It's just not James and Dave, but there's another one. I think who's the oldest, and I'm like, and he looks
Yeah.
nothing like the others. And it's like there's always the 3rd sibling that looks nothing like the other 2.
it's probably good. Dave Franco, you know, I didn't realize this until kind of recently when I was like looking back at the stuff around James Franco. Dave Franco cut off his brother.
Yeah, good for him.
Like at the same time Seth Rogen did.
Yeah, people don't question him though.
Yeah,
Like, why'd you cut off your brother?
But, I don't know. I just kept so much in the pickle jar, and then everyone was going, "Wow, you just can't open that pickle jar."
Remember when there was like that rumor about Hillary Clinton having Parkinson's, and she had to prove that she didn't by opening a pickle jar on Jimmy Kimmel?
Well,
I'm
yeah,
like, no rumor husband here.
Because she that was when
She like collapsed from heat exhaustion or something like that. And she wasn't even doing that many rallies. I mean, if anyone should have collapsed, it should have been Bernie.
I think it was like on 9/11 too, if I remember.
Oh God.
And then she was supposed to come out and do some rally, or she was supposed to come out and do some speech, and then she collapsed, and then everyone was like, "Wow, she has Parkinson's." But she had a few, like, she had these weird gaffe moments on the campaign trail where she like spazzed out or something for a second, and then everyone was saying, you know, based on that, I think. But that like the biggest one was obviously her collapsing, and then she had to appear like 2 hours later and be like, I'm fine.
Yeah, she was in South Carolina. She's like, I'm fine. I mean, again, she's adapting the accent.
Everyone goes,
so
look,
weird.
it's Hillary Clinton, and she's like, Pokemon, go to the polls. I see this Hillary Clinton. She's clearly her.
Yeah,
and she's
just
fine.
got even colder. Anyway,
that was like a crazy time too, because it's like I feel like even in 2016, politicians they're still like they were not ready for like Trump's level of engagement with social media. It was still just it was like the awkwardness of social media still, and so like they thought like, oh, if I just type out I'm fine, thanks for the concern, everyone will be like, oh, she's fine. It's clearly her typing.
and people are like, ow.
It's a little work. I do like all the AI the AI Mitch McConnell pictures.
Yeah, because they really don't want Thomas Massey to take that seat. They really don't.
They just come out with like a new AI picture every week, and then like I feel like a lot of
He's
people
getting more paid vacation than like anyone ever.
I feel like a lot of people still on Twitter haven't reckoned with the fact that like a lot of the
He's
conservative,
dead.
well, just a lot of the conservative accounts on there are just like, you know, apparatchiks essentially. They're like people within the Republican Party ecosystem and media, you know, culture and everything. I think people still deny that and think that those people are like independent or whatever. But they'll say something like, you know, they'll do the Scott Jennings like, just talked to Mitch McConnell for 15 minutes and he was fine. And then it's like people are like,
like, we cannot confirm that he did after he talked to him.
Yeah, but then the other side, right? Like, people are like, well, he says he did, so how could he prove he did? And it's like, I don't know. It just gets to this point of like, who do you trust? And it feels like I feel like the Republicans have been very good at building this situation where like clear
they
lies
can be trusted by like their base. Yeah,
the dumbest people in the world.
Yes, like my uncle.
But it's like, you know, a lot of the fact checking kind of stuff falls apart in the face of just like, well, prove that didn't happen, and then it's like, well, I guess you can't prove it. Like, it's hard to prove a negative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's like kind of impossible. So I feel like I guess the last thing, the media bias chart came out saying that feels like such a relic of like 2016 to 2019 culture. Like just having like the media bias chart, which was always flawed in general, but it feels like we've gone so far past like the truth Rubicon. Which is like, I want to start saying truth Rubicon as like an InfoWars style phrase. We've gone so far past the truth Rubicon.
R.I.P. to Tim Heidecker. It's great that InfoWars is continuing to honor his legacy despite him being dead.
By killing Tim Heidecker. Yeah, I think we can end it there. We're on break for movie night, but you know, we should still be checking in with Absurdity Space. That should still work. So see you guys over there.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the inaugural episode of American Wasp, where we all agree you don't get change in America by asking nicely. I am your host, Deter McBizness, New England's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant living in Southern California. The purpose of American Wasp is to explain the social values and political views of the most powerful tribe in American history. So let's start this very first episode by answering the obvious questions. What is a WASP, and why should you care? Imagine, if you can, an anthropologic mosaic featuring panels for every major American tribe you can think of and their related subgroups. African Americans, Asian Americans, Mexican Americans, every kind of immigrant. Muslims, Jews, Roman Catholics, Irish Catholics, the LGBTQ plus communities. The list goes on. The least community-oriented tribe on that mosaic is without question the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. If America represents the emergence of individualism in human history, as so many historians agree that it does, we WASPs are the best Americans because we WASPs epitomize American individualism. Or at least we'd like to think we do. What you'll soon find out is that that obsession with individualism derives from WASPs failing more than any other American tribe at the social art of empathy. The main reason why WASPs struggle so much with empathy is what you already know about them. We are, the most privileged and powerful tribe in American society. And to be perfectly honest, we deserve to be. After all, we founded this country. We've run this country. We own this country. The rest of you are just tourists. You didn't know that? Ironic, isn't it, that the most powerful tribe in American history just so happens to be the least tribal? Something to keep in mind. A quick note about empathy, since that's the social concept more frequently used these days than it has been since, I would argue, the civil rights movement. The most widely used cliche to define empathy is walk a mile in my shoes, which works fine. But I prefer to phrase empathy as an acknowledgement of ignorance, because that's exactly what it is. I have no idea what it's like to be you, just like you have no idea what it's like to be me. The reason I have no idea what it's like to be you and you have no idea what it's like to be me is that we are all prisoners of our own personal experience. That is what I like to call a Deter decree. Over the course of this show, I'll frequently revisit 3 types of foundational insights relevant to understanding someone's worldview: Deter decrees, Deter dichotomies, and Deter threes. This very first Deter decree, we are all prisoners of our own personal experience, is crucial to understanding the obliviousness of the American WASP to the plight of those less fortunate. A tremendous anecdote that perfectly encapsulates the American WASP self-image as the founders and, by extension, the proprietors of America is Robert De Niro's highly underappreciated 2006 film, The Good Shepherd, which explores elite East Coast WASPs establishing the Central Intelligence Agency following World War II. There's a scene between Matt Damon and Joe Pesci wherein Pesci's character notes that, culturally speaking, he and his fellow Italian Americans are known for having a strong commitment to family and to church. The Irish have their homeland, the Jews have their traditions, and African Americans have their music. He then asks Damon, "What about your people? What do you have?" To which Damon responds, "The United States of America. The rest of you are just visiting." A lifestyle anecdote that might help explain what I like to call the superficial spirituality of the American WASP is that the Protestant work ethic implicitly teaches that material success brings us closer to God. So instead of going on mission trips like true believers, we WASPs write checks to churches. Then before we chow down on some lobster, pray for all of the people getting screwed over by unregulated capitalistic globalism so we can enjoy more guilt-free time at our summer house. That is the ultimate symbol of WASP success, by the way, not your first, but your second home. A Nantucket Country Club conversation between a few New England waspy good old boys might go something like, "You got a pool? Cool. I got a view. You got a view? Cool. I got a view. And a dock. And a boat. Oh, you're on the water too? Cool. But you're facing west, right? Because only an idiot would buy waterfront property that doesn't get the sunset." At this point, I should probably acknowledge that I'm describing a pretty specific type of American WASP, and it's because this is the version of the subculture with which I happen to be the most familiar. I'll get into other sub-demographics, most notably the Southern Evangelical WASP, soon enough, but for now, I'm talking about the ruling class of America, the elite East Coast male country club WASPs that essentially run the nation, whether it be through direct political power or corporate political power. As you'll come to see in future episodes, the Southern Evangelical WASPs are merely manipulated by these country club WASPs to serve their 1%er in corporate political interests. The great tragedy of the American right. For WASPs with money, because they had satisfied their need to succeed, their new interest becomes the pursuit of perfection, or more specifically, the pursuit of the appearance of perfection. But what they don't realize is that that commitment to the appearance of perfection comes at the expense of individual happiness, which is ironic because the entire WASP culture is predicated on individualism over collectivism. Understanding this very first Deter dichotomy, individualism versus collectivism, as it relates to understanding people's worldviews, will prove very useful when I begin to analyze people's politics according to demographic and psychographic data. That's the premise for a future segment called Drugstore Psychology, which will be featured in my next episode where I diagnose myself. Obviously, the WASP would like to think of himself or herself as an individualist. Remember, we're talking about the least community-oriented subculture in America. Without even realizing it, many East Coast upper-crust WASPs are caught in this emotional catch-22 of constantly questioning their self-worth, which contradictorily derives from the opinions of their social competitors. Keep that in mind because I'm going to be coming back to it in a minute. Now that you know my first Deter dichotomy, I might as well introduce you to my first Deter 3. The 3 best ways to see who someone really is. You want to know what someone's truly made of? You want to know what's really important to them, what their greatest fears are? Get them stressed, get them drunk, or watch what they do with their money. Since witnessing the effects of stress and alcohol require a certain level of proximity to the individual, and since the type of WASP we're currently discussing is defined by his wealth anyway, money is the most natural choice of criteria we can use to evaluate the collective conscience of elite East Coast WASPs. Related to understanding someone's values by way of observing their financial decisions is my second Deter dichotomy: material comfort versus experiential happiness. WASP success is somewhat experiential. Where did you go skiing last Christmas? But predominantly material. The self-made WASP, who didn't inherit his wealth, works to accrue possessions to prove to himself and his brethren that he is successful. But while his need to prove himself to others might produce comfort, it doesn't produce happiness. because he can never truly trust those whose approval he seeks. Why? Because men like that can't help but compete with their peers. It's a social paradox, the catch-22 I was just talking about, wherein one's pursuit of social approval derives from their standing with their peers, but their peers are also their social adversaries. I'll frequently refer to this social dynamic in the future as the tough guy complex. Country club culture is the WASP American experience. Unlike their Catholic equivalents who grew up going to their cousins' birthday parties, first communions, and good old-fashioned Sunday afternoon barbecues after church, like a real community. Type A WASP 1%er men in particular don't have real friends and tend to have increasingly superficial relationships with their immediate family members as they grow older. They play golf and drink at the club, but these guys don't spend time at each other's homes. They don't confide in each other by having deep conversations. Only the most open-minded 1%er WASP would even consider seeing a therapist, much less admit that they see one. And you can forget about meditation. Believe me, I've tried. The concept of spiritual and or emotional awareness could not come less naturally to these men. Very often, their emotional scars are actually the motivation for their need to succeed. More people need to know this. Many super successful white men were physically or emotionally abused when they were young. The converse of this behavioral pattern is that 70% of inmates were abused as kids. Of course, chances are that the abused kid who grows up to become a CEO doesn't look a whole lot like the abused kid who grows up to become a criminal. Back to the whitest of white Americans, that lack of emotional self-awareness is the reason why the only thing more important than individual success to a WASP is privacy. Appearances are everything. Vulnerability is weakness. Authenticity, and by extension, intimacy, are expendable. My third Deter dichotomy is the artistic versus athletic divide. The artistic athletic divide helps explain why these men, and very often their spouses, are so obsessed with winning. In general, America's youth grows up being encouraged to either pursue sports or art, rarely both. And in general, especially if you're a guy, if you're good at sports when you're a kid, you play sports. Pretty much all of these country club WASPs grew up playing competitive sports. Some were decent athletes, but more importantly, their interest in athletics exacerbated their competitive disposition and did not encourage them to balance their early life by pursuing anything creative. And as you will see over the course of this show, if you don't already know, creativity is the domain of empathy. The East Coast elite WASP is too busy competing to appreciate that self-reflection is the vehicle of self-determinism. Put more simply, successful WASPs are less likely than any category of human being to reflect on their approach to life because they experience years of people around them reinforcing the idea that their worldview is the best worldview because that worldview produced material success. They're white-collar wannabe gangsters like the D-bags you saw play golf with Tony Soprano in the series' 10th episode, A Hit is a Hit. I'll be doing a series on The Sopranos this fall, by the way. If you don't remember, the club members pretend to seriously consider sponsoring Tony for membership to their club so they can ask him all kinds of questions about his gangster life over the course of the round. But they're completely unwilling to share with him anything about an investment opportunity that comes up in the conversation later. Golfing WASPs talk about the market, the latest Fox News political coverage, And sports to a certain extent, but there's usually only a handful of guys in any given waspy clique that really knows what they're talking about when it comes to sports. Most of them just borrow a quote from an ESPN personality to make it seem like they know about sports, because real wasps watch sports. Because wasps win, baby. At some point, probably without even realizing it, these sociocultural super competitors gave into the idea that social status and self-worth do not derive from any kind of personal or spiritual journey characterized by exposing oneself to different people, cultures, and experiences. Competition is king. Winning is what matters most. Not loving, but beating your neighbor. I speculate that were they to be more socially connected to their neighbor by way of some kind of community, they would likely be less oblivious to the societal consequences of their obsession with winning. By the way, Vince Lombardi regretted being known for that tired but elegant oversimplification. Winning isn't everything, but it's the only thing. More people need to know that. The problem with this social dynamic is that all of the men I'm talking about are already winners according to society's social standards, but not necessarily according to high society's standards. Since they're now surrounded by people who are just like them, rich, white, wealthy, at one time educated, but neither spiritually nor culturally enlightened, and live just like them, at least 2 huge houses, at least 1 country club membership, usually a boat, a luxurious travel experience once or twice a year, the need to win manifests in a different way. This social context facilitates a behavioral pattern psychologists call groupthink. The social psychological norm that when you group together people of like minds, their views become more extreme and more firmly held. Right-wing media outlets, Tucker Carlson on Fox News most prolifically, regularly attempt to steal this label to suggest that the left is guilty of falling victim to this kind of anti-intellectualism. But right here and now, and over the course of this show, I'm going to reclaim the term groupthink as characterizing the right, not the left. That political tactic by them is known as conservative projection. So to review, according to conservative East Coast wasps, in the game of life, the scorecard is, no surprise here, money. The best way to show everyone how much money you have is possessions. But while those possessions produce comfort, they do not produce happiness. Lacking the self-awareness to even know that this is one of their core values, elite East Coast wasps believe, and so do their evangelical counterparts, but they don't experience it as much as their northern cultural cousins because they're simply nowhere near as wealthy, that happiness does not derive from experiences, but rather the comfort and security provided by an abundance of material possessions. My thesis is that WASP culture is the most individualistic culture in America. Well, in 1%er WASP culture, that individualism manifests as materialism. Expensive furniture isn't good enough. It's got to be antique furniture. A big sailboat made of fiberglass isn't as impressive as owning a wooden sailboat because wooden boats cost like 10 times more to maintain. Unless you're a billionaire, usually from New York, you don't necessarily have to own a private jet, but you at least have to have a private jet membership. Because if you don't think $5,000 an hour is worth avoiding those airport security lines, you just don't know how to live. Plus, the best thing about traveling private is, you guessed it, the privacy. There's that core value again. The reason why elite East Coast wasps are so obsessed with privacy is because they don't want others to know how incompetent they are at participating in authentic relationships. Their relationships tend to be inauthentic because they are inauthentic. They don't want to know you. They want to beat you. However educated, successful, or well-traveled an elite East Coast WASP might be, after a couple decades of self-validation by way of living the corporate country club life, a person can't help but feel entitled to a certain degree of social deference, best exemplified by the childish outburst you'll hear from an elite East Coast WASPy one percenter if you dare disagree with them publicly. Try telling a white 60-something CEO you know better than they do. See how it goes. The social pressure to avoid any kind of intellectual, much less verbal conflict is so pronounced that they constantly and rightfully second guess whether the person to whom they are talking is really being themselves or just acting agreeable to avoid conflict. And the truth is that after years of this kind of relational fakeness, most 1%er WASPs enjoy occupying the position of social superiority. And that's actually the impetus for this show. To expose the WASPy worldview as nothing more than inauthentic, narcissistic social entitlement. Let me say that again. The conservative, WASPy worldview, both East Coast and evangelical, is inauthentic, narcissistic social entitlement. The ones who have money, especially those who are self-made, think that America belongs to them. We built this country, remember? And because of that narcissistic belief about what they mean to America's history, they also believe that they deserve to be treated as intellectually superior to those with less money, and at least as intellectually equal or superior to academics who have spent their entire lives studying a given subject. Climate change, for example. They are neither enlightened nor worldly. They are decidedly ignorant because they are trapped in a social bubble of their own making, a social bubble of groupthink, which constricts their ability to see the ugly truths of the world at large. This is my empathy for them. And the emotional avenue for that empathy is forgiveness. More on that in the next episode. Partly to maintain my own sanity because I have a couple WASPs like the ones I'm describing in my life that are very important to me, I need to believe that most of these WASPs are not intentionally malicious people, but merely overgrown children who don't know any better. Underdeveloped human beings that, for whatever reason, either never received those crucial educational or experiential opportunities to transcend the ignorance of their upbringing, or they simply didn't take advantage of them when they arrived. This is my second Deter decree. Just because someone looks like an adult doesn't mean they are one. However legitimate that explanation for their limited worldview might be, their effect on our society is far too great to concern myself with any kind of excuse for their selfishness. For the past 40 years of them taking so much for themselves and leaving so little for everyone else. I don't care if they didn't or don't know any better. The ugly truth is that their beliefs have hurt America far more than they have helped her. Concerning ourselves with their feelings is nothing more than a distraction that hinders tremendously the ability of the educated and enlightened members of society from forcing these detractors out of the way of progress. This firm but fair understanding of the consequences of their selfishness and stubbornness will justify the aggressive and unapologetic political strategy I propose in future episodes for how the left should challenge the right until it is cleansed of Trumpism. Then we can talk. Contrary to what outsiders may think of the WASP's luxuriously comfortable lives, I can tell you from personal experience that the American WASP is actually a tragic figure, as difficult as that may be to believe. The fierce combination of blind faith Christianity and blind faith capitalism has not produced a tribe of happy people who look back on their lives with a sense of satisfaction. More often than not, elite WASPs in particular spend most of the second half of their life complaining about the most mundane minutia most of us wouldn't think twice about. The mail comes too late. The neighbors play their music too loud. The news is too negative. But all that complaining is nothing more than a social smokescreen to hide their internal dissatisfaction with life. Their sadness. The net result of living a fear-driven life. By the time they reach the age of reflection, say 70, it's almost impossible for them to be truly happy because they've forgotten what true happiness is, if they ever knew. By that point, they've spent too much time and money pursuing possessions rather than experiences, that they're just not very interesting people. They're boring. They're not real. They're fake. They're not remotely creative. They're annoyingly competitive. They're not worldly because worldliness, just like creativity, requires empathy. They're not empathetic because they can't help but be preoccupied with what someone should do with their life as opposed to what someone wants to do with their life. I'll conclude this episode with my fourth Deter dichotomy, wants versus shoulds, or desires versus expectations. My examination of WASP culture will demonstrate that the WASP worldview is the foundational culture of American conservatism. You'll soon learn that the conservatives' resentment for liberals does not derive as much from ideological differences as much as it does from conservatives' jealousy that liberals live freer lives than they do. Republicans like to promote themselves as the party of freedom. The left is where true freedom lives. Conservatives envy liberals' unapologetic pursuit of what they want rather than what society tells them they should want. We entertain, they complain. We party, they pray. We engage in relationships with people that are different from us. They actively avoid people that are different from them. We don't allow blind faith patriotism to discourage us from criticizing America. Their criticisms of America are directed at those that aren't native-born white Christians. Thank you for your attention on this very first episode. My hope is that this show will articulate a socio-political ideology from which the left can derive more effective rhetorical tools to help progressives win elections, rather than Republicans and neoliberal corporate Democrats. As mentioned earlier, the next episode will introduce a segment called Drugstore Psychology, where I evaluate people's personalities and attempt to explain why they are the way they are according to demographic and psychographic data. The first edition of that segment will feature myself focusing on the evolution of my own politics to establish my credibility as an authority on WASP culture, which, by extension, informs modern-day conservatism, aka the Republican Party, aka the Trumplican Party. Another segment, War of Words, will discuss the connotations and denotations of particularly loaded words and cliches, such as blame, victim, politically correct, socialist, my right to an opinion, and my personal favorite, let's agree to disagree. You'll quickly realize that this war of words is nothing more than a rhetorical war between inevitable change and the status quo. In a similar spirit, the blame game will be another segment wherein yours truly unapologetically assigns blame to certain luminaries and political factions for present-day problems. If you're interested in understanding how today's insane world came to be, a detailed examination of the last 40 years of American history will reveal that one demographic more than any other merits a majority of the blame for the current condition of our country. Check out that episode to find out who it is. I doubt you'll be surprised. Finally, in the liberal capitalist segments, I will counter all of my complaining by proposing solutions to both policy and political problems facing the progressive left, such as the Deter debt solution and Deter's 10 points of truth. I'll also eventually add a segment to the show called For the Love of Hollywood, where I defend the entertainment business by arguing that it is actually a reflection of society, not an influencer of it. If you haven't realized it by now, I am a diehard progressive. And I want to conclude my inaugural episode by acknowledging other progressive YouTubers because their work has inspired me to create this show. I strongly suggest that if you liked me enough to make it all the way to the end of this episode, you'll very likely find their content insightful as well. Kyle Kulinski, Sam Cedar, David Pakman, The Progressive Voice, The Humanist Report, The Rational National, all do great work. None of them are perfect, and they would all freely admit that. They are all, however, very informed progressive thinkers and add tremendous value to left-wing political discourse. You'll find my show to be a little different from theirs. I'm going to focus on explaining conservative cognition to support an argument for a new macro-level left-wing political strategy. A lot of people out there might think they understand the right, and some accurately speculate as to why Trumplicans are the way they are. But the difference between them and me is, as you'll find out in the next episode, I actually know why WASPs are the way they are because I am one of them. Only because of some profound educational experiences early on in my life was I able to transcend their oh-so-tempting fear-driven worldview so I could see it for what it was. And not only reject it outright, but work to mitigate its effect on American society. Please like, share, subscribe, find me on Twitter, email me with questions and concerns you have about the world and what's going on and what you'd like me to talk about. Stay up to date on my videos, which will feature foundational long-form episodes like this, but more frequently I'll be offering comments on the day's current events, including this week's debate between Trump and Biden. Don't ever forget, you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Keep watching to find out why. Welcome to the second foundational episode of American Wasp, where we all agree you don't get change in America by asking nicely. I am your host, Deter McBizness, New England's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant living in Southern California. This episode will be my attempt to establish my credibility as something of an authority on the subject of the WASP worldview, which, I argue, constitutes the ideological foundation of Reaganism, which has since mutated into present-day Trumpism. If you're tired like I am of hearing political commentators struggle to explain Trump's base by exclaiming things like, how could any American support this narcissistic idiot, much less 63 million voters in 2016? Take a good hard look at the origins of white society in this country, leaving out the Catholics, of course. And the idea of supporting someone like Trump won't seem so absurd. I know the WASPs inside and out because I spent the first 2 decades of my life being surrounded by every size, color, and shape WASP you can think of. I suppose they're all the same color, though. To understand WASP conservatism is to understand American conservatism. To put it biblically, you might say the insights I offer here are the keys to the kingdom of comprehending conservative cognition. This episode is part of a series called Drugstore Psychology, where I attempt to explain why people are the way they are according to demographic and psychographic variables, such as the socioeconomic status of the family in which someone was raised, where they were raised, urban, suburban, rural, the educational opportunities made available to someone and the extent to which that person took advantage of those opportunities, not just whether or not you went to school, but where you went to school and how well you did while you were there. Life experience variables, such as how much someone has traveled or done community service work, how much money they've made or inherited, whether the person is predisposed to athletics or the arts. Even birth order can be insightful. Using demographic and psychographic data points such as these invokes my fifth Deter dichotomy, an age-old question I'm sure you are all familiar with and have pondered before: nature versus nurture. Since I became an uncle 8 years ago, my views on this dichotomy have shifted slightly, because I've seen that kids do indeed come out of the womb with some strong personality predispositions. The question of whether or not someone is a product of their environment, however, depends on what aspect of their life you're evaluating. So, leaving personality aside for the real psychologist to evaluate, I speculate that most people's worldview is well over 80% determined by the circumstances of their life, circumstances like the variables I just listed, leading up to their mid-20s. Not coincidentally, according to psychology, 18 to 24 is typically the most impressionable age range in someone's life, with more of their opinions changing in those years than any other time period. Dramatic events can take place after the mid-20s, which might transform a conservative into a liberal or vice versa, but those cases are few and far between. Those stories, often presented as redemptive or seductively unique, play well in mass media, but only because they are the exception, not the norm. Stories about atypical people draw larger audiences than stories about typical people, because typical people are boring. Until you've been out of school for a couple of years and actually experienced real independence, there's still a chance that an outside force might influence your worldview, but once you start paying your own taxes, buying your own health care, and start to think about having kids, your raw, real, when no one is looking opinion of humanity is crystallized. Before I delineate the evolution of my personal politics, I feel compelled to offer this intellectual disclaimer. Those who seek to influence others, especially within the context of politics and religion, as I am doing right now, must practice what they preach if their message is to survive criticism, lest they be labeled hypocrites. To invoke the gospel according to Matthew, judge not, lest ye be judged. So please, feel free to judge me, because I'm going to be doing a lot of unapologetic judging of others over the course of this show. Express those judgments of me in the comments section below, because they'll only make me a better advocate for progressive change. I know how YouTube works, so for all you Trumplicans hate watching this right now, first of all, thank you for your attention, and secondly, know that I accept your feelings toward me in the same way the greatest president of the 20th century accepted his detractors more than 80 years ago. They are unanimous in their hate for me, and I welcome their hatred. The great irony of my personal journey leading up to the launch of this show is that the reason for my comprehensive understanding of all things Wasp is the same reason why I've outright rejected the subculture's values and views: my loving mother and father. I was only able to transcend the ignorance of my privileged upbringing because of the educational opportunities they provided. So before I continue, I want to be clear. I am grateful to my parents for providing me with those amazing opportunities. I justify my harsh criticism of the Wasp worldview as both the least mature and least empathetic of any American tribe by arguing that their relentless resistance to any kind of change is the single biggest obstacle to America becoming the great society we all want it to be. The society we were promised it would be by now. When so many members of the voting public resist change for no better reason other than it is change, it should be no surprise that the country struggles to socioculturally evolve. They want to preserve the status quo because they are the status quo. Why would they want the system to change? As far as they're concerned, even though most of them are dead wrong about this, the system works for them. No other relationship between political factions has influenced American society more in the last 40 years than the alliance between rural uneducated whites, most of whom have become Trumplicans, and white one-percenters, most of whom have become the primary beneficiaries of Trump's economic policies. The emotional bond of this alliance is the inauthentic, narcissistic social entitlement that I defined in my previous episode. That sense of entitlement, that we own this country because we built this country, even though that proclamation is far from true, has been promoted by elite WASPs to manipulate evangelical WASPs into voting against their own economic interests. I know that understanding of Republican political strategy since Reagan might not sound particularly original, but when I dive into the details of that alliance in the next few episodes, you'll come to appreciate that any strategic plan for long-term left-wing political success must include intentionally offensive tactics. Because playing not to lose might work in 2020, but it won't in future elections. For now, let me explain how the first 2 decades of my life entitle me to the privilege of judging the 3 major feathers of right-wing American conservatism. Let's call this my second Deter 3. Right-wing religious, right-wing military, and right-wing corporate America. I get to judge them all because I know them all. I know them all not by choice, but by chance. No one chooses the circumstances of their early life, but I am grateful for mine because they endowed me with a special kind of comprehension of the conservative psyche that I am now attempting to share with you. I spent the first 23 years of my life aspiring to become a waspy one-percenter in my own right. So you're listening to someone with all kinds of credibility when it comes to explaining the cognitive tendencies of the ruling class of America and their electoral demographic base, because I come from that world and consciously left it because I became aware of its decidedly negative effect on American society at large. Let me explain. If you had asked me when I was a freshman at Vanderbilt what I expected my life to be like after college, I probably would have said something like, I want to get a top-shelf job in corporate America so that a few years later I can go to Harvard Business School. By the time I'm 35, I'm 36 now, by the way, I expect to have a few $1,000,000 in the bank, a hot wife, at least 2 smart and athletic kids, at least 2 homes, maybe a boat, and take at least 2 lavish vacations each year. Because I love to ski. What actually happened was my childish but passionate defense of George W. Bush and the Republican Party went up in smoke when I saw Fahrenheit 9/11 while studying abroad in New Zealand. 5 years after that, I produced an activism documentary of my own about offshore wind energy in Massachusetts. A kid who actively rooted against Al Gore into for me. And it has for many other friends and family of loud and proud Trumplicans. Trump isn't like any politician we've ever seen. Supporting him isn't the same thing as supporting W or Reagan. Supporting him has reputational consequences, whether Trumplicans like it or not. I knew they'd never vote Democrat, but I thought Trump might wake them up to the ugly truth. Are you starting to recognize a theme here? That their party He also likely felt a decent amount of peer pressure from his country club crew of friends, but neither of those influences are excuses. They do, however, constitute an explanation for his choice to attend that makes me think my dad is not actually an overgrown child, unlike most Trumplicans, particularly 1%er Trumplicans. I honestly believe he knows he was wrong to publicly and financially support Trump in 2016. I know he regrets it. But I also know he's way too damn proud to ever admit he regrets it. CEOs, after all, aren't known for their humility. I knew my mother would jump at the chance to publicly and financially support Trump, but I just didn't think my dad would accommodate it. Without getting into too many details about what she said about Obama, let's just say her Southern evangelical heritage informed the way she would talk about our first black president. I know that night sucked for a lot of people, but it sucked for me in a special way because not only did Trump win, but my family helped him win. And all my friends now knew it. I couldn't help but be embarrassed. And whenever I tell that story, it always gets a hearty laugh from listeners, but always let people know after they're done laughing that it's funny for them because they're not your family. When the Trump campaign contributors are not only members of your family, but the founders of your family, you only laugh to prevent yourself from crying because, to be perfectly frank, their public announcement of that political allegiance means that I will only respect their intellects again if they surprise the hell out of me by admitting they were wrong to attend that fundraiser. Repentance, ironically enough, since that's a big word in Christianity, does not come naturally to conservatives, much less 1%er Wasp conservatives. So before I break my promise of implying that my folks are bad people because they are Trumplicans, let me tell you a little bit about them. My dad, put simply, is the American dream. He came from humble beginnings on Long Island to attend the U.S. Naval Academy. My family's connection to the Navy runs deep, with my mother's father serving as a minesweeper in North Africa during World War II, while my father's father captained an amphibious vehicle to transport troops to Omaha Beach on D-Day. My Cold Warrior father spent his 5 years of naval service as a nuclear engineer on submarines chasing the Soviets under the polar ice cap. Fun fact, it's something of a submariner tradition.
Hi. So I always forget that I can't really do music to bring me in because I don't control that for this space, which is completely fine, but it always seems like weird and shocking to be here. Let me move this camera so that way you guys can't see that. That way I can like see myself and get feel like a DJ working without a monitor. I can see myself at some kind of a monitor. And anyway, I always forget, like, it's always so abrupt. So abrupt to be like, whoo, we're on. I'm Lumen. This is the Lumen Cast for September 19th, 2026, here in the dying empire of America, in the heart of the South, New Orleans, Louisiana. Broadcasting worldwide over Twitch, YouTube, and Threads. We'll just put that out there. We're not on Threads. No. Who's on Threads? Who's on Threads? There's who's on Threads except for like crypto scammers and maybe like your grandma who's getting scammed by a crypto scammer. Hello to all in the chat. Really appreciate you hanging out. Didn't know what I was going to rage out about today, but I'm wearing my my hunting camo hat that says Bayou St. John. That's the neighborhood I live in New Orleans. It's a parody of Bass Pro Shop, obviously. And we need to storm. Let me say this right now. There's three things that we shouldn't let chuds take from us. One is golf. Don't let the worst people in the world fuck up a walk with your friends drinking beer. Don't let them do that. There's plenty of municipal golf courses that are super cheap and super good. I live in the South, so there's a ton to find. You don't have to, like, clubs are expensive. Somebody's always getting into the hobby. Somebody's always dumping their clubs. You can always get clubs for cheap. The other two things that we should not let, four things. Let's stretch out to four things. NASCAR is a leftist sport where you get to watch people, like, the history of it is stock cars bootlegging alcohol to duck taxes during Prohibition, and we need to take that back. It's slow. I don't say it's happening, but it's been tried by smarter, more active people than me. But it's like it's a fuck the law sport. So like leftists should be in charge. Like leftists should be at the vanguard of it. You can, if you go to a NASCAR race, like you can bring literally, like if you have a cooler, they just let you bring it in and you don't have to buy beer. Like you just drink beer. And you know what that does is it like makes the beer prices reasonable. So when you go to like a NASCAR event, like the beer prices are like maximum. I think for like, if you want something super fancy, like a poured Guinness or something, I don't know why you'd want that in the heat, but maybe that's $6. But like beers are like $4 and $5. Because they know you can just bring in whatever. Let's see, NASCAR, Bass Pro Shop. Bass Pro Shop is, I loved themed entertainment. I look at Bass Pro Shop as like themed entertainment. They've got a literal, like you can buy a fishing rod there and then try it out and fish right there and like catch fish. It's sick. And Cabela's with all the guns and the outdoor stuff. Don't let them take that from us. Some of y'all need to get more acquainted with that if you can stomach it. For sure. But I guess I'm gonna for those who don't know, I'm a Marine Corps veteran, so I'm gonna vet rage for a bit. I've learned that maybe I need to go back to therapy and talk to a therapist about some vet things that I haven't really addressed. But yeah, there was a really good filmmaker, and I hope to have him on Jeff and I's podcast called Good Morning Comrade. And he made a short film about United States Marine Corps boot camp, something I went through, and it really hit hard. Had a lot of stuff to unpack that I hadn't realized. Maybe we'll watch that for a stream one week when things, I don't know, when are things like died down, when are things not popping. But maybe we'll watch that. I can take questions from the audience if that's interesting, and then I can like fill in the details of anecdotal stories. So But the USS Abraham Lincoln has really got my skivvies in a bunch. Like I'm having a hard time watching coverage about it because it's really fucking pissing me off. Like it's triggering the piss out of me for real. So we're gonna get into that. We're gonna treat our This Space audience this week. I mean, you're getting free entertainment from me, so I'm gonna get free therapy from you, and I'm gonna vent. But before we get into that, I want to bring up some good news. Don't say I never break anything on the Lumencast broadcast, because we're going to break some news right now, which is amazing. I'm going to call it hometown news. I split time. I was a child divorce, split time between Cincinnati and Florida, Cincinnati, Ohio. So this story is coming right out of the suburbs, like right up the street from where I grew up, in like terrible apartment complex raised by a single mom. And we are going to get into that right now. Let's see what we got. Share it, baby. All right. Docs. Man charged, accused of vandalizing Claremont County flock camera. Union Township, Ohio. I want you to picture like what Union Township is. I'm trying to make this bigger so y'all can see it at the same time. There we go. What Union Township is, Union Township, Ohio. What's the best way I can display it? Like, if you live outside of like a medium-sized American city and like a surrounding area around that, that's Union Town. It's not even its own city, obviously. It's a township, a village. On the outskirts of Cincinnati, Ohio. It's in a separate county, which is Claremont County. Cincinnati's Hamilton County. But I'm telling you, like, it's so small and so kind of insignificant, like as its own thing. It's just lumped into the homunculus that is, Cincinnati Metroplex, that if I was to write you a letter, and as long I put Cincinnati, I put your address and I put Cincinnati, Ohio on it, and you live in Claremont County, you live in Union Township, it's going to get delivered to you. They're going to figure it out. If that makes any kind of sense. Let's see. What Lumen makes game? Oh yeah. I have the Warbler 99 coming up. Sorry, let's get into this. Somebody posted a thing. What Lumen makes games? That's cool as fuck. I have a proof of concept mobile game. It's got 2 more days in testing. It'll be available on the App Store. I'll be pushing that out. It's all right. I'm glad you like it, Johnny. That's cool. I hope other people like it. Now I have a bigger, man, we got an hour to fill. It's fine. Great little retro. Yeah. So what Warbler 9, I guess I'll do an ad for it right now. Let you guys see that. So what Warbler 99 is, it is a working field guide. Right now it's only, I have to create more species, but right now it's just for the South. And it's a working field guide if it was written in the year 1999 by a 14-year-old. So think like GeoCities, think like Netscape Navigator type thing. And so it's a real field guide that I wrote to find birds. And then when you play the game, the birds go by the screen. Think duck hunt, but you're not killing the ducks. You have to match the calls and names of the birds with the pictures of the birds that are flying across the screen with the sprites of the birds. And if you can't figure it out, then that's when you go to the field guide, which has all the calls, all the characteristics of the birds, and it'll make you a little bit better at birding. So I'm glad people are excited about that in the community. I'm coming out with a bigger game. I've almost got a vertical slice done. I have to start laying down art. Like the mechanics are done. The game loop's done. I have to start laying down art pretty soon. The woodpeckers, yeah, because there's 2 different types of woodpeckers. That's correct. There's multiple types of woodpeckers. I'm so excited that you're excited. That's so awesome. But this game is going to be a kind of the same universe. I'm creating a burb. I'm going to call it the Burbverse of Warbler 99. It's about a woman named Ruby who is burnt out. Speaking of Cincinnati, before you get into the Cincinnati thing, this is a good segue, actually. She lives in a city called Rivertown, and Rivertown is Cincinnati. It's the most okay city in the world. Her life's good. Like she has a decent, well-paying job. She wants for nothing, but she just has ennui. She just has boredom, and she's just confronted with middle-agedness of like, is this it? Like, is this all there is? And to self-actualize, she picks up the hobby of birding. It's going to be done in a 16-bit pixel art RPG style, and it's going to be more fantastical. It will be like, I don't want to call it the Diablo of birding, but the birds will get harder to take pictures of, record as they become rare, and there'll be like fantasy birds that come into that. So she like deals with her depression. She deals with her ennui by picking up the hobby of birding, and goes on a journey of self-actualization and tries to find out who she is in this life before she dies, which should be it should really be the life goal of all of us. I'm into birding here in India. I love this guy. That's so cool. No, I would love let's see here. I'm into birding here in India. I love this concept. Please hit me up. I know it's a comment. Let's see what's on that thing. Yeah, please hit me up. Go to the Warbler 99 accounts, and please hit me up and tell me everything about Indian birding, because I am fascinated by India, and I'm also fascinated by birding. So I would absolutely love to hear everything you have to say about it. Ooh, that's awesome. Okay, but please keep talking about birding and birding video games amongst yourself. Don't feel any kind of pressure to not talk about these things. But while I'm going over the news, but breaking news in Lumens, Robert's hometown, Union Township, Ohio. A man has been arrested and after allegedly vandalizing a Claremont County flock camera, according to court documents. Records allege Cody Morlock, what a name, Morlock, 35, took down a flock safety license plate recognition camera, solar panel, and computer box from the pole it was erected on. The alleged incident happened on June 13th. The camera was located on Mount Carmel, Tabasco Road. Yeah, it's that kind of place. Like, I know exactly where that is. It's the kind of Americana you can think of. Think of in your mind's eye what a road named Mount Carmel, Tabasco Road looks like, and the kind of people who live there. That's exactly what it is. Let's actually take a look at that. I'm sitting here like we can't go into things. Let's see. Mount Carmel Road. Let's just look at like some images. I just really want you to see like what kind of Americana. Why are we not? Let's see, Ohio. This kind of place. You see what I'm saying? Like this kind of neighborhood. This is the kind of neighborhood we're talking about, right? Where were we? Okay. According to a complaint filed in Claremont County Municipal Court, Morlock removed bolts and damage to the camera housing to remove the camera from the rest of its components and take the camera from the location. Records say the camera and the systems are leased by Union Township Police Department. Officials say Morlock was identified by private surveillance video in the area, as well as an unspecified credit card rewards account. But don't stop these stop this rewards program bullshit. That's an op. Stop that shit. That's another way to track you. That's how, as my grandmama would say, that's how they get you. Stop that bullshit. Records say Morlock's name was cross-referenced with Union Township police records. Oh, it seems like, and here's the funny thing, how police departments all over the country are telling you how important these flock cameras are and how they can't do police work without them. And oh my God, they have to have them. Like they were never able to do police work without these cameras. But somehow they found this guy without the assistance of a fucking flock camera, undercutting the need for a fucking flock camera. The jokes write themselves out here. His Bureau of Motor Vehicles tag image matched the person seen on surveillance video. Morlock has been charged with 1 count of vandalism and theft. He was scheduled to appear in court on Friday. All right. So that was, what's the date on that? Oh, this was July 31st. Oh, not breaking news. Oh, my bad. Whoopsie doopsie. Oh, as of 2 hours ago. Breaking. Felony charges dismissed against Claremont County man for destruction of flock camera. Claremont County, Ohio. Claremont County man who was facing felony and vandalism. See if I can make that bigger. Let's see, where was I? Facing felony vandalism charges for allegedly destroying a flock camera in Union Township, had his case dismissed. Cody Murlock was accused of damaging the camera on Mount Carmel Tabasco Road near Glen Rose Lane. I used to live over there. On June 13th, according to Union Township Police. Investigators allege Murlock removed bolts securing the camera. We already know that story. Blah, blah, blah. Flock camera. Now, with that being said, the felony charges were dismissed because the grand jury they refused to indict him. You can indict a ham sandwich in this country. That's what I'm telling you right now. This is not like a left-right issue at all. We're all lefties in here. We're all turbo lefties waiting to storm the Bastille and bring in an age of gay space communism. But these right-wingers do not like these flock cameras. And if you are running in any election, the first thing I would say is get rid of these damn flock cameras. Look at these comments. If you see someone take down a flock camera, no, you didn't. Maybe there's still hope for America, liberty, and freedom. What's the reply say? Though unlawful vandalism, instead of discussing with your lawmakers to take them down. Got it. Remember, it's not. Boo. This is the kind of lib shit. When I say liberal, this is probably a guy who votes Republican for sure, if he's tuned into this. But this is liberal bullshit. You don't have to. In Minecraft, completely divorced from what we're talking about. We're no longer talking about flock cameras and direct action. But you don't. So you do not have to seek approval for things to do things that are objectively right against policies and procedures and actions that are objectively wrong. Okay, so now that we said this thing that I just said out in the space ether that has nothing to do with this story, let's go back to the story. When did the lawmakers ask citizens if they were okay with being monitored to this extent? I never heard anything from my local officials before these started going up. Did you? Flock cameras installed here in the U.S. are no different than those in communist China. We'll get into that. I'll talk about that because that's a whole thing. All flock cameras need to be removed. Kudos to this person for this act. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Now, here's the thing. The problem with American, I don't want to do that. Here's the thing. I would consider myself, and I'm not saying that this is like correct or right. I'm willing to have a debate on this. I'm willing to talk about it all day. I mean, anybody knows I was once a cop, and I also joined under my free will the United States Marine Corps. So there is a dog in me. There's something in me that's authoritarian. 100%. I'm willing to talk about that. I'm willing to say, like, whatever that feeling I have is bad. It needs to be like discussed with a therapist. It needs to be purged, whatever. But when I see China, Vietnam, countries that I align with, so what I'm looking for politically, I don't know, ideologically, politically, socialism, communism, the whole deal. And I see their like police states, I can look at that and be like, that's not good. Their police states are not great. Like it's not great to have the Great Firewall of China and not be able to do what you want to do. It's not great if I want to play, a slot video game like Chinese Call of Duty. This is real, by the way. I'm not making this up. I have to put in the equivalent of my Chinese social security number so the Chinese government can track how many hours I've played. These things are not great. I don't like them. But you know what makes them go down easier to the population? When you don't have to worry about housing for the most part. And it's not perfect. I know there's homeless people in China, there's homeless people in Vietnam, et cetera, et cetera. What I'm saying, for the most part, you're not worried about how you're going to pay the rent because your apartment, your four walls that are keeping you from the elements are super cheap. You don't have to worry about what you're going to eat tonight. You don't have to worry about if something catastrophic happens to you medically, are you going to pay for it? You're going to go into debt. For the most part, especially under especially under Pooh Bear, top Xi Jinping in China. Xi Jinping was brought in as, the anti-corruption guy. They rooted out a lot of corruptions, and they just murder. Like, if you're a corrupt millionaire, billionaire, 1%er over there, make all the money you want. But when you start fucking with the state and fucking with people's lives with that money, then like they just kill you. And I'm not for the death penalty. I don't like the idea of the state murdering people. I don't like that, because you're telling me, especially here in America, my argument, to any right winger, I don't try to come at them with a moral argument about the death penalty, which there's many more arguments. I kind of hit them with the like, who's watching the watchers argument. And I say, look, the same government that you're bitching about because they can't properly fill the potholes, or you're mad at for XYZ reasons, you're telling me you trust that same government to murder the correct people? I don't think so. Like, that logic doesn't make sense. But what makes those totalitarian programs go down easier is that people have a dignified standard of living in those countries. Now, the problem that the right wing has, and the problem with the fascists have here in this country, is they don't want to compromise. I'm talking real talk. Like, y'all who watch me know, I'm gonna give it to you 100% real. I'm not trying to be like imaginary, floaty, pie in the sky. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say how it is. And if you disagree, that's fine. We can talk it out in the comments. We can talk it out live. We can do whatever. That whole preamble was to tell you America is ripe for fascism. When this country was founded and the British decided that it was too costly to try to hold on to their colonies, the first thing that the newly freed American, white male voting population did, landowners, is they wanted to make George Washington king. Ubisoft, when they made good games, did a whole DLC about this in Assassin's Creed. One of the good ones, the American one. But this is true. They want to make him king, and he's like, why did we just fight this war? We don't need another king. Americans in their brain are ripe for totalitarian fascism. But because of capitalism, where capitalism is a in-sum game, is a zero-sum game, I should say, to where you can't compromise, you can't have some, it's winner take all. Line must go up no matter what. These fascists want it both ways, and they can't have it here in America. They want the fascism, but they also want the capitalism. That doesn't work. You can't sell people on a surveillance state in America when they can't afford to pay their bills, when the lettuce at the grocery store gives them explosive diarrhea, when they're one medical event away from being completely destitute. You can't sell them on flock cameras. But I'm telling you right now, if they picked one or the other, and we're like, look, we're doing, again, I always say, communism, socialism is not going to work in America. It's going to be called freedom share or something like that. They did freedom share, and people weren't worried about, the bottom pyramid of Maslow's hierarchy got taken care of by the government, which the Constitution says it's supposed to do. Constitution says the United States exists to promote the general welfare of its citizens. If they did that, I'm telling you, this flock camera nonsense, any kind of online monitoring, any kind of list would be a-okay. Not with me. It wouldn't be okay with me. That's what I'm trying to say. But with the majority of people, it would be a-okay with. And that's why you see this is bipartisan with these damn flock cameras, to where the leftiest guy, the guy who's barely to the right, who's barely to the right of Mao, which would be somebody like me, and the most right-wing Trump voting chud, is all like, fuck these flock cameras. Yeah, I mean, I can't answer this for you. What I've always wondered is about China's success is, does it always have to come at the cost of police state? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it does. But you have to look at it from China's point of view. And I'm not saying this is correct. I think if you were to really, I will call myself a lay student of history, where I remember being really infatuated with Japan, and I'll get back to China, but I remember being really infatuated with Japan. And I learned about Ieyasu Nobunaga, how he came from nothing. He wasn't in the warrior caste. And then he raised an army and unified all the daimyo, all the warlords, and took over and unified Japan. Japan back in feudal Japan was a lot like Afghanistan, a lot like more like Afghanistan. I was going to say like medieval Europe, but no, because they didn't have a central ruler. They didn't have a shogun. They had an emperor, but the emperor really didn't have political power. They didn't have a military leader, which was the shogun. He was the first shogun. But the first thing he did after he unified the clans and took over and deemed himself shogun was to make it so no one else could ever do what he did. He said, whatever caste you were born into, you could not, there was no lateral movement between castes. The reason why China's like this, because if you look at it from China's point of view, the party, the CCP, and, they say it all the time. America thinks in decades, we think in centuries. So the reason why they feel they have to be so totalitarian is because they're like, look, the Great Leap Forward and the revolution was such a success, but we're also a country of billions of people, like 2 billion people, something like that. I don't want to sound like a jerk. Let's see how many people live. How many people in China? 1.4 billion. All right, I was pretty much right. 1.4 billion can never do to us what was done in the past. So I can when I say I understand it, it doesn't mean I agree with it. It means I understand the logic. Like it's logical. And with that too, the flip side that never gets talked about in Japan is because they understand it's 1.4 billion people in that country. So the government to the actual workers and the peasant class is actually very permissive. They don't, whatever culture, because you have so many different cultures, so many different ethnic differences between Chinese people, but they all come together as like, this is a Chinese person. What's been told to me is, as a Westerner, and I don't know, I don't have firsthand thing of this, but let's say I, as a black man, was to go to China and have a child with any woman, right? Like not even a Chinese woman. Let's say it was my wife who is white. Let's say we had a child in China, and I could be completely wrong about this, but this is how I've been made to understand. Sure, on an individual level, there would be like racism. That child would experience some type of racism, some kind of otherism, right? But on a nationalistic level, as far as like things that would like be available to them as a Chinese citizen, there's no question. It's not this like soft racism like that we have at the best of times here. It's like that child was born in China. That is a Chinese child. Because they understand they have to accept, if you are under the Chinese banner, they have to accept you as Chinese to keep their number one thing is to keep social harmony. So again, I don't agree with a lot of stuff they do, but like I can understand it. And it brings up a question that like one of the more interesting questions is, and I'm not saying China's anywhere. Yeah, I hear it's about India, which like India is going the opposite route now and facing a contradiction you mentioned between authoritarianism and unfettered capitalism. Yeah, man, like brother, I really meant that. Like, hit me up on Facebook in the Warbler 99 account because I have so many questions about India. Like, there's so much. Like, India, I feel to me as an American is the black box that my parents like were raised in to think about China. I know so much more. I feel like I can find so much more information about China than I can about India, and like India like breaks my brain because it's so huge and there's the same kind of like ethnic diversity, and then you've got like the British imperial caste system, with the Dalits and like all that, and it's like so confusing, and I would love to learn more about it. But China, and I'm not saying they're anywhere near this when I say when I talk about like, it brings up a question. It's like a question that the chatter asked earlier. It's like, could they do this without totalitarianism? And it's like, could there ever, and this is just a thought experiment. Like, I don't know if this is true or not. I don't know. These are just questions I'm literally asking. Could there be such a thing as a benevolent dictator? I don't know. Oh, you're saying, see, that's right there. That's right there. That's my ignorance. The caste system was a thing before the British think Hinduism. Okay, see, right there. I didn't know that. I thought it was a British white people thing to stop revolutions from happening and being thrown out of the country. All right. See, right there is my ignorance. But could there be a benevolent dictator? It's like some of the I was brought up on comics, and a lot of the comic book stuff I was into as a kid was like, some of my favorite characters are like Dr. Doom and also Magneto. And what makes them interesting is they're quote unquote bad guys. They do bad, evil shit, but they're doing it for like a greater purpose because nobody thinks they're the villain in their own story. And then the people who are like under their protection, they really do. The only rule is you can't go against me. Like, I am the state, I am the party, I am the end all be all. As long as you're okay with that, I promise no one will ever harm you. And I'll be completely fair. I'll be completely fair with you. And it's like, could that be a thing? Like, could somebody be a benevolent dictator? I don't know, but it's an interesting question. And to answer the chatter's question here, some great points. As a leftist, that's what bugs me. Every successful leftist country has been a police state. Yeah, it has been. No, I mean, without a doubt, I'll concede to that 100%. But the reason why that is, no, I won't even say the reason why that is. The question you have to ask yourself is, and you can't answer it because it's a pure thought experiment, we can't split timelines or whatever, is that if the agents of capitalism, the United States, the CIA, not the Federal Reserve, the IMF, did not have it out for these countries, would they behave in the same manner? So, and what I mean by that is, when you're talking about when, right wingers want to bring out the brutality of Castro's regime in Cuba. Well, yeah, the CIA has actively been trying to overthrow that country ever since the Communist Party of Cuba overthrew the mafias and the CIA's puppet of Batista, right? So it's like, you're not paranoid when they're actually after you and trying to kill you. So if you took that, if the United States said, fair play, you're a sovereign nation, we just want to trade with you and be normal, You keep your little communism down there. We'll keep our capitalism up here. Would these countries turn out like that? I don't know. And I'm sure there's an example of somewhere of like a small country just being left alone, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. The Soviet Union doesn't count because that was an empire. That had nothing to do with communism. I'm sorry to all the tankies out there. The Soviet Union had nothing to do with communism. It had everything to do with empire. They meddled in Afghanistan. We meddled back, and they went to where empires went to die, and their empire died. It's really not that complicated. But when you look at countries like Vietnam and you look at countries like China who have chosen not to engage in foreign entanglements and just take care of their own people, just as Hassan Piker would say, trade max, they're thriving. It took now the difference between a Cuba and a Venezuela and a Vietnam and a China is China has nukes. We don't want none of that. North Korea has nukes. We don't want none of that. Vietnam packed us up in a war. We got all we could eat over there and got the hell out of there because we lost a war. So those are the differences between a Cuba and a Venezuela is they had to shed, either have the potential to shed massive amounts of American blood or shed massive amounts, or the reality is that they shed massive amounts of American blood and we decided we don't want to play anymore and left them alone. It's really, really that simple. And this is a good segue to what I want to get into with the last 20 minutes we got here is like I said, I want to vet Max. And I really want to unload about the a little bit about the USS Lincoln, but let's look at this is new. Let's look at Kyle Kalinske 3 hours ago. I haven't watched. I tried not to pre-watch any of this. Talking about the Iran war. Let's do that because I want to talk about like our follies in Iran and I guess I'll give it away now. Our folly in Iran and how we can see the American empire crumbling before our eyes is no different. It's the reason why we got into that is because we're not affected here at the home front with this stuff. It's the same reason why we got packed up in Afghanistan, we got packed up in Iraq, because here in the homeland, it's just another Tuesday, unless you know somebody who was, you're 1 degree of separation away from a vet who got, hit by an ID or somebody that died. This thing is not affected. I was in the United States Marine Corps during 9/11, stationed in Pensacola, Florida. The Iraq and Afghanistan wars did not affect me. Do you see how close you can get to it? And it's still, as an American, you can just keep rolling on doing what you're doing. And that's why we get into these things, because we got our asses kicked in Vietnam. We got our asses kicked in Korea, but we didn't feel the effects here. Our economy didn't collapse. We didn't go into a massive recession. Capitalism kept on chugging. So that kind of hubris that where it will affect somebody else, people don't want to admit that things get as bad as they do. That means they have to go. Yeah, absolutely. That because we always think, oh, these things will affect someone else, it allows us to get into these boondoggles like Iran, thinking that we're somehow going to win a war, a military conflict against Iran. Thinking that there's people out here thinking that we didn't lose the Vietnam War. I was bored at work. I got into a Facebook fight with one of these boomers today. Trying to tell me we didn't lose the Vietnam War. Trying to tell me that we didn't run like a scalded dog. I told him, oh, we didn't lose the Vietnam War? Find me Saigon on a map right now. What are you talking about? But that kind of attitude, that kind of thought process, that kind of brain rot is how we get here into this bullshit. Let's crank this up. Share audio. Look, I did it right this time.
As Trump's illegal war against Iran is continuing to go on. So let me show you this here first. Breaking news from Hormuz Report. Iran sees the next round of war as inevitable and is reportedly preparing direct attacks on U.S. military assets in southeastern Europe if Trump escalates further, with Bulgaria's Besmer Air Base and Cyprus among potential targets, according to the Financial Times. Quote, "We would place no limits on our response. If America goes too far, Iran has the capability to go beyond the region and hit Europe too," an Iranian insider told the Financial Times. Tehran is warning Washington that the next conflict will not remain contained.
We went from, I need you to understand where we're at. The empire went from, we're going to end civilization in a country, the last vestige of the Persian Empire. We're going to end it tonight. Donald Trump posting on Twitter. And this thing is going to be wrapped up in 4 days. To now, the people that supposedly don't have any arms, ammunition, they don't have anything, right? According to Trump, they're completely military defeated, are now dictating terms to us, now telling us what we're going to do. That's where we're at, folks, with the end of the empire. And I'm completely here for it. I don't want any Americans to die. I don't want any Iranians to die. But I do desperately need the American empire to end, because it has done nothing but evil throughout this world.
To the Gulf. Okay. So this is a huge deal for obvious reasons. I mean, attacking Europe is wild in and of itself, but also it makes it so that basically the only allies that kind of remained on the side of the U.S. are now gonna waffle, just like the Gulf Arab states are waffling and trying to make backroom agreements with Iran to be spared from consequences. So you have the entire Middle East slowly but surely on the path to break up with the United States of America, right? You have other allies who were threatening, right? Like Greenland, Denmark, and now Mexico, and now you have others within Europe who might get directly attacked, which would then make Europe put pressure on the U.S. to end this fucking lunacy. And so between the tariffs and the trade war and the actual threats of war against enemies and allies alike, and now economic consequences for everybody, Japan also with their currency collapsing, the U.S. backstopping it, that not working. So Japan might sell U.S. treasuries. We are really in just uncharted waters now, where the whole like global system is on the brink of collapse. The whole like post-World War II structure is falling apart. And now Iran is saying, we may attack Europe to get back at your ass. So y'all better not cross a fucking line.
Because here's the thing. I know that sounds like, man, that sounds brutal, right? Like, why would they do this? Why would they do it? But the thing is, they're running the playbook that makes the most sense. They know that if we do not give America such a bloody nose to make them have a damn near Tet offensive situation to where they leave us alone for the end of time, the American empire will rearm, restock, and they will come after them, because that is what capital demands. That is what Israel demands. So we will come for them again. We'll take this on the chin, and then we'll come for them again. So they're like, this can never happen. We must have either incredible assurances that you cannot do this ever again, or we have to make this so much not worth your while and put so many other places in jeopardy from our military that you'll never ever think of doing this again. It's kind of like when I was in the Marine Corps, they used to say, I remember they taught us how to fight or whatever, like, yeah, whatever. But something that always stuck with me when they'd be like, look, if you're out in the street, and I'm not talking about combat, I'm talking about the bar. Don't ever get into a fight, because you don't know that guy's capabilities. You might save your own life. You might save his. But if you are in a fight, you keep attacking until somebody pulls you off. Until they stop moving, because you don't know if you got lucky, and maybe you just got one lucky shot and downed a guy. and he's going to get back up and kill you. That's Iran's mindset right now. They have to go for us so hard that we never in a million years think about doing this bullshit ever again. And they're completely right. What's going through the mind of an average U.S. soldier? I think Kyle's going to get to that in this video. I guess we're probably not going to get to the USS Abraham Lincoln in my hour, and that's fine. I mean, that story's fucking evergreen, to be honest. We could do that any day of the week. What's going through the mind of a U.S. soldier? Probably the same thing. And I never served in a war zone. I never was in war. I never was in combat. But I mean, I know enough from the stories that I was told by like my friends who went to that shit. A lot of this is bullshit. A lot of I can't believe they got us out here doing this. A lot of I didn't sign up for this. And it's not when they say I didn't sign up for this. It's not that it's like I didn't sign up not to go to combat. That's not the sentiment. The sentiment is I didn't sign up to suffer and or throw my life and well-being away in Operation Epstein's Fury or for the nation state of Israel. That's what's going through the head. I'm telling you, like, it's a combination of a lot of things. The war, 100%, the war in Iran is absolute bullshit. 100%. But they didn't even sell us. When I say they, I mean, DC, Pentagon, Defense Department sell us on a good reason. They say, oh, Iran's nukes. There's that's probably the weakest war, the weakest justification for a war since like Colin Powell got up there in the UN and lied about yellow cake. Think of the wars in the past. Vietnam, Gulf of Tonkin. Oh, they killed our boys. Spanish-American War, remember the Maine. There's no lie. There's no story. There's no sales pitch. So they're just like the American sailors who are, suffering aboard the Abraham Lincoln right now could deal with not having enough calories every day. They could deal with shitty conditions. They're sailors. They are tough fuckers. But what they can't deal with is doing this for objectively no reason to satisfy the pride of a pedophile. That's where they're coming from. Of why the sailors are so pissed off right now.
Okay. Exclusive. The crisis inside Trump's military appears to be spreading. Midas Touch obtained text messages from a USS Carl Vinson sailor's wife saying sailors are being forced to shower in cold water and the ship's water fountains have been shut off as they prepare for another deployment. So it's not just on the USS.
And what I need you to understand, that was going to be my thing if I went really deep into, I was planning on going deep into the USS Abraham Lincoln, to where it's like, oh, this doesn't sound like a big deal on the surface, but like you have to understand, like they're out there without a port call. Like 30 days without a port call is a lot. Like I was on the USS Essex just for training operations, and I did that for like 2 months, and anybody who's actually ever done it can tell you, just for like training, just for like fucking fuck around fun time, life aboard a ship is not good at the best of times. Like the stuff they're talking about, like we weren't in combat and like our plumbing didn't work. Our showers were clogged and didn't work. Toilets were overflowing. You had guys who were seasick trying to throw up in the toilets, but you couldn't flush the toilets. So you had puke and shit and piss water flowing all over the deck in your living quarters. Like it's not good under the best. The food's not good under the best conditions because there's 5,000 people aboard that ship. So feeding 5,000 people 3 square meals a day is a Herculean task. And now like they're not being resupplied. So it's like it fucking sucks. And I was on fun time. Like, oh, and I was a Marine. So a Marine on a ship is like when you're not at war, that is because you're security. But like I don't have a job. So I'm just like playing Age of Empires with my buddy and on our laptops. These sailors are working 7 days a week. You don't get a day off when you're underway. That's why when they go into port for 2 weeks, they have all that time to go do whatever. But like when you're underway, like those sailors don't get days off. So they're working 12-hour days, can't shit and piss in the toilet, can't take a shower. All the provisions are gone. There's no fresh food left. This is hell. This is torture for them. I can't even fathom. That's why you had guys wanting to jump off the boat. And the people who say like, oh, they're pussies or whatever, like the military's woke or whatever, like these are obviously people who've never been on a carrier and they've never served, so they can fuck right off. Like it's really like I couldn't even watch like the Fox News reports of it because I was like, if one of these people were like in my vicinity, I would terms of service violate because they have no idea what they're talking about.
Lincoln, that they're having insane problems, right? The toilet's not working. Everything's gross and moldy and disgusting. The showers are all rusted out and pathetic. You have moldy food they're serving. People are eating.
I remember, like, I'm a dork. I'm a nerd. So it's like the other nerds are like, if you want to imagine what it's like to like be on a ship, it's like be on a carrier like that. It was like being like what I would imagine the Star Trek universe being on a Klingon cruiser. Like a Klingon pad, like bird of prey. It's that fucking Spartan.
Like a half or a third the amount that they need to eat on any given day. They've been out at sea triple, quadruple as long as they're supposed to be out there. There's basically mutiny brewing. You have 6 people jumped overboard in an attempt to commit suicide. I mean, what we're talking about is absolutely psychotic, but it's not just the USS Lincoln. Others are also being treated like absolute garbage because this is what you get from Donald Trump. This is what you get from Pete Hegseth. This is what you get from people who are not serious. They can't manage an Arby's, never mind run the world's largest military. They're not competent. They don't dot the I's and cross the T's and do the actual work that they have to do. And so now people are just pawns to them. So you got people out there losing their fucking minds and they don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, let's look at this. Let's just do it. I guess I'll just rage out because I can't, like, this made me so hot. Where is it? Oh my God. There we go. This guy right here makes me want to vomit. Like, terms of service violation. That's all I can think of with this shit. But let's watch
Reporter Joey Jones, who is a war veteran, Afghanistan, actually had both of his legs blown off in combat. And he really went on a tear about how lame these people complaining are, et cetera. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
I mean, how weak are you on TV complaining about tuna and noodles? I'm sorry. You volunteered to serve your country. You can come back, get out of the military, and do like all of these Democrat veterans and complain about it and make commercials and be a sellout if you want to and come up with a new way of doing things. The last Democrat president that I remember that was deploying troops, Barack Obama, had the army going to Iraq on patrol bases for 15 months at a time, eating MREs.
So many things there. One, fuck Obama, but he got inherited with Iraq. So I don't want to hear that bullshit. 2, MREs are a luxury. If you don't know what an MRE is, it's a meal ready to eat. Those things are, there's like 1 or 2 of them that are bad. Those things are fucking delicious because they're just calorie rich. You're really only supposed to get like 1 or 2 a day. They have like 1,600 calories in each one. They're made for like you're in war. But like Obama inherited Iraq, and so I'm not saying like he did everything great in there, but he did inherit like a shit show from Bush. It is what it is, and like this guy's a Marine Corps veteran. Like I see his little badge, so I'm gonna assume I know he got his legs blown off in Afghanistan, but still fuck this guy. I don't give a fuck about none of that because that you can sit here and disrespect him like that, and like. I'm going to assume at some point he was on a ship. So he has to know this isn't bullshit. So he's doing this for the fucking bag. He's a grifter. So he's like betraying his own brother, quote unquote, brothers and sisters for this shit. And that's why, like, as a vet, when somebody's like, thank you for your service, like I cringe. I hate that shit. It makes my skin crawl because deep down, every single vet, and especially combat veterans, I'm going to tell you right now, I've talked to enough combat veterans. I know combat veterans. I still keep in touch with them. They hate that shit and all the support the troops shit. We always knew it was bullshit. It's bullshit. It's support the troops in lieu of taking care of our material needs, taking care of mental health issues when we're out, when we're done fighting your illegal wars for the pride of a fucking pedophile. It's not providing, you know, a reentry, a good reentry program back into society after you've trained me to be a fucking state-sponsored killer. You understand? Like, we always know that's bullshit. So it's like, I don't want your fucking, that support the troop shit. That stops at the free meal on Veterans Day at fucking Golden Corral. That's where it begins and that's where it ends. We don't support shit. The troops, the quote unquote troops, are a warrior caste, and it's cool that our Indian chatter was talking about India, because they're bright to remember it's a warrior caste of the poor, the downtrodden, and sometimes just the fucking dumb, which I'm gonna suspect this asshole was just the fucking dumb that signed their fucking, you know, their constitutional rights away for, you know, Montgomery GI Bill, and to not worry about how they're going to pay for food and housing and education for the next 4 fucking years. And it's crazy, bro. It's absolutely crazy. This is what I'm saying. I have a niece and she didn't talk to me before she did it. And I'm just trying to guide her through it now. God bless her. But she joined the United States Marine Corps and wanted to talk to me about it. And I'm just like, girl, you shouldn't have done that. But now you did it. Let's talk about it. But I feel terrible for her. And I'm not even worried about her like going to combat and getting her legs blown off. I'm worried about her being sexually assaulted. I'm worried about her being fucked over and not being able to advance. I'm worried about her popping out a bunch of kids, and because now she's got TRICARE, which is socialized medicine, which we don't get out here in the quote unquote world, but they'll give you when you're in the armed forces. Now she's going to feel like she's stuck and she can't leave when she wants to. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's the kind of shit I'm worried about with her. Let alone combat. I ain't worried about this shit. Listen to this asshole for a little bit more. We got a minute left.
I'm sorry, but you're a sitting duck on a patrol base in Iraq, in Afghanistan, a heck of a lot more than you are on a fortified Navy ship sitting in the water. You might have got bored, and I'm sorry. We did have more fun getting in firefights, I'll say that. But
Fuck you. Haji should have aimed higher. Got your ass. Fuck you. You sit here and talk about these fucking young people out here just trying to make a way, they're from fucking bumfuck USA, trying to figure out how they're just gonna fucking live, and you dangle healthcare, a jobs program, an education in front of them, and then you fucking starve them out in the Persian Gulf for a fucking pack of pedophiles. And you wonder why, well, maybe they don't want to eat fucking a cup of rice and 3 tortillas every day, so your ass could go to the fucking Epstein Island. Haji should have aimed higher. Go fuck yourself. I got 40 seconds left. That's all. Lumencast on Twitch, Lumencast on YouTube. Thank y'all for playing Warbler 99. I'll keep y'all updated too when like I get the vertical slice done, and I'll slide that over into the space Discord, and I'll put a link out for it, because I'm gonna need some like actual testing for that. And yeah, but God, like bring our boys home. Like, they don't need to be out here doing this bullshit. That's my time. That's all I got. You guys have a good day.